Make a motion to come out of recess.
Got a motion to come out of recess.
Second.
And a second from Mr. Lassiter. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries. We're continuing on with the 2024 budget hearing and the schedule that we have. Judge Feifel is going to be on our July 18th meeting, so we'll go over to ESCC 911 with Kevin Carley.
Good morning.
Morning, Kevin.
Kevin Carley, Director, Emergency Services Communications Center. Before we jump into the numbers, I'll just give you guys an overview of some of the work that we've done in the last year. I'll keep it brief. In 2022, we answered 71,177 911 calls. That trends up every year slightly. We answered 166,000 incoming phone calls on our business lines. We're the primary agency for the answering the business lines for the police department and sheriff's office. We made 64,000 outbound phone calls, and that averages out to about 7,000 phone calls per year per dispatcher. That's based on if we're fully staffed. If we're down a few people, that number obviously will fluctuate. We handled 355,000 calls for service, and a call for service is anytime we dispatch a law enforcement officer or a firefighter to a call through our CAD system. Thank you. So that worked out to about 8,200 calls for service per dispatcher per year. Also in 2022, we completed the construction of the 3 additional radio towers in south central portion of the county. That was a shared project with the state and in Keystone, Rockerville, and Hill City. And that was a huge help to our first responders down there in those areas. And we were happy to be the agency that kind of led the march on that. So now with the addition of those 3 radio towers, the county owns 5 radio towers. And we also have radio and paging equipment on additional 17 locations throughout the county. All total, we're responsible for the maintenance of about $14.6 million worth of radio infrastructure. We've got 2 full-time radio techs. They both do a great job. And because we have our own radio techs, they're very familiar with that equipment. They're able to maintain it. And anytime we have a problem, rather than waiting for a second-party vendor to come in, we call one of them. They're able to fix it. As a result of that, we have very little downtime with our radio system. We've pretty consistent the last few years had a 10% turnover rate, 10 to 12% in there. The national average for a PSAP our size is 21%. So we're happy that we're able to keep our staffing levels where they're at. We've added an in-house employee wellness program to include a quiet room. We formed a wellness committee. They're doing research and making recommendations for things that we can do to improve our employee wellness. We think that's one of the things that's really helping us with our retention issues. Our total budget request for 2024 is $5,211,958. $4,672,602 of that is for personal services, and we prepared that under the direction of the Board of Commissioners. And there's an additional ask in there of 4 FTEs, which I'll get to in a little bit. Our operations budget was $539,356. The only increase to our operations budget was just for maintenance costs or inflationary costs. We had some leases that increased, some maintenance costs that increased. So we worked very hard the last several years to keep our operations budget as flat as we can. This is a 3.6% increase over 2023, and again, that's all because of costs that we have to pay improvement of. Each year, we ask our contract user agencies to increase the amount of money that they pay by 3%. We did that again for 2024. Our total projected revenue for 2024 is $2,320,820, and that comes from surcharge funds and contract fees for services. So of our $5.2 million budget, $2.3 million of that we're able to fund through our own revenue sources. As you know, the remainder of the budget is covered by a 2/3, 1/3 split with the city, between the city and the county, because of our JPA that we have. Of that remaining, the city share, Rapid City share of that budget is $1,925,852, and the proposed county share is $962,926. And again, of the total of 5.2 million that we're requesting, 962,926 would be the share that we're asking for from Pennington County. We're currently authorized at 54.5 FTEs. We recently requested and received an operations manager to help out with our supervision. As things grow and get more complex, we need to add to that team. And in 2023, we'd asked for a position for a person to work Monday through Friday to the same hours as the sheriff's transport channel works, to maintain that transport radio channel and assist with answering 911 calls, which we put that person to work, and that is working out very well. It's meeting our expectations, so that helped with that workload during the day. The Box Elder Police Department has experienced a 55% increase in their calls for service over the last 5 years. In our conversations with Chief Dubs, he predicts that over the next 5 years, they'll probably have that same rate of growth, and he predicts he may have to double his staff over that same time. Box Elder currently shares a radio channel with the Pennington County Sheriff's Office, and with the Sheriff's Office becoming more busy and Box Elder becoming more busy, we're getting too much traffic on that radio channel. So we believe it's time to give the city of Box Elder their own radio talk group and split that traffic out from the Sheriff's Office. Now, maintaining two busy channels like that, it would be too much for one dispatcher. So we're asking for an additional dispatcher spot to maintain that, to monitor that channel. And that person would also be able to assist with 911 calls and other duties. So there would be a benefit to the county and the city, Rapid City, and the center as well, because we would get some use out of that dispatch person as well, not just handling the radio traffic. So we have gone to the city of Box Elder, we've gone to the Box Elder Police Department, and we've asked them to increase their funding to help us. One position, 24 hours a day, works out to 4 FTEs. Actually, it's a little bit more than that, but we think we can do it with 4 FTEs. And so we would like the city of Box Elder to fund 2 of those FTEs. We think that's a fair split because we're getting other duties from that. Chief Dubs, we've had a meeting with Chief Dubs. He's going to take that forward through his budget process, but that's not going to occur until September, so he doesn't know yet what the city of Box Elder is going to do as far as funding, if they're going to meet that request or meet part of that request, or meet it all in 1 year, or ask to be phased in over several years. We just don't know yet. So what I'm proposing is that the first year we fund those 4 FTEs from our 911 fund. And then later in the year, if we find out that Chief Dubs is able to fund 1 or 2 of those positions, we would just reduce the amount that we take from our 911 fund to fund those in 2024.
Reserves, right?
Right.
Okay.
And then I'm proposing that in 2025, we would fund 50% of that through our 911 fund. And then 2026, 25% of it, so gradually phase that in. And that also would account for if the city of Box Elder is asking to be phased in with their funding as well. Now, I think we can have that discussion now, or we can wait, because since it's dependent upon the city of Box Elder, and it's also, the money is there in the 911 fund, regardless. It's not going to go anywhere. So we can wait until we actually hear back from the city of Box Elder and exactly if they're going to fund it and how much they're going to fund. And then I can come back at that time and we can have that discussion and that request for those FTEs at that time when we know more information. That might be a better time to do that, but it's in our budget for 2024, so I wanted to mention it and let you know where we stand with that. Our 911 reserve fund as of yesterday was at 3.3 million. At the advice of the auditor, we try to hold 20% for cash reserves. So there's $1 million that we always try to keep in there for cash reserves. When I first got here as director, it was right around that $1 million mark, and it built up maybe slightly more in the next few years. And then with the COVID reimbursement, we got reimbursed with some COVID wages that went back into that 911 reserve fund. So that's how we got to that 3.3 million. So we like to hold, at the direction of the auditor and our user board, we like to keep a 1 million in there for cash reserves. And then our user board, their recommendation is they want us to keep that second million in there in case we have any things that we need to purchase, if we have some radio problems, or we need software, if we have a malfunction or a breakdown of some of our systems, phone systems, whatever, we've got that money there that we can use to take care of those repairs. Or if there's an emergency purchase we have to make that's related. And then that third million is what I would like to, rather than just have it sitting in that fund, I think we should be putting that to work and to deal with some of our growth problems that we're experiencing. So we're currently out of room in our center. The operations manager's position that you approved, we don't have an office for that person. And we need a bigger classroom. We've been in discussions with buildings and grounds on that. I went to my user board, and our user board has approved us to pursue or research that expansion in our existing center up to $100,000. So as soon as buildings and ground is able to provide a more solid figure and some plans, then I'll come to the board and ask for the spending authority to have that money from the 911 fund to pay for that remodel. We're roughly estimating it to be around $75,000. We're also working with the National Guard for an expansion on our backup center out at Camp Rapid. We have 10 positions out there. And with the growth that we've experienced in staffing, that's not quite enough room when we're all out there together. So we would like to add 4 or 5 positions out there. And we were sharing that with emergency management, and we very nicely asked them to leave. And so Dustin did. Thank you for that. And so we want to expand into that area that EM was using. So we're visiting with the Guard about that. Again, they're supposed to get some plans together for us with a cost estimate. And again, once I do that, I'll come back to this board and ask for the spending authority from the 911 fund for that. Our user board, again, authorized us to pursue that up to $100,000, but we think it's going to be in that $60,000 range total probably for that project. So. We have a 5-year strategic plan. It helps us forecast our growth and predict our needs, and we're optimistic that we're prepared as things move forward over the next 5 years. The radio tower budget, if you have questions about that, the budget was set up in 2021 to handle the revenues and costs of building those 3 new radio towers that we discussed. And we also discovered there's some of those costs that we can't pay for from the 911 fund, so we needed to keep that in a separate fund. And so that's why we moved that fund out, and we have that on its own. If you have any questions about that, I can answer them.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there any questions?
Sure.
Mr. Drews.
Kevin, you've isolated out box elder calls that come in. Do you track other areas as to the volume of calls that you get from particular areas, or how do you do that?
Yes, we track calls for service from all of our agencies. So at the end, we actually monthly track our calls for service on our phone calls. And at the end of the year, we take a look and we track our growth through that. And Box Elder's by far been the agency that experienced the most growth. The Rapid City Police Department, their calls for service were climbing, but then when we got to COVID, they kind of leveled off a little bit. And we also found that with the sheriff's office too, because of activities and how they adjusted their enforcement efforts through COVID. And now we're starting to see a small uptick again in those calls for service, but they kind of leveled out there in 2020 and 2021, and they're just slowly starting to uptick again. But we haven't seen the growth in those other agencies and calls for service that we've seen with Box Elder.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ms. Hadcock.
Kevin, can you tell me about the wellness committee you have?
Yes, so several years ago, we hired a marketing firm to come in and help us develop a marketing strategy to improve our recruiting and retention. And one of the things that they advised us on is they recommended we develop some kind of employee wellness program because that's important to employees now. So we started down that path. We consulted with the sheriff's office because they have a very successful wellness program, and the police department. And we were going to try to, I'm a big fan of not trying to reinvent the wheel. So I thought, well, maybe we can adjust their programs to fit us. But at the end of the day, we realized that really there's enough difference between what we do and our staffing that we really have to create our own program from the ground up. So I put a wellness committee together. We have a basic policy that says we're going to have a wellness committee and that we're going to have a wellness program, and it authorizes that group of people to start working and doing research projects so that they can bring us some ideas of some wellness things that we can do. One of the first things we did is at our annual employee in-service last year, we dedicated the entire 8 hours to employee wellness. So we brought in people to advise on diet and exercise and stress relief and different kind of things. We're striving to have one in-service per year that's just focused totally on employee wellness. We recently developed a quiet room we found in our travels around visiting other PSAPs. I like to get out every year and visit a few PSAPs. It's just to stay in touch with what the best practices are and network. And in a recent trip to Denver, we found that they were using a quiet room very effectively in 2 centers down there. So I came back and made it a priority to develop a quiet room here. And I ended up, as I said, we didn't have any space, so I had to kick a few people out of their offices and move some things around, but we were able to get that done, and it's been a great success. We get a lot of good feedback from our employees. It's a place where they can go when they're having a stressful day or handle a stressful call. They can go in there and shut the door and sit in the recliner and unwind in 10 minutes, and there does an amazing thing for somebody to clear their head and come back out. We're looking at software that would monitor our CAT system and look for certain keywords for certain call types or keywords. So let's say, for instance, if a dispatcher handled an infant CPR, those are always very difficult for them. That software, or the software, would key on that, and then we would run a report and say that dispatcher Kevin handled an infant CPR yesterday. So then we would know to go follow up with Kevin to make sure everything's okay. Does he need any assistance? That's one of the things that we're pursuing as well. That's some of the things we're trying to do through the wellness program.
That's pretty amazing, especially through the stress and stuff and the calls they go through. Some of the stuff with you're thinking about cameras and different stuff, it's well needed. They also, tell me about the 3% increase to the revenue sources. I think a lot of times we don't do that, where we're cost sharing with other people, that our costs, we leave them the same and then our costs keep going up. So I think it's a good thing, whether we're partnering with the city or other entities, that increase 3%. And how did you come up with the 3%?
That started back in 2016 at the direction of our user board to deal with the growth that we're experiencing. So now when we amend or write a new contract with a user, we build in there that the contract is going to be increased at 3% every year. And then if they don't want to pay the 3%, or if they want to pay less than 3%, the process for them is to come to our user board. And then our user board has the final, they decide if they want to waive the 3% for that agency for that year, or if they will allow them to pay a reduced amount. And then the 7 years that I've been here, since we started it, we've never had an agency come back and now be willing to pay the 3% increase. They all know now that every year there's going to be a 3% increase, and they budget for it.
I think that's a good thing to do. Like I said, there's a lot of entities that we partner with that should be like a given, because our costs go up. I also like the turnover that you don't have. I think a lot of these programs and what you're doing and how you're running this, I call it a business for 911, and because it looks like it. You're retaining your employees, Kevin. Thanks to you and Ted doing a lot of work, and your leadership. That's not just one person, we know that. That's behind the scenes, and you're training people, and you're looking at what the needs are for your employees. That's a good leader. It shows from the leadership when people don't have that turnover, because you're figuring out the needs of the people that are working with you. And I think that's commendable, and you've done that very well.
Thank you.
The FTEs, you have to have the FTEs either way with 4. You can't start with 2 to see, Kevin. And why I say that is, if you have the money, you pay for it, you already know what would make them actually at that point, because there's a need, want to pay their half.
Answer your question, yes. There is a possibility that we can get by with less than 4, because there may be times of operation where we're still able to put those 2 channels back together, like say overnight after 2 o'clock in the morning, between 2 and 7 in the morning when there's very little radio traffic.
Yep.
We may be able to put those 2 channels together and still get by with 1 dispatcher. So yes, there's a possibility that we may be able to get by with fewer. But we're not far enough down the road yet to know for certain.
And that's good. That way you've got that covered. I knew you probably did, just to make sure that, like you said, sometimes we want 4, but, we need your help. And this is for Box Elder. It's not for specifically everywhere else. So you're doing them pretty awesome service. And once they see how you run things, Kevin, and very efficiently effective, I don't see why they wouldn't. Is that a good way to put it? Because when you have a good business plan, just all of the things that you have said today make a huge difference. And for Box Elder and the rest of our county, you're a good example of, just tracking what the employees need. And a lot of times it's good leadership. Leadership. I keep saying it's not always about the money. It's about the leadership. You're looking at our wellness. You're looking at everything that might be potential to affect our lives. That's going to make me a better worker, let alone a better person and just a healthier person. So I think that's commendable, Kevin.
Thank you. I think as we've discussed before, I believe in the philosophy that people don't leave jobs, they leave people. And so, we try very much to have a great staff and maintain it and support our people.
And you have, because it shows. Thank you.
Is there any other questions for Kevin?
Thank you, Kevin.
I'll just say, Kevin, I think your user board's pretty outstanding. You guys run a good meeting and you pass everything through them. And the discussions that you've had about this, you've been very forthright with the commission. You've come to previous meetings and said, no surprises, this is going to be coming because you guys have been working on it. And I think that's that transparency is good. And so we appreciate you and the board.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is emergency management, Dustin Willett. So let me switch over real quick, Dustin.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chairman LaCroix and members of the commission. Let me know when you're ready to go and I'll spiel. Highly technical term.
There's only 30 tabs in here.
We have 6 papers. Where are we starting?
So you tell me, what's first on your list and that's where I'll start.
Let me find it.
It's 2 ahead of the 911.
285 is first on our paper.
Two ahead.
Sure thing. So
Ground bonds.
There
There we go. Got it.
all right, so budget 226285 is our main emergency management budget. That's what we run our office off of. Our increases that we see every year in that budget are simply inflationary. So costs of employees are the primary increase in that. So when we have, employees that have been with us and they have the longevity, and when we make adjustments to the wage scale, that's where we see those increases. My operations budget for 2024 actually decreased by a little bit this year. So the only increase we're seeing in the 226 budget this year is in our personnel services. Happy to stand for any questions on that particular budget.
Looks like no questions.
Which number do you have next?
26.
Which one?
Was it 226, 285?
226, 285? That's what we just did, isn't it?
Sorry. There was the 101 and now it's the 226.
Oh, the 101 budget. So the 101 budget is actually the one that's has the most change this year. Usually it's pretty rock solid, just minimal increases. So the 101 285 is this is a combined budget from a couple of years ago at the direction of the auditor, request of the auditor. What comes out of this is the county contribution to the regional hazardous materials team, the county contribution to the regional water rescue team, and the county portion of the MET-WARN, or the flood warning system that we have along our waterways that we cost share with our local municipalities and the U.S. Geological Survey. So the U.S. Geological Survey, we went through some negotiations with them a few years back to make sure that we were actually only seeing actual cost increase rather than just, hey, every year we're going to up this 3%. At some point that becomes untenable. So the cost increases that we see with the USGS contract are based on their actual cost increases. They maintain the system. It's their system. They send techs out every year. There's several of those warning system, several of those data sites on our waterways that come out over the winter. They don't, once the water freezes, they don't work, and that damages the equipment. So all that equipment gets pulled in the fall and then put back in the spring. And then all the batteries and the satellite time and everything that system uses to function, there are incremental cost increases. So that's a small increase. Looks like about $1,000 over the 2023 amount. But the 2023 amount has held steady for several years. 21, 22, 23 were all the same. There's a slight bump in that contract for 2024. The other line item on that is, again, the cost share of the water rescue team and the hazardous materials team. That amount has not increased since 2015. Every year I ask the city if we want to increase that slightly, if they need to, and they've needed to for a long time, but the city has not been in a position to increase, because anything we put in, the city puts in. It's a cost share. The city had not been in a position to make those cost increases, so they'd asked me to keep that line item flat. This year, the city simply can't put it off anymore. They have to increase funding to those teams to cover costs, and so there's a cost increase or an increased request for the county contribution as well. So that's that increased cost in the grants to other entities. Happy to answer questions on that budget.
Any further questions?
Dustin, the numbers we're looking at here are simply county. It's not.
Correct.
Okay.
The county portion of that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Out of general fund one, emergency management 226.
So the only other two that I should have before you are 226-288 and 227-283. So we have 226-288 next.
Yep.
226 now. That's what we got now.
Which one?
226, Homeland, excuse me, yeah.
226, 285. I think
285 is
explain that
next.
first.
Yep, that was the first
Yeah.
one I did. Yep.
Yeah.
I have to do it again because I think we're confused. Okay, I was confused.
So the 226-285 is our normal budget. That's the one where we see our personnel cost increase just from moving the wage scale. And we also brought on a new position last year. So those are the increased costs to the personnel. This is the one where my operations actually decreased from last year.
Looks like you went down 2,029 now.
I think I have 1,000. Yep. Yeah. Total cost. Yep.
Okay. Very good.
Next, we have 288.
Yep.
So 288, this is a completely grant funded, so this is spending authority for the Homeland Security grant. There are multiple entities that in the county, primarily my office and the sheriff's office and IT, that put in for Homeland Security grant projects every year. We never know which grants are going to be successful, which aren't. This has been a long-standing spending authority, and the only time money is spent out of that spending authority is when we have the grant revenue from Homeland Security to support it. And that's just the way that has been handled for several years. As long as it's still acceptable to the auditor's office, that's what that budget is. So nothing will be spent out of that budget that's not supported by grant revenue through Homeland Security.
Do you have any examples of what you'd use that for?
Sheriff's office usually gets a lot of SRT equipment out of that. So ballistic vests, radio systems, gas masks, helmets.
That qualifies.
I've gotten some radio equipment out of that. During COVID, we had our biological decontamination system that we can spray. That came out of Homeland Security.
Thank you.
Yep. So the last one that I should have before you is 227-283 LEPC. That's the Local Emergency Planning Committee. Again, this is a budget that is supported not by any county general fund money. This is a pass-through of user fees, hazardous materials user fees from the state, and occasional grant funding that when we're successful with grant applications. So the proposed 2024 budget, and I'll work with Cindy, there may be some changes to that next year, depending on some outstanding grants that we haven't heard back yet, and then what our end of year rollover is. We're saving for a study, a hazardous materials commodity flow study. We anticipate that to be completed next year. But again, all of that money, none of that comes out of county general fund. That is user fees from hazardous materials facilities that are collected by the state and then passed back out to the counties, as well as some hazardous materials emergency planning grant money that we have an application in for.
So Dustin, with this one here, they used to have what, once a year hazardous material disposal? Was that
So-
part of this?
Yep. So that's the committee that helps with that. So the household hazardous waste collection event is managed by Rapid City Solid Waste. So the solid waste on the city side are the people that actually enter into the contract for the out-of-area group to come in and actually perform that household hazardous waste collection. But LEPC helps fund that. So we
Yeah.
do a lot of the marketing. We do sub-grants through the LEPC to support that event. And yes, that's absolutely a supported event through the LEPC.
That's a great event.
Yep. We've got one coming up. That's what I have in front of me. Happy to stand for any additional questions.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So on the 2024 revenues, I see Rapid City's at 178,889 from 164, 142. Is there a contract with Rapid City then?
It's a joint
how-
powers agreement between the city and the county to provide emergency management services. So our budget has three sources of revenue primarily, outside of occasional grants that we may be successful with. The three primary funding sources for our department are the EMPG grant, Emergency Management Performance Grant. That's federal money passed through the state that covers 50% of three of our employees. And then the remaining money from the budget is split between the city and the county equally, and that's all delineated or called out in the joint powers agreement. The COVID money, the ARPA money, skewed things over a couple years, but we are back to roughly a third. So a third of my budget is typically federal dollars, a third of my budget is typically county dollars, and a third of my budget is typically city dollars.
So the federal would be 175?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions for Dustin? Dustin, you have any final comments that you'd like to address to the board?
No, it was by far, and kudos to the auditor's office and Cindy and the folks that sit at the dais and Holly. It was the most painless budget year thus far in the 12 years that I've been preparing budgets for the county. So gratitude from my end of having a very clear, concise, straightforward process. And again, thank you for your continued support, and we're not opening any new lines of efforts. At this point, we're doing what we need to be doing in the community, and it's just a matter of maintaining that.
Okay, thank you, Dustin.
Thank you, Dustin.
Okay.
Chair, can I ask Carol a question?
Mr. Drews.
Carol, can you answer a question for me on the group insurance? So there's,
To come to the dais, Carol.
yeah, on several of these, I've noticed the reduction on just listed as group insurance. So has that been reestablished, how the departments are paying for the insurance, or how's this coming about? Or did we have that much of a reduction in total cost of it?
So, yes.
Oh,
Before we started budget, I went back through and looked at the unspent money. So departments were budgeting quite a bit more in that, in anticipation of, say, somebody that's on single, thinking what happens if they have a child and now they have E+1, or maybe they have E+1 and they're wondering, are they going to have a child and then we're going to have family? So they were over budgeting in that. And so I asked people to take a little bit closer look at some of the personnel items so that we weren't over budgeting quite that much.
very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy Moeller and Carol. I don't see Jerome out there.
Holly, can you call Jerome? Office? I didn't think it was gonna go that quick. It's only half hour.
We could, is the board okay going to human resources and then come back?
Absolutely.
So that's what we'll do. Carol, we'll go with you and we'll come back to fire administration. So, oh, yep, you're not far down there.
So there's actually Carol Bancroft, HR Director for Pennington County. There's 3 different budgets that we're going to be looking at that are under the umbrella of human resources. So the first one we're going to talk to is the 101172.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready.
Looks like everybody's got it.
Fire?
We're ready.
Okay. So before I begin, I want to say a very special thank you to the commissioners for all of the support that you have provided and for the decisions that were made before I actually joined this group, that with the compensation committee, that has really helped shape the collaboration that is so necessary for us to be progressive and move forward within the human resources area as well. So what I have put together for you is we are statutorily authorized, and as such that we play a key role in supporting all areas of the county government. And so our function will always be the people, so acquiring and developing and retaining that talent, as well as we play a very complex, however, it does include the administrative and operational tasks and also more strategically oriented activities. So you're going to see that common theme in my presentation for the budget. So some of our transactional activities include managing compliance issues and record keeping. It also includes participating in creating the county government's strategies and policies, as well as aligning the HR strategy with the county government's strategy and supporting other departments in their strategic roles. So understanding the perspectives, challenges, and objectives of internal stakeholders is essential to the HR's role as a strategic partner within county government. And HR creates value through our action, through routine HR services, and through special projects and initiatives. And that has been one of the key focuses in my first 7 months, is to make sure that I understand each of the various departments and their operations by getting to know and working closely with the department heads, as well as spending time with their staff for various initiatives. So it's been very rewarding 7 months. But I'd like to talk a little bit about our HR staff, and we actually have our HR staff here, that we have Sandy, who is our HR generalist, and I don't use that word generalist very lightly. Then one of the things that I think is important for you to know is that Sandy's been with us, with the county, for 20 years, and she's been in HR for 5 years. She's a certified HR professional, and she is the one that has our institutional knowledge. She's our historian, so great reference point. But when I talk about generalists, that she not only does the recruiting, she does the benefits, she does all of the IT work with our HRIS systems. I mean, you name it, Sandy is doing it. She's responsible for that. It's a major task that she undertakes. We also have Pepper, and I had the pleasure of knowing Pepper prior to coming and working with her here, so I'm very knowledgeable about the level of expertise and leadership and administration that she has brought to us. So she's been with HR for just a little over a year. Matter of fact, she's celebrating her 5-year anniversary with the county this week. So we're pretty proud of having her as our administrative assistant. And then most recently, we have offered a position, and he starts on July 24th, and that is for Walter McDuff, who is going to be our risk manager. And he comes to us with a wealth of experience with the U.S. Air Force. So we're really proud of him for that. And then he did a multitude of risk management type of tasks and such when he was in the Air Force. So he comes to us with a wealth of experience and background in this area. And then, of course, you have me, 7 months, and I'm also now a certified professional within SHRM, and I do have over 30 years of experience in HR as well as senior leadership roles. So I feel like even though we're a very small team, we are a very talented, knowledgeable team to help support our employees and also all of the county services. So one of the things we did within the first couple of days when I joined the county and was part of the HR team is that we did a strategic planning session to develop not only as far as what our goals for this year were, but we also put together our cultural statement, which the mission of HR in support of Pennington County's operating principles is to provide a work environment characterized by fair treatment, open communication, personal accountability, trust, and mutual respect. And then our vision that is guiding us is to promote honesty, integrity, and trust. And then we also developed our core values, and this was the team effort as far as embrace change and innovation, encourage communication, focus on our employees, champion employee development, model leadership and loyalty, promote quality results, and celebrate teamwork. So as we're working through the budget to plan for next year, then I'm really excited to say that we are trying to be very forward-thinking as well as making sure that we are maintaining what we need to do. And so as far as looking at the line items within our budget, you'll see as far as personnel services, it is an increase year over year, and that's reflective of having our new risk manager join the staff, as well as building in that 4% COLA and step one for 4 employees. So that is what is indicative of that increase. And then as far as other current expenditures, that you'll see that the primary variance that is within the operational portion of our budget is a shift in thought process from funding for travel for conferences, et cetera, to a stronger focus on recruitment and retention. And so working through this, you'll see that our systems, as far as our HRIS technology that we are using, as well as the training with Relias, there's a 3% contractual increase that has to be built into the budget. So you're seeing that. And then as far as other things, that the Lightcast, when we signed that contract, that initially for this year, we were able to assess all of the different departments based on FTE, but going forward into 2024, that will be wholly within the HR budget. So that's a change for us. And then some of the other things that I want you to be aware of is that we've talked a lot about recruitment and retention, that still is something that I want to keep in front of you. We've got some pretty steep headwinds with that. I shared earlier yesterday that there's 55 open positions, so even that is without thinking about anything as far as what we need to increase any FTE to support the growth that's going on. Then again, those are some pretty steep headwinds for us to be focused on. So the talent shortage is real. It is something that we have to face into, and it's going to continue to affect the county and our current employees. You've heard this from the department heads. They're taxed to where they're working a lot of overtime and experiencing that sense of, and I don't like the term burnout, but it is what they are feeling because they're working so many hours. There's this diminishing returns when people are constantly under that type of pressure. So that's one of the risks that we're running of why we might be experiencing some of the lack of retention in some of our departments as well. So we are proposing to approach recruitment and retention along with public relations differently in 2024 and going forward. that the budget proposal includes a forward-thinking master marketing plan strategy to support Pennington County. And this strategy will not only better position the county for recruitment and retention, it's also important for the county to share their good news and the county value, as every resident who pays taxes is our paying customer and should know all the great things that we do provide as far as their services. The elected officials and department heads are in support of this strategy, and hence there is that I have set aside, rather than attending the training and conferences, et cetera, there's $45,000 that has been set aside in this budget proposal to launch that plan. And it also, it's within the reserves, is accounting for that. So as far as new employee requests, that the master marketing plan strategy does include staffing needs for an HR marketing manager, as well as an HR recruitment marketing specialist. So the HR marketing manager would be under the direction of the HR director with input from the elected officials and department heads, and will develop strategic planning, marketing plans for the county, and then oversee the implementation and execution of the various efforts associated with the marketing plan. And this would include recruiting strategies, as well as media relations, and the public information officer for the commissioners and department heads would be part of what this person does. Community and employee engagement to help with the retention and recruitment, evaluating the results of the various marketing campaigns, and spearheading market research efforts. So for the first time, we would have some really in-depth analytics as to how well we are performing when we are recruiting. You've seen some of that when I presented yesterday as far as some of the trends that we're seeing with turnover, et cetera, but we haven't really been able to say that when we post a position, what kind of a return are we getting on our investment with that? So the 3 to 5 year forecast is for the HR employees that the county population growth will continue to grow within the next 3 to 5 years. And I know that's still subject to interpretation, how much that growth will be. But it is driven by the flight from larger urban regions, a favorable income tax climate, perceived affordability, and job growth, including the Ellsworth Air Force Base expansion, and the recreational opportunities that people have learned are available here in particularly this area in Pennington County. So to meet this population growth, the need for county employees is projected to increase by an additional, and again, this is a ballpark estimate at this point in time, 100 to 150 employees or more in the 3 to 5 year forecast. And the national average ratio of HR staff in order to support the organization the size that we are is to have 1 FTE for every 100 employees. And so within the next 5 years, if county employees are projected to reach an estimated 1,000 FTE, that equates to 10 HR staff that would be needed to support that across the county. So with the department heads and the elected officials, we got creative because we know that's not realistic to say we're going to have a team of 10 people within the HR within the next 5 years. So what we did is we analyzed what are the needs as far as each of the departments and had some pretty healthy, in-depth discussions. And so what we're going to do without adding any cost is that we have 8 of our departments that have the greatest need as far as the largest staffs. And they have individuals within their organization, within their operations, who already are handling some of that frontline basic HR functions. So we're going to help educate them further to make sure that they are more knowledgeable about the basic things. And so it equates to 8 different departments that are going to participate, or 8 different individuals that are going to participate in this. There'll still be a direct report to the department head or the elected official. However, they will be a dotted line report to the HR department. And so we are calling ourselves the HR Solutions Team. And what that will entail is that they will get some of that basic training that goes along with whether it be benefits, personnel issues, some of the ADA training that we have just been completing that Sandy's been working on hard, that will make sure that they are very knowledgeable in those issues, and when is a point in time that it's beyond the scope of what they should be handling, that they need to then refer and work more closely with us to resolve whatever that issue or question or concern is. So when you look at our organizational chart with that portion of it in, you'll see that the 8 individuals are listed over on the side, and they're a .25 FTE. So that equates to an additional 2 FTE that we have dispersed across the county.
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock.
I think you already know this, Carol. I'm not really sold on the marketing person at this point. I see a lot of people are supporting it, and I can appreciate that. But at this time, I think some of that marketing, some of that plan, you have 17 department heads, and you see some are very successful in recruiting and retention and doing the things they need to do. I don't know if marketing, you can market all the people you want, so can I. I'm not beating up your plan, hopefully, in a bad way. But the other sense for me in owning businesses and being in this politics for a while, it's leadership, and you've seen that through the departments. Some are better leaders than others, and they have to be trained. You can market all you want, and you can put them in their departments, but if they're not, the strategic plan for me is the leadership, and if that's one of the things that we're doing for the future, that's really good. But to hire a market person, I'm not sold on it. So I told you up straight beforehand, I need to look into it a little bit more and work with you on that. That doesn't mean you can't turn me the other way, Carol, but right now I'm just not seeing it. I'm seeing a little bit different that you can work on in order to keep that retention, and leadership is a key word for me.
So, and I do agree with what you're saying as far as leadership. So you will see that that is part of my scope of work in the next 3 to 5 years, starting with next year. And actually, we're beginning that this year. But I would like to continue as far as talking about what the benefits of an HR marketing manager would be and a marketing strategy. As you said, that the department heads do know and understand what the value would be, and absolutely, we do have some departments who have been our front runners leading this effort and showing the value that that brings. Our 911, that Kevin has done an excellent job, and I'd like to show you an excerpt of what it is that they're doing for marketing, as well as the sheriff's office has invested in some marketing strategy. And most recently, we have public information officer that's been approved for the state's attorney's office. So we've got these pockets, and everybody is acting in their silos, but what we're missing is that the rest of the county also has that need. And so if we can work collaboratively together under the umbrella of marketing for Pennington County is what the objective of this is. So it's taking everything that has been learned to this point in time by the sheriff's office and by 911, and it's taking it across the county. And that's what the department heads are very much in support of, as far as saying that they see that need. I'll give you an example that with the public defender's office, that when talking with Eric, what his needs are, he shared with you in his budget meeting presentation that he has an individual that he sends out to the universities to recruit. And so with that, they talk about the position and what the value the position has, but they're not knowledgeable about marketing Pennington County and why do you want to work for Pennington County? What's the employee value proposition as far as, it's a stable work environment, the benefits that we have, the culture that is created within that department, talking about what do they have by moving to this area and spending the time talking through all of that. That's the marketing piece.
So,
That's what's lacking right now in our recruitment and retention.
So,
And
Ms. Carroll, to stop you for a minute, if that's where you're going and we already have two others, maybe we only need one. So we're gonna pay three people doing the same thing for marketing for Pennington County, then maybe we need to visit about public relations and state's attorney and sheriffs, if that's what our strategic plan is. Because that, when you start doing that, you start splitting departments again, whether it looks like it or not, because you have an HR for sheriff, you have an HR for this, then you have this for this department and not this department. So then you're gonna have three public relations, basically.
what the plan is, in talking with the department heads and the elected officials, would be that this individual that would be the marketing manager would work in collaboration with the public information officers from the sheriff's office and from the state's attorney office to make sure that we have a consistent brand and image that we are presenting, and that they would work together to collaborate. What does the message need to be? So what they would be learning from each other and working closely together. So I don't see taking away their need that they have in the sheriff's department for a public information officer or for the state's attorney office. I think those are very valuable resources within their operations. But the marketing manager would have multi-functions, but would be the public information officer for the commissioners, as well as the other departments that are not currently represented. But they would have such a broader scope as far as making sure, like the social media that's being presented to the public, is the social media have a consistent message? Does it have a consistent format that we're getting the followers that we need? Because right now we have, the sheriff's office has a social media page, we have the 911 has a social media page, commissioners have one that is for the county, HR has one, but we don't get the followership from that because you have to like that particular one in order to follow it.
And
So
that's my point, Ms. Carroll. If you had one representing them, sheriff's office, public relations, 911, in any sense of the word, everybody's on the same page, because when it becomes three and becomes individualistic, and then you have one doing the other, we start getting a division instead of a team Pennington County. And again, I'm not against public relations in the sheriff, I'm not against the state's attorney, but, for Pennington County, if that's your goal, and it's a good goal, I truly believe it needs to be represented, but then you have two other entities that are gonna be working with this person. You're paying three people to basically do the same thing for Pennington County, and I guess I've not seen the split. I'm with you on board with the marketing plan and the marketing person, but I don't think if we're gonna do this, we pay three entities to do the same thing, because the sheriff's office can call the marketing plan guy, and the state's attorney can, call this marketing plan guy, and that's their job. That's their job. That's where we're gonna that's gonna be their basic, thing to do for Pennington County, is promote, all the things you said. I think it's a plus, but I think paying three different people to do the same thing, you got the plan down. What you're saying is awesome, but I don't think we should pay three people to do the same thing.
So let me clarify as far as public relations and public information officer, what the scope of what they do is they work directly with media relations when there's a contact about anything that is going on. And, I'll use the state's attorney office, for example, if there's a big case that's being held. That would be the individual who is drafting the message that needs to go out there, making sure that it's appropriate, and then determining, are they the one that is actually presenting it, or is it something that Laura needs to do? So that's what the scope of theirs is. There's more to marketing than just that. There is the management of the social media and the analytics that goes along. that's being handled by somebody else in the departments. That's not the public information officer. Although I think Helene in the state, or in the sheriff's office, does do things where she arranges as far as like, what are they going to have for any marketing, like with the marketing firm
He
and
does what you're
such.
talking about.
She does. And I think that's fine because of the magnitude of what they have going on and the number of employees. But again, it would be working very closely with the marketing manager to make sure that there is a consistent message and that we're learning from each other and we're working more cohesively rather than in a vacuum. So I understand what your concern is, but I do think that the strategy that we have is going to abate that concern.
Well, for me, if you hired someone that could do that, that's two other FTs plus this one, you could hire a pretty strategic person to do those things that you're talking about and pay them well from that. Because when I've seen marketing people or marketing strategies, it's usually the person, and usually they do need help. I'm not saying it could be by one person, but it is Team Pennington County, and if we're trying to do a strategic plan, I keep saying, and I know you're trying to sell me on the one, but for me, it's we're trying to cut down FTs in one sense in that plan, and number two, you can hire a pretty awesome person that could do the sheriff's and the state's attorney and do those things. And I think it's a better strategic plan for the future, because if you're going to add 100 and 150 new employees, if that's the plan for the next 10, 20 years, it's not going to be, it's going to be a strategic plan on everything we do in Pennington County. So I'll keep saying that person can do those. And I've seen them, and I've seen what other companies, bigger companies have done, and they do have that one person doing that kind of stuff. That way they know what's going on in Pennington County throughout the county at all times. And they have to be on call for those people, state's attorney and sheriff's office, to make sure they're getting their things right and promoting Pennington County. So it all, to me, it all comes together as one.
Right, and I don't disagree with you. That marketing person wouldn't be able to manage an organization of our size by themselves, and that's where I do believe there is value in having the public information officer in the state's attorney office and within the sheriff's office, as well as we know recruitment is going to be a big issue for us. And so the broader scope of the plan is that this individual would be the mastermind that would help guide all of those activities, as well as the employee engagement that, we talked about the wellness program that is going on in 911, that this individual would partner closely with the Healthcare Trust Board Wellness Committee to make sure that we have things and activities that our employees are feeling good about and being a part of. It would also be developing our brand and managing that we're being consistent in using our brand. So it's more than just the public information officer piece of it. There's so much more that this individual would be responsible for. And it would be for collaborating between the different departments.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Drews.
Cheryl, I appreciate your forward thinking, and I look forward to further discussions on how we can resolve some of these issues and what we believe we need as far as personnel moving forward in the future. A couple of questions, and maybe only one. So as I looked at the discussion that you've had with some of the departments to provide some time relative to certain issues, personnel relations and employment law and so forth. So one of the things that we do have as a benefit through our liability insurance is the employment law. We do have outside counsel that we can contact. But I don't know who makes that contact. Is that contact made by your office, or is it made by the state's attorney's office? Is it made by individual departments? How is that come about?
It's made either by our office or by the state's attorney's office, depending on what the situation is. The process that we follow is typically we will reach out first to our legal civil defense here and talk with them, and then make a decision, do we need to reach out further to the attorneys that we have in support?
Okay, because that is it's a free service up to a limit,
Mhm.
and I presume that that has been beneficial for the county.
Absolutely. We've used that, I wouldn't say regularly by any means. We don't have that many personnel issues, but we have used it, and it's very, very, very beneficial to us.
Very good, thank you.
So Carol, is there any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek?
So Carol, I think we can all assume that we saw some major increases in assessed value, and I held 2 special meetings. And I said, I can't control the assessed value, but the folks out there at these meetings, they said, you can control the budget. So I just want you to know that I think it's really important that we really look at the budget and be careful this year, because people are watching how the decisions that we make. And although I saw many letters of support, it's something that's got to be able to support itself, or the other departments have got to support it financially. It's at least to get it kickstarted to see if this is really, it's going to be effective.
So that is the commitment that department heads and elected officials have made, is that this position or positions would be allocated and assessed to each of the departments based on their approved FTE. So they have agreed to that. So it's not adding cost, it's coming out of their budgets that would be approved.
Okay.
So Carol, I think I'm going to need just a little bit more time to think about this, but I do see the value in it, and the reason why I've seen in the last 10 years, with these information officers that these departments are putting together, they're needed. I mean, to get the information out. So I think that's their major role, is to respond quickly with accurate information to the public, because it, quite frankly, with the reduction in workforce in the newsrooms, it needs to be accurate information. And so, but with the age of Facebook and the internet and so forth, and getting that message out there, I do believe there is a need for consolidating all that. And the reason why I say that is I'm presently on the commission, another commission that working on a brand, trying to get the message out. And it's difficult when you're trying to assign it to one person and they're doing 10 other things. They can't concentrate on keeping it updated. There's a lot of work and maintenance to it and getting the followers to it. I mean, a lot of us don't think about that, but there's a plan and strategic plan to getting your message out and to the right people as often as, and I've seen it, and we've had this discussion with that other commission. So I do believe it's important. So I think where we're at with this is I think the commission probably needs to have a little more discussion on it, but maybe with the other department heads. I think it's very good. I think it's forward thinking. And I know there's, the way things are, trying to get that information out is tough these days.
So I would like to share with you just a quick video as well as audio to show you what marketing could be for Pennington County. And this is, the audio is a radio ad that the sheriff's department has for correction officers that has proven very successful. And the good thing about this is they get analytics to tell as far as what's the following fellowship from it, what's the outcome as far as the recruitment efforts.
Work hard, play hard. You've heard that term before. With a career at Pennington County Sheriff's Office, that is the philosophy of their agency. The Black Hills provides a natural playground for abundant outdoor activities that you can enjoy after working your 4-day work week while earning up to $60,000 annually with no degree or experience needed. The work ethic instilled in the ranching lifestyle has prepared you for a career in law enforcement and corrections, and they want to hire you. Go to blackhillsjailjobs.com to apply. Pennington County Sheriff's Office, where you can work hard and play hard.
So this particular radio ad was targeted towards young adults who are working in the ranching and farming industry and would have a career opportunity for being able to start as a corrections officer and work their way up. And it really focuses on what are the benefits, what's the employee value proposition for joining Pennington County. And if you listen carefully to that, it talks about $60,000 that you don't have to spend money to go to school and invest in your education, that you can learn on the job. And so the response rate to this has been tremendous. And if you want more information from Brian, I'd be happy to get that for you as far as what they've seen that marketing strategy did for them. The next one that I want to share with you is from Kevin with 911, and he talked about in his presentation that he had hired a marketing firm that had done this for him and helped them to rethink as far as how did they actually position their advertising for positions, because right now it's amazing that we get the applicants that we do in today's labor market, because there's a posting that's out there on the internet. It talks about as far as what the position entails, gives the benefits, gives the pay rate, has nothing that says, you come to me because we're a great place to be. So what is really good about this that Kevin has shared that they have seen as a result, not only have they been able to get good recruits from it, but it also has been a lift from the employee standpoint, because they got to be the ones that were actually promoting it and saying, come and join our team. And so the employee engagement and feeling of pride about who they are and what they're doing. And I appreciate that Commissioner Hadcock had drawn out as far as the culture that they have within it. These are the things that can drive that culture. This is what can get that employee engagement.
I know a lot of people, they may wake up in the morning and say, is what I'm doing today changing the world? Is what I'm doing today going to matter? Am I doing something that's important? And every day when you come to work as a dispatcher, the answer to those questions is yes. The job on day one can admittedly be scary or overwhelming. There's a lot that goes on here, and when you look at it, you're like, how can I ever accomplish that? But the training program is set up that you go through step by step, and you're given immense amounts of support, not just from your trainer, but also from others in the room. And the supervisors here are all very good as well. Dispatch ends up being a family setting because you're working in close proximity. There's only several feet between you and the person next to you. So you really get to connect with your coworkers on a deeper level, which I think is very important in knowing that you can trust your partner to have your back when you need help, or if things start to go a little bit crazy and you just know you have that support system there. Whether your caller is somebody in personal distress, like a suicidal caller, or somebody who's maybe just lost a loved one or had some other serious issue happen, when you can be there to support them and to walk them through that to a place where they feel better at the end of the phone conversation. I find that to be exciting. There's also excitement in the pursuits and high energy calls where it comes out great, your officers are safe, the subjects they were working with are safe, and the criminals can be taken off the street, the victims can feel an extra sense of protection, and everybody gets to go home to their families at night. You're changing someone's world. You're helping someone through a bad day. You're making a difference. There's no doubt in your mind. You are making a difference. And so if you're looking for a career that's rewarding, that you can be assured that you're doing something good, being a dispatcher is absolutely that job.
The value of that type of marketing is that it's authentic. I don't know about you, but when I watch Natalie, that draws emotion from me about the value of working in that position. That is so much more meaningful and sends the right message as opposed to seeing out on the internet on places like Indeed that we're hiring for 911 dispatcher. And so that, in my opinion, is the value of having a marketing master plan strategy for Pennington County. That's what it's all about.
Ms. Carroll.
Ms. Hadcock.
Thank you. Sorry. So that kind of puts my point across. They did 911, highways done one. Let's see, sheriff's office has one. That person can do all of them. Like I keep saying, public relations, that's basically public relations as well. The same thing they're putting out for, you just showed. And saw it, sheriff's office and everybody else. Like I said, maybe the big thing is maybe to take Colleen and make her the marketing plan person, and then the second in the state's attorney that they wanted to hire. And it makes sense to me, like I said, what you're doing. I just don't see it three different areas. I think it should be as one. And I'll keep saying, when you do it as team, it works a lot better. You don't have individualistic, and then later on, we figure out that marketing person is contradicting some of the stuff, and that's what I always hear. I've been here long enough. The person that's doing public relations for this part and this part, it just works better as a team. So again, I'm not against what you're thinking. I'm just thinking that we didn't need three FTEs at this time to do it. So.
Is there any other commissioners that have a question? What I'd like to do, commissioners, is that in the afternoon, I'd probably like to give Cindy direction as far as how to do the provisional with the new hires. So I would probably like this afternoon to go through the new employee requests to give her an idea of what for the provisional that's going to be coming up in the second meeting in July. So gather as much information as you can. That's not saying that's the set thing, but I'd like to go through the list and give direction. So that way, every commissioner has their input at that point to give Cindy and all of them the direction.
Mr. Chair.
That's my plan. So if department heads are watching this, that's a heads up. Mr. Ross.
So, Carol, I probably got it somewhere. What was the cost of that full-time employee?
So the cost of the marketing manager, and this is fully loaded with all the benefits, would be $95,998.
So what would help me make a decision would be if you could sit there in black and white and actually put some numbers together. So you're saying if you spend $95,980, you're going to get $100,000 back, at least a positive return. But I want to see some actual numbers how that's going to work. That would kind of make me feel a little more confident and go in that particular direction. And I think we're going to ask other departments the same thing. If you want to spend this, or we're going to spend this, show me my return that it's going to benefit the taxpayers of Pennington County.
Okay.
And I think one of the other things I think we didn't really discuss on, you were talking about with this position, each department would allocate so much from their budget to help support it because of the return that they're expecting back for that. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. That we didn't really stress on too much, but I mean, and that's for both positions or one?
That, both positions would be 161,973, and the calculation of the assessment to the departments on that would be per FTE that they have approved, it would be approximately $187 annually.
That would come out of their budget for it.
Right.
Okay. Is there any further questions from the commission?
So I would like to share with you, if there are no other questions on the marketing as far as what our short-term and long-term goals are, that the top 5 priorities for HR in the short-term and long-term are that we must manage our investment in our employees. And so we want to cultivate a positive culture and employee experience and transform HR to be more automated and digital. And all the while, new employee expectations are impacting our retention attraction. So our first priority is leader and manager effectiveness, to make sure that we are empowering them and supporting them and being able to create the right cultures for retention. And then priority number 2 is the organizational design and change management. And number 3 is the employee's experience. And then 4 is recruiting, and 5 is the future of work. So those are not necessarily in that particular order, but those are the 5 things that we will be working on from HR perspective.
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock?
Ms. Carroll, you've been, now I'm going to say some nice. And the other wasn't not trying to be, not nice, but just, for me, just watching the process on some of the stuff. You've been a plus, and your team has been a plus to our community at Pennington County here. You've done major changes through compensation, trust board, and other things for us. Thank you for everything you have done for us, because before, it needed to be more transparent. It needed to be for the employees a little bit more transparent, and bottom line, you've taken care of the employees well by what your team has done through research and changes. Have a lot of really good positive input since you've been here, and your team has come together. So on that being said, and I mean that because I work with you a lot on compensation, and I've learned more in the last year from compensation and those changes that you've made with our team on the compensation committee than we've made the whole time I've been here, the other 8 years. So plus to you, Ms. Carroll.
Well, thank you very much. And I'll just add that I do not oppose having these types of conversations that we've had, that I think any time that you are looking at a strategic move that is disrupting how we've done business in the past is not always a pain. I mean, it can be a painful process, but I think working together and talking it through to make sure we get to the right solution is what I'm all about. So I appreciate it.
I agree, and I totally believe that in you, Carol, because you always have. Even when we disagree, we end up finding some type of solution in it, so thank you.
Okay. Well, my final comment is I really thank your team. I mean, that strategic plan and what you guys come up with, and the mission statement and the vision statement, I think is something that you shared with us that helps us. And I think it's very enlightening and powerful for our employees. Thank you, guys.
So are we ready to talk about the healthcare trust board budget?
Sure.
So probably the biggest thing to talk about is the personnel services, that you'll see the stop loss fees are going to increase by 119,848, which is an increase of 9.61%. I'm sorry, I should probably tell you, the Healthcare Trust Board, it's 603, so the self-insurance plan, 168.
You lost me. You're the second, is it the? Oh, separate tab, okay, that helps. Okay, there we go. Now I'm on the same page.
Are we ready?
Yep,
Okay. So the stop loss fees will increase by 119,848. And then the Delta Dental premiums, that's a 7% increase, and that will be 64,100. As far as the vision premiums increase is 7,900, and that's a 4% increase. And both the Delta Dental premiums and the vision premiums are offset by the revenues. Some other current expenditures, that the admin fees are down slightly by 0.09%, and that's based on member numbers at $55. The claims paid is estimated at the 3-year average of 7 million, and that's for an increase of 495,600, or a 7% increase as well. And I should put a disclaimer in here. Cindy worked very closely to put this budget together, and I'm learning at this point in time. So it was my first go around. So Cindy, thank you very much. So the next thing that I wanted to talk about is the premium increase that we will be experiencing. And so this is in the revenues tab, that you'll be looking at that. That I want to remind everyone why we're having an increase in the premiums, that in July we did a 3% increase, and we're projecting to have another 3% increase in January. And that's a direct reflection that there was a number of years where there was not a premium increase. So it's trying to make up ground to keep the program solvent. And I think part of that, our communications subcommittee within the Healthcare Trust Board, that they did an excellent job of communicating when we did the July increase on why it needed to be done. And even though it wasn't without pain for our employees, they accepted it and understood it because of the great job that they did. And so as far as January, that'll be the same strategy, is to be transparent and communicate with our employees again as to why we're making that increase. And again, it's a necessary evil that we have to do in order to keep the program solvent. And it's stair-stepping it in that direction.
Carol, how do you communicate this to the employees? Do you set up special meetings and invite them down to discuss a little? I think you've had a few of those, but.
You know, at this point in time, we relied very heavily on the communications subcommittee, that they put together an email that went out to all of the employees. And so it walked them through as far as, here's what the plan is, and they explained what a self-funded plan, what that really means, so to educate them, and then showed as far as how much the county is paying towards their premiums, that on an average, it's about 80% of the premium cost comes from the county and 20% or less comes from the employee. And it broke it down to help them understand what the different plans were also, so that if they wanted to change a plan during open enrollment, because this looked like that was going to be more beneficial for them. So it had a lot of that great information, but it was targeted towards what was meaningful to the employees. And like I said, it was very powerful.
Well, I appreciate that, because quite often people don't, when they look at their benefits, they don't realize the cost and how much the county or any other business is paying for it.
Right.
That part, and so that helps, that education piece helps. considered.
That, and then I also was having meetings with employees at that point in time, so I was able to touch over 400 employees in face-to-face small group meetings, and that wasn't the purpose of it, but it was certainly a topic that came up to help them understand
Yeah.
what our program was.
Just a question you probably have on hand. What would be the average additional amount paid for benefits if you added it onto their wages?
You've caught me off guard on that one.
I try to pass that on to people. It's usually $3, $4 additional on top of your pay is what it come out to, if I remember right. Sometimes it's higher.
Right, depending on the plan, if it's employee only or employee plus one
Yeah.
or family plan is where it came out to. But I think the most significant, and Cindy, I don't know if you can help me with it, was about $17. You don't have that either. I can certainly get that information for you.
That'd be helpful. I mean, because it really is on top of your wages,
Mhm.
so.
Chairman.
To that point, that we did also help them understand, because at that same point in time is when we were talking about what the increase was going to be in wages for 2024. And when you use percentages, that they instantly start thinking, well, you're going to raise my insurance by 3%, but you're only going to give me a 4% wage increase. Those are not apples to apples. And so we helped educate them as far as this is the dollar amount that you can experience. And that made a huge difference as
Big
well.
help there, too, yeah. Ms. Hadcock?
Carol just hit on what I was going to
Okay.
say, because a lot of people are like, well, if I get a 4% raise, then I get a 3% taken because of healthcare trust. Holy cow, you gave me a 1% raise. So then I saw the email. So it explained what you were talking about. And I think then too, the department heads, the 17 department heads could also explain it to their employees that way. Because that's the first thing I kept hearing from people at first. And then when you sent that out, it was like, okay. So kudos to you. And again, like I said, a huge difference on explanation and then breaking it down. I call it 101 learning.
Mhm.
So,
And again, I have to really compliment our communications subcommittee on the Healthcare Trust Board, that they are doing a magnificent job.
and they are, because again, I understood it, and it takes me, as you noticed, a little bit to see some of this stuff and then go, okay, and then if anybody ever called me, then I can explain it back to them as well. So that means you broke it down good enough where, even if we're not on Healthcare Trust Board and we're not looking at all those different things, that we can explain it to the employees or people that call us. So,
Right.
thank you.
So the interest income would be the next item to look at on the revenue tab, and that's $7,000 increase, and that's a direct reflection of what's going on in the market with interest rates. And then the stop loss refund increase, that's estimated that we'll have a refund of $356,000, or a 35% increase.
Any further questions for Carol on that?
So being none, that the insurance, which is 101, 113, that I'll brief you on that as well.
What is auditor bonds? Everybody else find that but me?
So you gotta go back to the human resources tab,
What are we looking for?
Health and Human Resources.
104, before the
You
health
have to go
trust.
back to that
There
tab
we
for the
go.
insurance.
The human resources one, right?
Okay, sorry, 113.
Okay. Are we ready? So you'll see that there is a significant increase of the current expenditures at 793,085. And so what is within that is the deductibles are static at 25,000, but there is a 10% increase in the liability, and this came directly from our providers. And so that's 327,497. And then the property does include the two towers that were not previously covered. And so that's an incremental 15% plus the two towers are in that, and that's 440,588. So if you add those three numbers up together, that's what comes up with the 793 that you're seeing in the budget.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
so you said our towers weren't covered before?
There's two new towers, so that's an incremental cost.
Previous ones were.
Okay, I'm tracking now. I was like, wait a minute, we had towers that weren't, okay, the new ones.
Okay. Any further comments? Looks like we're good on that, Carol.
Well, again, I would really like to thank each and every one of you for the support that you have given and for the support not only for human resources, but all of our employees. So
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Drone's here.
Oh, there we go. I think what we'll do is we'll do fire administration, and then I'd like to take a short break.
Because Guffey's gonna be here a while with all that money we're spending.
I was gonna say, I bet you Guffey's is pretty quick.
That's what I said.
Well, we could probably do Guffey and then take a break afterwards, but we'll
Yeah, I was
see,
gonna say, you could probably do his.
since he's here. Let me,
Gotta go kill some weeds. I know you do.
Especially after the rain, they're all growing again.
I
They're not
drove
gonna stop
Sheridan
this
Lake
year.
Road last night, and those yellow weeds are overgrown the road.
Everything's growing like we put some fertilizer on everything in Black Hills
get
right
out the
now.
hay.
Your work is, you'll be busy this year, Guffey. Self-fertilizing.
Welcome, Jerome.
Good morning, Chairman, distinguished members of the commission, Jerome Harvey, Fire Administrator for Pennington County, South Dakota. And thank you for having us in, and appreciate you adjusting your schedule for us this morning. With us today is our Chairman and Vice Chairman, Chief Dustman from the Owner Volunteer Fire Department, and Chief Maude from the Scenic Volunteer Fire Department. Also members of our Budget Committee that has put in literally thousands of man hours over the past 2 years, squaring up and getting our budget in shape. I'd like to start out, if I could, take just a minute here and make a note about what Joel Stein said about firefighters. And Joel Stein is a pretty distinguished American journalist. He wrote for the Los Angeles Times, Time Magazine, New Republic, Atlantic, The Nation, and other major national and international publications. And he made the following comments about firefighters, and I'll quote him, is firefighter is one of the few jobs or vocations kind enough to warn me away by containing two words I'm not interested in, fire and fighter, unlike the deceptive description of a bookkeeper. 2023 is, we're recognizing our 50th anniversary of the formation by the Board of Commissioners of the County Fire Office and of the Fire Service Board itself. And I'd like to present to you and have our fiscal year 2024 budget request on behalf of the Pennington County Fire Service Board. We're pleased to submit this budget for your review, and again, any questions or comments, and we always appreciate your ongoing support. To support county's core missions of administration, operations, and advocacy,
The Fire Service Board is proposing a projected budget for 2024 of $439,300. We would kindly ask for the continued support of the commission for this amount, so we can continue to be the foundation for 20 fire departments, 18 of which are volunteer-based, covering over 3,000 square miles of Pennington County. The Board of Commission, through the Fire Service Board and the County Fire Office, is currently supporting over 500 volunteer firefighters and over 225 career and part-time firefighters. Yes, county fire is not mandated, but statutorily, we are authorized $220,000 from the general fund to support the fire administration program. County fire itself as an entity may not be mandated by South Dakota statutes. However, Pennington County Fire Administration and the County Fire Office provides management, direction, and leadership to state-mandated functions of county government. And for an example is workers' compensation. County Fire also supports the Pennington County Search and Rescue, various ambulance services, and law enforcement agencies with our paging and communications network, technical assistance, and operational assistance as needed. Just a brief historical perspective, County Fire was established by the Board of Commissioners following the devastation of the floods in 1972. The Board of Commissioners created the Fire Service Board and the County Fire Office to provide a structured foundation for allocation of public funds, supports firefighting capabilities to county taxpayers. The Fire Service Board maintains representation from all county fire departments through a successful user board approach. They support and coordinate fire-related public safety efforts of our volunteer fire department system that was established in the 1950s and 60s. Today, the system that the Board of Commissioners set in motion 50 years ago has yielded an extraordinary public-private collaboration that has both efficient 911 emergency response capabilities, provides a very cost-effective solution for taxpayers. The combined efforts of you, the Board of Commissioners, County Fire Office, and our fire department and VFD system provide the following for taxpayers in Pennington County. Organizational structure to include address mutual aid agreements, strategic planning, training, financial assistance, public information, fireworks, safety prevention, planning, and zoning-related code reviews, and other critical support functions that we all share. The goal of the Fire Service Board is to help provide essential firefighting and emergency response services to residents and visitors in Pennington County. The Board of Commission, through the County Fire Office, continues to provide effective, efficient, and economic backing for this emergency response system in place today. None of this, and I'll stress this again to you, that none of this is possible without the support and partnership of the Pennington County Board of Commissioners. And we've been approached by Minnehaha County. We've had some meetings with them. They're overhauling how their system is set up. They want to mimic what we're doing here. And continuously, we see the counties that surround us struggling because the county commission is not involved. And the reason we're successful here and we're able to have a home base for our fire departments, and I cannot stress this enough to you, is the fact that the county commission stays engaged with our fire departments. And that's huge. You realize the values that could be lost with that, without doing that. Personal services under 410, fire administration currently has 2 employees, both the fire administrator and our office or fire coordinator. Total cost for personal services, which is 56.8% of our projected 2024 budget ask, is $249,500. This amount also includes both our fire administration employees' salaries and workers' compensation coverage for volunteer fire departments. Until 2023, County Fire only had 1 full-time employee. The Fire Service Board would like to again thank the County Commission for supporting the additional full-time employee and recognize the need to regrade this position. We've been able to complete, for example, needed upgrades to our website. We're working on our best operating practices that affect our fire departments countywide. And we have also completed the first ever in the 5-state region, a reference and how-to manual. And we can't do that without your support and putting that other person in the office with us. It's been huge. During the 2020 budget cycle, a portion of the general fund was allocated to support the volunteer firefighters' workers' compensation insurance costs. Again, this is a state mandated function of the county commission. It's expense required by the state statute. The Fire Service Board and the Budget Committee recommends and proposes continuing to do that as legally authorized in the general fund and the state statutes. Over 500 volunteer firefighters from 18 different departments are covered by our workers' compensation policy. This is the largest single pool of firefighters in South Dakota.
Additionally, the program of policy covers 11 career and part-time personnel from 4 of our fire departments, along with 13 full and part-time personnel at the Hill City Ambulance District. This successfully lowers the final cost to our taxpayers, providing state statute mandated workers' compensation coverage. The cost of this is offset to these career and part-time personnel through a billing system of the participating departments. Workers' compensation is 11% of the county fire budget, and the cost of approximately $53,000, with $20,000 coming from the general fund assigned by the commission to support volunteer firefighters policies. South Dakota state mandated workers' compensation helps to cover medical expenses of injured and hurt firefighters and medical personnel, along with supporting our volunteers with access to some mental health assistance as needed. Under 420, our operation and current expenditures, the bulk of our remaining 2024 projected budget ask fall within our operations and expenditures at $174,000, approximately 40% of our remaining budget. I'd just like to address some of the larger amounts outlined in the 420 expenditures. We are asking additional funds under our fire service line item, increasing the budget request by approximately $40,000 or 10% of our overall budget ask to support emergency fire cost. Continually are running into a problem, specifically in the past 2 years, under county jurisdiction. We had the Duhamel Flats fire and the Hawk Draw fires, both within county jurisdiction. This has created quite a burden on us and has impacted our reserve fund. We don't have the exact numbers, but we're anticipating over $70,000 or more this year alone for billings charged by the South Dakota Department of Public Safety for the Duhamel Flats incident. Duhamel Flats fire had the significant potential to be a major agricultural disaster, using the state mandated statutory authority granted to us by the Board of Commissioners, aided by the use of aircraft and specialized firefighting hand crews. Your firefighters held this fire in extreme drought stress conditions to 1,200 acres. And I would ask our chairman and vice chairman if they agree or disagree on that as far as the Duhamel Flats incident. So we've had to essentially kick back some of our reserve asks and reserve some of our funding in our reserve to see what's going to happen with the Duhamel Flats incident with the state. This would be beneficial to add this to our budget, allow immediate use of resources not in our normal suppression inventory. I've asked that through resolution, and in addition to not depleting our reserve funds that are outlined in our 9-year plan. Due to the ongoing never-ending inflation, we're incurring additional charges for utilities, fuel, and basic services. Therefore, we need to increase these amounts within our budget to cover these additional expenses as well. $15,000 or 3% of our ask. Budget request supports 6 volunteer fire departments each year on a 3-year rotational basis via a 3-year grant agreement. And that is used for personal protective equipment. It's going to be used for basic operating expenses. It's the only thing that we really grant funding back into the departments to help them, and it is critical. You guys any comments on that, the grant funding? Yeah, it's very critical to the departments. $10,000 or 2.3% of our budget request is for Class A foam. Class A foam is a securing agent. We do keep a supply on hand. We do use it throughout the year beyond what is normally carried on our fire engines, actually disperse the cash throughout the county. It is a securing agent. It does allow us to get our volunteers off the fire and back to their regular activities sooner. The biggest thing I want to note about Class A foam, it is not the Class B foam that is potentially tied to water supply contamination and cancer-causing agents. There's no record of Pennington County ever participating in purchasing any Class B foam. $10,000 of our budget request to support a Central Score text paging system. This service covers all the Pennington County-based ambulance services, sheriff's office, police departments, search and rescue, emergency management, water rescue, dive teams, and other specialty teams, along with our fire departments. And we will be suffering a 5% increase in their invoicing for 2024. Capital assets under 430. We are working on the Northeast Communications Project. Part of that funding that you've allotted will go towards Sage Creek. We are looking at some issues with that down the road. We're in Badlands soil type, and that does affect the tower. We're working on easement issues from some legacy issues, and we anticipate spending approximately $15,000 to $20,000 on that next year. Also, in our capital improvements, that allows us to deal with, like we're dealing with now, with the lightning that plays havoc with our radio equipment. You asked us to submit some challenges, and looking into our crystal ball, this is always an interesting take on things. But we do see some challenges for 2024 and into the future. Continued population increases and unchecked growth in the county does create response infrastructure, planning, and zoning issues. Stabilizing our initial basic firefighter training program. Past couple of years, we've been experimenting with different delivery models, trying to match the way people learn today, way that people's schedules are, and et cetera. And we're working real hard to stabilize that basic firefighter training program. One of the things that Fire Administration sees is the ambulance services in our 4 districts within the county and unincorporated areas of Pennington County. We've talked about that within the last month with the commission, and that issue is not going to go away. Continued advocacy for mental health issues affecting your fire and rescue service, replacement of aging county fire infrastructure, continued issues and building on the communications coverage for the east and northeast areas of the county. We're working on the project at Creighton and Sage Creek, and hopefully we'll have some progress towards the end of the year on that. Identifying up-and-coming fire service leadership, as well as ensuring they have access to appropriate guidance and mentoring. It's important for us not to eat our young, make sure that our young people that are coming up have the guidance and mentoring that they need. And one of the things that's very important, you've heard me talk about this before, is securing of institutional knowledge countywide. And we're doing that. One of the major steps we've been doing that is with our reference manual. Polling our fire departments, they gave us some other ideas and things to think about that we'd like to talk about. Recruitment, retention, and agency culture with our individual fire departments. Issues affecting our volunteers leading to staffing and response issues. Something that's very critical is the lack of affordable, safe, and reasonable housing combined with low-wage jobs and our dead-end career tracks affecting the ability of our volunteers to achieve a suitable work-life balance while volunteering their time and talents as citizen firefighters. It's a huge issue that we're dealing with, and I don't have the answer for that. Stable and willing workforce pool for our career departments, aging of our current volunteer force countywide, our 4 fire stations builds that are going on in Quinn, Scenic, Silver City, and Wasta. Chief Maud can address this a little bit for spring and summer weather not helping the ability to get up and going. You want to say anything on that, Chief?
Charles Maud, Scenic, also the Vice President of the Fire Service Board. Jerome just asked me to kind of bring you up to date on how the buildings are going out there in the countryside. And it looks to me like we're on the costs of building the buildings and things of that nature is going down. So that's probably what I think that's what a lot of departments are waiting for, is just how far will they go down before we can actually pull the trigger to build these buildings. There's been a lot of land acquisitions went on, all the paperwork, things like that have been preceding this building phase of it have been done. And like for us at Scenic, we're hauling gravel, we're doing water work, things of that nature, things that we can do in department. And I'm sure there's several others, departments doing the same. But I think a big holdup right now is just moisture. We are working in the ag community, and we're faced with one of the busiest times of year right now with the hay to put up and the harvest to bring in. And so I'm guessing you won't see a lot of real activity go on until fall. I know there's a couple departments very seriously talking to contractors about starting later in the fall and into winter. So we're making progress. It's just one of them deals that takes time. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Some of the challenges our volunteer fire departments are facing: inflation costs adding to out-of-control price increases, fuel supplies, firefighting, communications equipment, et cetera. This puts an incredible amount of pressure on our department's limited funding options. And of course, living in western South Dakota, if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes, it will change. Ongoing unknown drought and weather cycles. Some of our governmental challenges is the mill equivalency level set by the state legislature under Governor Janklow, hindering the ability of not only the county, but rural fire and ambulance task districts to obtain needed increases in funding. Fire and ambulance task districts struggling to meet and understand their responsibilities according to state statutes, with limited to zero support from the state of South Dakota.
and our ongoing need to continue to educate the public, our politicians and senior leadership and peer and state government that fire and rescue is in fact critical infrastructure. And that's one thing I appreciate about this commission is the fact that you do understand that fire and rescue issues are in fact critical infrastructure. We do have, we took a 9-year plan and parted down to have the 3 to 5 year plan. We were concerned about a reserve with the need and the potential to do Hamel Flats fire. We've actually kicked a lot of this back, so we don't have any surprises depending on the costs that have come out of the Duhamel Flats fire back to the state of South Dakota. So we have modified that and adjusted that so you have a 5-year plan. I can go through that with you if you need to. Questions or comments or anything I can answer for the commission at this time?
Commissioners. is there
Mr.
any
Chair.
question? Mr. Roskindale.
I'm kind of at a loss on the Duhamel Flats and the Hawk Draw and that 70,000 in the budget. Could you, a little more clarity on that?
Yeah, anytime that we have a need for resources like aircraft, firefighting equipped dozers, specialized hand crews, for example, we are allowed by the county commission to act on the behalf. That's the resolution he did here 2 months ago. And we're able to, in county jurisdictional areas, request help above what the state statute allows to bring in that specialized equipment. And the Duhamel Flats fire was along the Cheyenne River breaks. The fire got into the river breaks and was spreading, and we were able to bring in aircraft. We're responsible for that. And our guys fight fires off of the trucks, off of the engines. That's our specialty, especially in the area. And we were able to use a local dozer in that particular fire that was equipped. The county highway department supported us, but we had to bring in some specialized hand crews to help us improve our containment lines and mop the fire up. And that's where those costs are coming from.
Okay. And the only other one was 411 salaries and wages, $20,000. Just a little more clarity on that.
The $20,000 is money that would come out from the general fund for workers' compensation.
Okay.
We buy 450 slots on workers' compensation every year. And sometimes we're a little bit higher than that, a little bit lower than that, depending on where we're at. But it's been right around $20,000 for that.
And is that for the other volunteer fire departments then?
That's correct. Yeah, that's mandated by the state for us to provide workers' compensation for them.
Okay, that answers my questions. The only other question I have while you're up there is, can you give us an update on the 4 fire departments that we contributed $500,000 to, this Silver City and the other ones?
Yeah, Chief Ma just discussed that a little bit.
You can do it later. It don't have to be right now.
All right. Well, we can. A lot of like we were just talking about, a lot of the holdup right now is just on the weather and watching the cost, and we're talking this fall, hopefully being able to get things going. The plan for Silver City, I have a very good plan. Chief Maude has a good plan for his building in Quinn. We are got a little bit of a struggle still going on in Wasta, but we'll get you guys a written update here in the next month or so.
Okay.
And we're seeing some materials going down finally.
Yeah.
Ms. Hackett.
So if you see the 50,000 increase, I told them to do that because what's happening is you're taking those reserves, and if you look at page 6 of 16 on their fire service board packet, there's 309,000 just for some of the basics. We're talking paging, convention voice. They're not even basics. They're things that their departments a lot of times cannot afford based on, you already know how much they get from fire. So if you need 309,000, but you keep using the reserves and we keep having to pay and take down the reserves, what's the point of having reserves? Because you got to use it for the Duhamel Flats and other fires. So for me, I understood now why Denny had so much reserves back in the day, and we ended up depleting those as a commission back then, thinking that they had too much reserves. Well, you can see from one fire or 2 fires, 70,000 doesn't go very far. So that's why I said they need to build up a fund that's more of an emergency fund and not use their reserves that is for capital costs or other things, because in the long run, they're not gonna have anything, and we're gonna pay as a commission for that 70,000. I mean, that's statutorily, if I'm correct, we have to pay that, right, Jerome, or otherwise
If
we'll
it's,
just,
yeah, if it's under the statute of the fires in county jurisdiction, nobody else can pay for it. I mean, we're already dumping up, the chili feeds and pancake feeds and other funding mechanisms are not going to pay for a $200,000 incident. It's never going to happen.
well, and that's my point, is that's why you probably had some of those buildups and reserves and instead of us just going, okay, we'll just use the reserves this time, we'll use the reserves this time. It can't happen. It needs to go under the fire service, so we're building up some extra, fire money, basically, and planning ahead, and using the capital funds through reserves for other needs. And yes, they do have fire districts and fire, plans, but if you look at the increase this year, CPI and growth, they gave them 12,889, I have to look, about $13,000. I mean, and again, look at, and I tell people, these guys are volunteering. Ask Charles, he just told you, they're trying to do their farming and ranching while they're also fighting fires. So for me, take care of their capital costs to a certain extent, make sure the other departments individually are trying to cover that actually have that fire districts, but also cover the major funds that are coming out of the county before we get hit later, and then you just drain them all anyway. So what they're trying to do through their services and fees, and it'd be fees for those extra fires like the hawk jaws and the 25,000 and the 20,000 that we've been hit with, it makes it so it's prepared ahead, basically having it in their funding, because that money's not coming out of the district money. It's coming out of Jerome's either reserves or his budget, so.
Mr. Chair,
I got one question since you brought that. Sorry.
I have a question.
I'll let you go first. Go.
My only question was, what was the reserves at before we determined as a commission to start depleting that? What was the reserve at? What would be a good number is really kind of what I would like to know.
When I started, we were around 30,000. We were less than 30,000. And are just laying out what we were looking at over the 9 years, that we know stuff that needs to be replaced. We were well over $1 million. And when we first brought that to you, it's irresponsible for us to come back to the commission 9 years from now and say, surprise.
Well, Jerome, what he's saying is, if I'm
I'm
sorry.
correct.
Laster has the floor.
Well, what I'm saying is, what he's asking, Jerome, is that, what was it before you came on?
It was, I know that the reserve, I've seen the numbers, some of the numbers I've seen was around 500,000. And that was used up pretty quickly, and we can go through that fast.
Right. I mean, I know the cost of fire, so I just kind of wanted to get an idea of where we were and then what we would dwindle down, and then now we're having to eat it whenever we have a big fire and it's not even allocated, and then we've got to figure out where we're going to get it from later on. So we may want to start looking at how we can rebuild that reserve to a point so that it's not impacting our bottom line of our budget down the road.
And the thing to remember of those numbers, that's when fuel, gas and diesel was under $2 a gallon.
Okay, thank you, Jerome.
So,
Thank you, Chair.
thank you, because that was kind of the question I was going from, but I didn't realize it was 500,000. I know that the discussion was it was depleted down because it'd been there for so long, we probably didn't have no big fires. And what a lot of people don't realize is that the aircraft, just as you explained, there's costs that have to be paid. But my question would be to the board and to you is, what number would be a comfortable number to work towards for that reserve, to where, we're not down to $70,000 and we get a bill for 120. You know what I'm saying? Should the reserve be that 5, or is it $1 million like you said? Is that something we should work towards?
I think clearly our reserve needs to be a minimum of $500,000.
Yeah.
And then the rest of these projects, as we lay them out, as they time out, we can use that money for that, and what Commissioner Hadcock has proposed is more of a kind of rotational thing, and then we can absorb some of those costs up front instead of just dumping on everybody else. I think we'd be in a much better shape than we are now.
Okay. That was my question. Any further questions for Jerome?
No, thank you.
If I may, Mr.
You bet.
Chairman, if I'd just like to close with a couple of comments from South Dakota State University. It's probably some of the gutsiest stuff that I've seen written about wildland fires, and it really affects wildland fires, structural fires, and it affects our economy and stuff. And it's was based on some fires in 2001, and they put out a report, and I have some excerpts from it, and I don't mean to read these to you, but I don't want to mess these up here. This is, however, unplanned fire events such as wildland fires can have a tremendous negative impacts that include, but are not limited to, loss of life, loss or damage to property, equipment, supplies, financial loss, social strife, and potentially lasting negative impacts, and depending on cover and soil type, severe ecological impacts. These impacts can be mitigated by climate conditions that either preclude or follow unplanned fire events. Precipitation, drought, and wind erosion are ongoing concerns, and being concerned of any unplanned fire event. I know you guys looked at some slides here a week or so ago on some stuff along Sage Creek. Conversely, wildland fires and unplanned fires are not subject to objectives and simply burn when an ignition source combines with conditions that are volatile enough to support rapid fire spread. Dry and available fuels, high winds, low relative humidities, etc. I'll stop for there just for a second, and I'm pick on our Sheriff Brian Mueller, a great supporter of the fire service, and we appreciate his support. But he always make comment, it's really green, grass is growing, our producers are doing well, and we're glad to see this. I'm very thankful for that. But at some point in time, that's going to reverse, and things will dry out again, and we'll be burning in our wildland environment, and that will happen. Wildland fires are not planned fires, and the impacts and effects should not be compared in most cases. In some instances, wildfires may result in some positive ecological effects. But even if ecological impacts are positive, the unfortunate reality is that the long-term social economic impacts of fires can be detrimental and often outweigh any short-term positive ecological benefits. And the bottom line in the report, and this, I've been doing this a few years, and I appreciate this comment. It's not, to me, this comment is not just about wildland fires and grass fires. It's about the fires and incidents that your fire service deals with on a daily basis. But today's grassland landscape is much more ecologically, socially, and economically complex.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Jerome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you guys for the presentation today. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and offer a motion to take a 5-minute break.
Second. Second.
Moved and seconded to take a 5-minute break. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, folks, we're going to come back into session from a break, and next on our agenda is Commission Office, Holly Hennies.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hennies, Commission Manager. Commission Office budget requests this year. I will start with our personnel section, and I want to take just a moment and brag on our 2 staff members. I'm happy to report we're fully staffed, and Joan and Geraldine are 2 amazing and dedicated team members, and I very, very much appreciate them. They are on top of everything. So with that, the 2024 wages reflect a 4% increase in the Board of Commissioners wages. The 2023 4% granted, and the 2024 4% granted. Change in health insurance, so we are closer to actual now as well. Any questions on that section?
Any questions from the commission? Looks good. Holly?
Okay, going into our other expenditures, I'm going to come back to the service and fees line item because that is our largest request. Publishing, we had just a slight uptick. The change that we made in 2021 in no longer publishing the conditions that are approved with the planning items did definitely save us several $1,000s. However, as like anything, we've increased in growth and had more in publishing, and therefore you'll see the reflection in there's that slight uptick in what our publishing fees are. We do pay for most everything in the county for legal publications, so everything from minutes to all the notices for bids that go out, equipment, things like that, the commission office budget pays for. The leasing and rentals is just an adjustment to put that expense into the appropriate line item for our copier rental and our postage machine rental. Travel has a slight uptick, and that is due to the requirements that'll be put in place for if we're granted the hosting for the WIR. The contract will require attendance at the 3 conferences prior to that to represent and promote Rapid City as being that host. So just a slight uptick in that.
Now, that's been awarded to us, is it not, Holly?
Yes.
It has, but we have not gotten the official paperwork yet,
Okay.
the contract.
So, and that's for 2025?
2025 in May, yes. Okay, so with that, I'm going to jump back up to our services and fees line item. You can see that that has the largest increase in it. That is partially due to the new Granicus agenda management software that the board has granted. Thank you again very much for allowing us to move forward on that project. And as well as this is the line item that we pay our dues and fees out of. We've had a request for a large increase, and that comes from Black Hills Council of Local Governments. Pennington County absolutely needs to be a member, a part of that organization. They are a huge asset and have a great staff and team. However, I just feel it's important as your manager and as a taxpayer to let you know that I do see 2 flaws in their calculations for what they're using for dues for next year. Jennifer Seatsma is the executive director. She is aware of my concerns, and she is here today to answer any questions that the board might have. Basically, what it comes down to is the calculations do not allow for any adjustments or changes, and every resident that's within a municipality is being paid for by that individual municipality, as well as going to be billed to Pennington County. So anybody that lives within a city is getting paid for twice. As well as we all know Box Elder lies within 2 counties, and they did not separate out the portion that lives within Meade County. So Pennington's going to be billed for like 4,000 Meade County residents. And I just do not feel that that is a fair and equitable way to assess dues. So with that, I will stand for any questions that the board may have in regards to anything Commission Office budget.
Is there any questions from the commission for Holly at this point in time?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So the change in the legal paper, Rapid City Journal, their changes, does that cause any concern for our legal publications? I understand it may change some dates by which we can.
They did. They are no longer publishing every day. They do not publish on Wednesdays, which is what we have published our meeting minutes in the past. I wouldn't say it's caused any major concerns, but it's definitely given us some heartburn.
It's got to have some impact on, like, planning and zoning as far as publications they have to make in advance. And
Yep,
so
yep.
forth.
We just have to change the number of days, make sure we're in compliance with statutes in adjusting that change.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to give Jennifer an opportunity to address this concern that
If the
our
board
office
would like
manager
to.
has. So Jennifer, could you please? I think Holly has some valid concerns. Could you address those, please?
Sure. So as you know, our rates have been 52 cents per capita since 2011. And the dues assessment that we sent out this year and what was approved was just 52 cents per capita with no additional agreements or adjustments. So the one thing that I had recognized when I came in as director is that our dues were not being applied evenly. It appeared that there were unwritten agreements between many members, and so every county was essentially doing something different. And I felt like it was important before we talk about raising rates, like 65% cents per capita was actually discussed, that that all of our members are being, their dues are being applied evenly, so that we're doing the same thing across the board with all of our members. Yes, so I think a few of you have been part of these discussions over the years as members of our board and also members who vote for our dues. In the last 2 years, I've done an in-depth dues presentation at our board that discusses some of the issues with our dues structure. And again, I'm just trying to go to uniformly applying our dues so that we can discuss about where we're going in the future. Are we going to do an annual 1% increase? Are we waiting 10 years for the census? Are we going 14 years with no dues increase? All of these questions have come up and have been discussed both amongst our executive board and our full board. And at this point, I did not recommend any kind of increase to our due structure, just that simply that we are applying them evenly to all of our members. Obviously, that has the largest impact on Pennington County, which was discussed last year and the year before because of the size of the population of Rapid City. So in previous years, under agreements that don't exist in writing, they were backing out the population of Rapid City, and Box Elder was being split amongst two. So again, as a statewide look at how planning districts assess their dues, only one county backs out the population of the municipalities, or only one district does that, and that's CCOG, which is Southeast Council of Governments, but they do have a base of $10,000, and they do an annual increase on that base plus population. So they do a 3% increase every year. If you look at our members, out here we have Bennett County, Perkins, Harding, and Butte and Fall River that are pretty rural. When you look at assessing the dues, they're at the highest of those would be Butte and Fall River with that are around $3,000 and $4,000 a year. Bennett County, Perkins, and Harding are under $1,000. So if we do a base, we're going to shift that burden to essentially very rural entities that have no tax base. They would go from, under 1,000 to 10,000 if we do the formula where you back out the municipalities. I've told my board over the years, I'm more than happy to sit down and have a discussion about what's fair. I know that Holly said she didn't feel that it was fair as a Pennington County taxpayer. Tell me what's fair, and we'll discuss that at our board. It's very difficult because one way or another, you're shifting the burden one way or another. I mean, should Bennett County be paying $10,000 a year for our services? Maybe your answer as Pennington County is yes. But I'll tell you the amount of work we do in Pennington County is much greater than, we currently have 35 projects we're administrating for Pennington County right now out of 116. And Bennett County, I believe, has 3. So, again, we can shift the burden, and the project load does ebb and flow with the years. So we can't say, well, we're really using you this year, and in years when we're not, we're going to adjust dues that way. One thing I will say is there's a couple of regional-wide projects that I've been spending time on. One of those is the forest plan revision by Pennington County being dues under there. I've been essentially absorbing the work that I'm doing, but to date, as a non-member, if we were to provide those services, I've got $26,000 invested in that in the last year. It's 265 hours or 66 hours to that process alone. And I guess at the member rate, it'd be about 13,000. But on the non-member rate, it's double that. So the other thing to know is if you're not members as a county, that closes the door for Rapid City, Box Elder, to be members as well. And so if Pennington County isn't a member, essentially those services, we wouldn't we wouldn't also have anybody in your county being members.
Chairman.
And we do have, currently, we are working with, like, we've got new stuff coming in every day. The new projects that are, I'd say, beneficial to non-dues paying members within the county. We're working with Quinn on water, sewer, and a new housing development. We're working with Hill City, has had a project out there for, it started back in 2009, that they were not utilizing our services for, that they've brought us in on. We've got Keystone Wall is doing some stuff. So a lot of your smaller communities that are under 1,000 in population, who don't otherwise have an avenue to be our members, essentially are able to get services provided under the county's membership. And again, I'm more than happy to consider an alternative way if we want to go to every municipality pays in every year. Again, I've asked our board. The one thing I would say is that at our board meeting, when we passed the motion for 52 cents per capita, applied evenly across the board, there were no nay votes at the table. So it would be a little bit of a surprise to me if at least a couple of you weren't supportive of where we're at with that.
Okay. Deb, I'm going to follow up. I'm calling her up, and then I'll go to you.
Good.
Jennifer, the reason why I called you up is because, I was at that board meeting when it passed.
Okay.
And so I heard the process and so forth, but I'd also heard the opposite concern, which I didn't think about prior to that. I started thinking, why are we double paying Box Elder? I mean, some concerns came up, so I thought I'd bring it up and bring you forward on this. There's been no doubt that Black Hills Local Governments has done great work. I mean, there's absolutely, at one point, the previous commission we weren't paying any dues at some point. And probably for the reason, like you said, we haven't used it, but we see there's actual great benefit for it. But I just wanted to give opportunity for the discussion.
Yeah, and I'm more than open to, if somebody can tell me the correct formula, or if they want to see something, if they want to see something specific and think that is fair, I'm more than happy to bring that both through the executive board and the full board. We don't, I don't want to raise rates on like our members if we don't need to, if there's no need to. Again, the amount of work that has come through our office has exploded with the passage of some of these federal funding bills. And so the answer at the federal level and the state level is that the planning districts will do the work. And so essentially you have the same number of people, but doing, hundreds of times the amount of work that's ever come through the planning district. So the answer at both the state and federal level is the planning districts will handle it. And we've done a great job of handling it, but at the expense of the employees.
Okay, I'll go to Ms. Hadcock.
So does Box Elder Mead and Rapid City pay dues?
They do.
And what are their dues? Do you know?
It's 52 cents per capita. So based off the 2020 census, we don't increase based off of ACS, American Community Survey. So that's why it stayed stagnant for 13 years.
So do you include those in on so are you doing it twice then? You're including in Pennington County 110 residents plus some of Mead's on our per
None of
capita?
Mead. No, because I believe when the census takes place, so it's essentially if you went out to the census website and searched Mead, they're 52 cents per capita. So their census is going to capture the portion of Box Elder that's in Mead, and your census for Pennington County is going to capture the portion that is in Pennington.
Okay, Holly, go ahead and explain, please.
I verified and went out to the census because I had that same question of Box Elder, and the census has Box Elder at 11,746 residents. Well, and per emergency management with Dustin and some of the federal stuff that he has, Box Elder's population that lives within Rapid City or within Pennington County. I apologize. I had that number.
11,746.
The Meade County population of Box Elder is 4,443 residents, and the population that lies within Pennington County's jurisdiction is $7,303. And per the Black Hills Council of Local Governments dues calculations, Box Elder is not included under Meade County. It's only included under Pennington at the full
So
11,000.
we used to split it and have it, but it wouldn't matter. So it used to be split because we were backing out the population for the cities. We're not doing that anymore. So if your population per the census is 109,241, essentially it's 52 cents per capita. We do round up to the nearest five, just for simplicity's sake. So
But then, Jennifer, you're getting money for those other entities, plus us paying for their entities
yes, they
again, so you're
pay
basically double dipping.
Correct, but as a taxpayer, I believe if I live in Rapid City, the county still receives taxes from me, correct?
That's not how we play. They also get sales tax and other money besides what we get, and then you're having us pay twice. So I understand you're a taxpayer, but you're not tax paying twice. So we're based on taxing entities as well, Miss Jennifer. And no, you do a good job, Miss Jen, but I'm listening to what Holly is saying. So Holly, if you did the 50 with the census of Pennington County, taking those entities out times the 5 to what Jennifer's formula is, what is it? You know,
You were around 14,000.
and we pay about 15. And I'll just tell you, I think the 3% increase that a lot of people are doing on the things, that's more fair and just every year. And start doing that, I think it is, because of growth and different things as well. So,
So you think it's fair to charge Bennett County a base rate of 10 grand per year and Perkins and rural communities?
I guess based on your formula, you're doing it by population.
Right.
Am I
So
correct?
so there's a base, so CCOG does a base of 10,000 per year per county. So all of our rural counties would pay 10 grand per year, plus the, whatever percents, they do $1.03 per capita. So, I mean, again, I'm more than willing to consider whatever formula people, and you can do this however. I mean,
Okay.
there's a lot of fancy ways to do math. If somebody is willing to tell me what is fair, but we have to remember that as an organization, as a regional planning district, if we lose, or if members walk away, like Bennett County leaves, or those are essentially parts of the state that would become not, that they would not be represented or have the services of the planning district.
So Ms. Jen, so what I propose is the solution. The solution is show us the other entities, what you're talking about, what they're paying,
And I've
what
done
they're
this
increasing,
numerous
what they're
times
having.
at my board, and I also, last year in my membership dues request, had asked if, like, I'd asked for that information back. Hey, if you have a better way to do this, like 3% or 1% every year, by all means, please send that to me so that my board can consider it.
Right.
Because right here, we're talking about one member out of 9.
Okay.
And so, or 21, I guess, if you add the communities who are also members. And I agree, this might not seem fair from Pennington County perspective. I think last year when I was here, I said, you know, going to 52 cents per capita applied evenly based off of the census for your county impacts Pennington County the most out of all of our members.
So
So,
can you put that down on paper so we can see that, what the residents, what your explanation is and why it's not just for 2 commissioners or 1 commissioner? Because Lloyd, I don't know, shouldn't speak for you, but for me, if you're saying that at a meeting, that's different. And then we come to a budget, that's why it's coming up. It's a little bit different. That's why
So-
probably someone might say something, but we don't really go into this and go to the bottom lines until budget. So to be
Sure.
fair, nobody might have said something at first until they start looking at their budgets. Plus, they start looking at the formulas and different things a little bit closer. So you did nothing wrong in a sense. We just need to look at it and make sure. And we do play teams. So some of these smaller entities, we had to suck up. We have to suck up because we've done that in fire service. We have to do it in ambulance. We have to do that sometimes in Pennington. We're a huge area to cover, and other people just don't have those taxing entities. And we just talked about that. It's taxing entities and what that matters. I don't know if it's 15, I don't know if it's 56, but based on your formulas and your things that you have for Black Hills Council and local governments, can you send us that and again, and how
What
much each
are
one's
you
pay?
asking for the other planning districts' rates? Is that what you want me to send you?
Right.
Okay.
And what you're charging per capita and how you got there.
And
So for me, it's just if you go pull the census, the actual census for Pennington County, US Census, you're at, I believe, 109, 241. I could be wrong on the 241, but 109,000 people in Pennington County. So Pennington County as a member is paying 52 cents times that, rounded up to the nearest five, which again, you're going to be a difference of dollars
But
there.
what I'm asking you is, so you do that for every entity that has a county, you're having them pay for the other cities and the other.
Correct.
So each county is
And
paying
some
for other
counties have been
cities and
doing
other
that
people.
for many years.
Okay, I guess I wanted to see those numbers.
Sure.
I'm gonna,
Like I said, I don't know if you're doing anything wrong. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it's nice to see it on paper instead of us, I'll keep saying it ahead of time, figuring out where we're going.
Absolutely.
Jen, you
And I
do,
feel like I've been as transparent as possible with our board. And that is one of the reasons why our board is made up of our members, is so that you all have a vote at our table when we make these decisions.
do we have
So-
that in our book, Jen? Budget people, Polly, do we have
I
your stuff? in?
sent you the breakdown of the populations, and I understand what, and see now what Jennifer's saying, so remove the box elder argument, because I see what she's saying now, but I just didn't understand why me as a city resident gets paid for by Rapid City and Pennington County, and Ron, who lives out in the county, only gets paid for once by Pennington County. I didn't understand the methodology and the difference in value in a single person. So that's all I just wanted to bring to the board's attention.
And Holly, you did nothing wrong. It just makes you food for thought because it to me, it still doesn't make sense. But I also understand my main concern is playing team and making sure the other entities, the other rural areas, need help. But for Rapid City and the other entities, if they're already giving for their residents, it almost looks like it's double dipping. Almost, it's taxing twice. So.
I mean, we had some agreements that were, I'm not even joking, we're eliminating certain types of populations because, for whatever reason. So I think it's really important as a council to get to uniform dues. I felt like staying and not doing a dues increase, but staying where we're at and applying that evenly is really the first step to getting us to where we can even have the discussion of what's, because our members were not being, there was no equity, I would say. It was, everyone had their own arrangement.
But food for thought, doubling it in 1 year is a little bit different than increases. So if for the future you're going to do that, do a percentage or something that it can be increased instead of just doubling it, because you went from what, 20?
Right, and you
6
guys
to
were on
31.
what we call reduced dues, which some of our entities were. Bennett County was on reduced dues. Lawrence County did their own formula. Perkins County has always picked up both. I mean, literally every one of our members was doing something different, and I did, that was hard for me because I didn't feel like that was equitable in any way. It impacts you the most because Rapid City is a large population and Box Elder is also a large population.
okay, I'm gonna follow up. A lot of that conversation's coming back now. Deb, thanks for clarifying that, because there was a lot of unfair stuff going on. But I wanted to give light to Holly's question, so.
Right.
But everybody's getting treated, each county's getting treated the same, and instead of having 5 or 9 different contracts or agreements. It's everybody, it's meant to be set fairly. With
Correct.
that, I'm going to pass on to Mr. Drew.
Jennifer, appreciate you coming. As one of your past board members, and I know, I remember what you walked into when you came into that. It was a patchwork of things. And like you say, a lot of it was not written down. It had been verbal agreements. And so you move forward and you talk about making a change, and the hand goes up and they say, oh, we got a verbal agreement. This is what our agreement is. So I appreciate the fact that you spent the time, and your board now has spent the time of going through this to trying to clarify. Obviously, you have to have a budget for your operations. And I think that's what your board was attempting to do, was trying to get together and be able to provide you with sufficient dollars to cover the staff that you have. And you're not overstaffed, I know that. But you've done amazing work as far as the number of projects that are in the works. Prior to 4 years ago or so, Pennington County wasn't a part of Black Hills Council, hadn't been for a number of years, which left out a lot of our communities in the county from being able to be active participants in the Black Hills Council. Everybody here now in Pennington County can participate, and I believe are participating at some degree with things. When you mentioned Quinn now, that you have a major project going on there, that's great. So whatever formula was established, and I know that various planning districts use different formulas, but the state is made up so different in different areas. And so Western South Dakota, you have what, 11 counties that
We have 9.
9 counties. So, but the 9 counties that you're dealing with are so different in nature, as far as size. Population makeup is huge when you talk about a lot of the rural areas and so forth. So I have nothing but regard for the work that's gone through to put this together and figure out a way of financially making it work and moving forward from here. I know that this 52 cents has been in the discussion for the last couple of years. I guess when you put it to paper and multiply it out, yeah, maybe it's a shock to the system. But I think, based on what you've done and what you've put together for it, I think it seems to be fair for the entire district. And so I'm fully in support of what you're trying to do. And I think Holly had raised some good questions as far as clarification. I think those have been answered. So I appreciate your efforts.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So Jennifer, at that meeting, what we were trying to do, we were just trying to go back on the books and bring in and do what we should have been doing 5 years ago. And of course, it wasn't easy because Pennington County was going to be impacted the most. But that was, to me, it was, all the counties have to be treated equitable, and that 52 cents was probably the lowest option that we had. There were much higher options if you went back and looked at what historically I thought I saw an 80 cents and a 75 cents, and we actually want the 52 was probably one of the lowest options. And yeah, it's a hard pill to, like Deb said, it's almost doubled, but if you're going to treat every 9 county the same, it is what it is. My bottom line is no matter what it is, as long as the ROI, the rate of return on that, is positive, then it's good for the county. And your presentation that you did earlier, I think if you sit there and really look for what we're spending and what our return is, it's to me it's call it a no-brainer. But I think that's what we need to do is if it's going to be 56,800, I'd like, as I told Carol, our human resources, can you just give us a document that show you what are we getting back? I think that just makes it a lot easier when you say, well, we're going to spend that. What do we get in return? And I'm sure that could, with all the projects that you're doing, you could probably easily justify that.
Yes, and I wasn't sure if we were going to be together or separate, but just the most recent or up-to-date information would be basically in 2022, there was, 288 million that was secured for our region on projects. And then specific to Pennington County, we have 15 projects that are 2022 closeouts. So if you're familiar with federal reporting, there's a closeout process for federally funded projects, and we're closing out 15 of those. So it's nice to see some projects come off. We have 35 active Pennington County projects that we're administrating. And then the new ones, Scenic Township number 7 has drinking water. Town of Quinn has housing infrastructure finance program, sewer and drinking water. Darlington HOA was a new one, which is right outside of Rapid City. Medicine Mountain Scout Ranch will be considered today and awarded funding. And then, still administrating those larger ones, which is the West Dakota Regional Water System and the Forest Plan revision. So, and if anybody wants specifics on actual projects, I'll send that in an email summary to you. Hill City's a big one that came up, and we're still working with Green Valley. So some of those that were funded with USDA funding, because we don't administrate USDA programs in this part of the state. The planning districts do in other parts of the state. Haven't moved as quickly as some of the other projects that we do. So getting us involved now will help the efficiency of those.
I got, Ron still has the floor and then going to Lassiter. And we'll come back to you.
Thank you,
Deb.
Jennifer.
Thank you.
You done? Mr. Lassiter.
I've got a couple of questions. Before the change, and maybe it's because I'm a little behind on this, how did you determine the rate for like Rapid City, Box Elder, Pennington County before? Was it
It was 52 cents per capita, but everyone had, I'm going to call them handshake agreements that were being applied differently. So because we haven't had a change to our rates in 13 years, I had to do the work of finding out who was doing what. I was able to establish that in my first year as director, and then in the last 2 years, it's come up each year because I have to provide to you, what are your rates going to be in, May, June timeframe, so you're able to make decisions on it. And again, each of the members was doing something a little bit different. For example, Lawrence County, they were paying 50% of the total county dues. If you add everybody and the members together, 25% was Spearfish, and 12.5 went to Deadwood and Lead. Well, Deadwood and Lead obviously were picking up a larger percentage than, so again, everybody was doing something, their own little nuances. All of that was set into motion long before I was here, and because there haven't been a change to dues in over 13 years, 52 cents per capita is what was on the books and in our records as far as meetings, but that wasn't what was happening on paper. So for me, I struggled with that. I really wanted us to be applying everything uniformly and just so that we could tell our members, hey, what are our rates? It's 52 cents per capita. If you go to US Census times 52 cents, whatever that number is, rounded up to the nearest $5 is your dues.
I got you. I just don't see it being applied uniformly with, we're paying 52 cents per everybody in Pennington County, and then you get to charge Rapid City 52 cents per person. It's like a double charge. I mean, I've been involved with many organizations where you have to pay a fee to be a part of that organization, but because I'm in this county that I don't pay a $25 membership fee, but then because I'm in the United States, I also pay another $25, fee. I just pay it one time. The same thing I think here, I think it sounds like we're double charging for someone when before we weren't double charging, essentially. Is that what I'm understanding? Because now, before they were just splitting up, the cities, like you said, Lee, Deadwood, and they paid that 52 cents for their population, but the county just paid for whatever was not in the municipality. Is that what I'm understanding?
For some counties, that's how it was working.
Okay. I think whenever you're paying twice for someone, I think that's, I don't know. I can't agree with that one, but I'm willing to take a look at some of the stuff and maybe offer up a suggestion, because I understand they're still in the county. Everyone who's in the city is in the county. And you mentioned you got 35 Pennington County projects. How many Rapid City projects and Box Elder projects do you have going on?
Basically, how many Pennington County do you have without the cities and the other entities
So
involved?
specific to, you want Box Elder separate and Rapid City separate?
Yeah, so, I mean, I know they're in the county, but they're very specific to Rapid City and Box Elder, or are they all congruent and involve the county at 100%? Like, I mean, I get it, it's in the county. Maybe I'm not asking the right question.
No, I get it. So essentially, 7 projects that are like water, sewer for Box Elder. And then they also have 4 hazard mitigation grant programs, so 10. So 7 for Rapid City.
No, is that included in that 35 for Pennington County, or is that separate from the 35 for Pennington County?
Those would be included in the 35.
Okay,
You done?
I'm done.
Okay,
Jared, one fine.
I got Hancock in
Okay.
line next.
So if you take, so let's just take all of Pennington County, meeting me, I'm missing the formula. 109 times 0.52 is 34,888. Do we charge fees above that for being memberships?
109,000
Times
times,
0.52?
it's going to be around 56 or something, 56.8.
Ron, did you add that right?
Well, 109,000, 110 would be 55, right?
Yeah, 109,000
Times
times.
0.52?
Point, oh, I thought you said 3.2.
Okay,
Okay, so 109,000
times,
times 0.52. That we want?
yep.
How much?
$56,795.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, I'd like to see the dues of the other, I'm with Travis, the dues of the others, because, we're not paying for their, we're not doing their projects, they're paying for their own projects in Box Elder if they have a fee. So does Rapid City. So we're paying for the projects basically in areas in our own that don't, and aren't memberships. So I believe if they have memberships, you're basically double dipping, Jen, if you're charging them and then us too. So
And
that's what I'm
I've
trying to
approached
say.
that same conversation with other planning districts, and one of them has been around, one of the other directors has been around for over 30 years, and I feel like he explained it better than I can explain it to you. The one thing I will say is, one, I'm open to, if you have better ways to do this that you feel like are fair and equitable, I'm more than happy to consider those, although we wouldn't have another opportunity to consider it this year prior to your budgets being done, because we don't meet again till October. So it'd have to be, we'd have to work through this, and I'm happy to create a committee or whatever to consider. We've done this through executive board in the past, but I want to work with you guys. I want to do what you feel is fair. And also yourself, if you have a good formula that you feel like is fair, a good way to manage this. The other planning districts, the way that they address this, and again, they're more established in that they have always, like years ago, they based their dues based on population. And then from there, they got into a system of doing annual increases, whether it's 1.69 all the way up to 3 or 4%. They each do their own thing. And so they're more established in that way that they aren't now having these conversations. So I guess we're in our infancy in doing this because we didn't address it for 13 years.
So, okay, if it was my thing, then exactly what Holly said, pay for the people in the organization. Basically, Pennington County, if Rapid City and people are already paying dues, then take that population out of our population. Take it times the 0.52, because again, they're already paying for their own. And then, Jen, do us the increase if it's 3% or 0.56 every year. That's more than fair because it's growth. I mean, you're having to do more and more work because we're growing, you're growing. I mean, you have to grow with it. that makes more sense, to me than charge for all the entities and like I said.
Yeah, another way that we could, that one of the executive board mentioned was, the counties do, so like if we do that, where we reduce your dues to 15,000, essentially we would, for special projects, so we would just bill hourly wage, the hourly membership wage or rate, and then, charge, like, so the Medicine Mountain group didn't pay us anything. All of the road districts, HOAs, community water systems, and small entities would just pay, as they do their projects.
I guess I'm not getting it because again, you have a fee, you have what you started, and now because we don't want to pay that other entity, we're just going to start charging individually. That doesn't make
So
sense.
our
So,
dues actually we do typically charge for, so the dues that you guys pay wouldn't even cover two of the projects if we billed those hourly.
yeah, but you're saying if I paid Holly and I pay her 60,000 a year, and that doesn't really cover for what Holly's doing, because Holly saved us 400 some thousand, that you're saying it doesn't even cover the projects and the time that Holly put into it, because Holly put in she saved us 406,000, but we only pay her 60,000 to save us.
I'm
I
not
I
tracking.
guess I'm not tracking what you're saying. You have a formula, you have a group, and what you do and what you save people. Thank you, Jesus, you do that. I mean that in a good way. But what you save the counties and stuff, you got to figure it in your formula, and you have to make sure that your time and your people are taken care of. I understand that, Jen, and you might save millions of dollars when you do that. I understand that. But what we're looking for is the formula that's not going into somebody else's formula that we're paying for. That's all we're asking. And 56,000 in one sense for what you save us is a lot. I understand that, but you also got to base it on a formula and a thing that makes sense. That you're not getting money from this district, and district. It's not how much you're saving people. In one sense, it is, but it's not. If I'm running a business, I run it the same for everybody, and
Sure.
you keep it there and you use that formula for everybody.
For example, Bennett County doesn't have any road districts. They don't have any like rural water system HOA, so we're not providing any services to them in that regard. So the way we would handle those projects is they're considered a special project. Yes, we can provide the services, but they're not covered under membership dues. For many years, 13 or more, we've been just absorbing special projects rather than charging for them. And across the other planning districts, they charge for all of those special districts. So, like a lake district, Lake Byron, for example, over by Huron, they pay for their services. We provide the service, but they pay for it. So it wasn't meant to be vindictive. It was just another way to look at how we administrate or how we offer the services, but not necessarily for free. Randy Dybert, who sat on our board, county commissioner for Lawrence County, had suggested that we start charging those special districts for the work that we're doing. A lot of times, though, that will stop a project in its tracks because Quinn might not have $1,000 or $2,000 to be able to even get to the point of submitting applications to pay for that. So we don't want to stifle economic or community development or infrastructure projects simply because people don't have help and can't afford to pay for help. So again, it's if somebody can tell me what is fair and equitable and the best way to do it, I'm more than happy to consider that. And we have thought through a lot of these, and we've been in many discussions with them. If somebody can tell me what's fair and feels like all of our members would feel that that's fair, I'm more than happy to consider that.
Miss Jen, I don't think we're looking for fair, because I don't know what fair is.
Or
What I'm
equitable.
looking for is equitable,
Okay,
right? And
sure.
number two, I don't think we're gonna figure that out right now. But it's nice to know this stuff and then come back and look at that and then have a frank discussion. And I probably will behind the scenes, not to be rude to anybody or anything. For me, I have to go look at it. That way I get the information, because I'm missing something here, Jen. Only because I know the work you do and the things you do, but I'm listening to what Holly's saying too. So I need to figure out what that all means for myself. I don't know if the board does too, but yeah. So 56,000, if it makes sense, it's good. If it doesn't make sense, I'll probably we'll have a discussion. I'll call you just so you can show me what I'm missing. How about that, Miss Jen?
Sounds
Okay,
great.
Thank you.
are you done, Deb?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Drews.
Well, I hear the word double dipping, and I don't think that's the case at all. It's based on a formula. So if we had received just an invoice that says for Pennington County, you owe 56,800. Rapid City is going to get an invoice for 38,850. Box Elder is going to get one for 6,110. No matter what it's based on, it's like Ron says, it's based on rate of return. Are you getting a return? We have 200 and some entities. Cindy, I'm looking at you, 200 and some entities in the county that can qualify under our program here. Because all the road districts, anything else that's under that, can qualify then for assistance through the planning district. So, a formula is a formula. I mean, if you ever looked and tried to study the school aid formula and figured that out, I mean, you shake your head a lot when you're trying to do that. This is a fairly simple formula. It's maybe something that makes it sound like there's some overcharging, city residents compared to county residents and so forth. I don't think that's the case at all. It's a matter of what is the cost of operating the planning district within these 9 counties and come up with some sort of a justifiable rate that can be charged to each of these. I don't have a problem with what we're being charged at this point in time. Yeah, it's a big adjustment from what we've paid, but it's always been based on this number. We just had a different agreement. So.
Thank you, and I just want to say, all the discussion that the board has coming back to me now at that meeting, because it is a formula, it wasn't based on city, it was on what's provided, something fair and equitable to everybody. And quite frankly, as you said, if you look at it that way, no, that's the way the board looked at it, is to be fair and equitable to everybody. It's a different animal. I mean, if we were just like he said, if it was just 56,000 that we got for them, we're getting all this, we wouldn't probably be having this discussion. But since you do have these breakouts, I think that's how it got split in the first place. With all the different commissions that you're having that discussions, they all kind of pulled away and did their own thing. And the board and you yourself were looking for one simple formula to be fair to everybody, if I remember right.
Or at least so that when people ask, what are your dues, as
You'd know.
Commissioner Lassiter did, we can say, this is what it is.
Yeah.
It's a starting point. It might not be right. The dues discussion, I would say, amongst the planning districts comes up each year, and it is an important discussion. So, again, I'm all ears if you have better ways.
So I think this is added into your budget right now.
Yep.
Correct.
At this
So
point,
it's
it
in
is
your budget
included,
as
and
set.
if the board as a whole supports the 56,000, then I will too, and we move on.
I think we need more discussion myself.
I think at this point in time, we leave it in,
Mr. Chair,
and then we'll have those discussions at a later date.
We take it out and then we put it back in if we all agree.
It's added in, and I'd like to keep it there till,
That's your opinion.
yeah, okay. Well, we can take a vote on it today.
Go ahead.
So it's been requested to take a vote on whether we keep it in the commission office budget for the amount of, how much is it?
56,800.
56,800. Is there any discussion on that?
Yep, Chairman.
Ms. Hackett?
I think it should be continued for more discussion and taken out like we did with Brian and everybody else's for more discussion. And then put back in just like anything else for the FTEs or anything else, if we agree, or if that's 35, if it's 56. I don't think it should be voted on the 56 right now without looking into it and giving us more information.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
And since I've asked for some information to be sent to us, I think it would be wise for us to kind of look it over. I might have something in mind to offer as a as another type of formula, as I'm looking through some of this stuff and hearing the conversation, there might be another option that I'm kind of jumbling around in my brain. So, but I need to see some data.
So just so you understand, our board already approved this for 2024. So our discussion, just the timing of it, we would have that this year, but we wouldn't be able to consider something new until in 2024 for 2025 dues. And again, I have no problem making adjustments to that, or we could hold a special meeting. I wouldn't anticipate that it would change because you would be outnumbered. I don't know.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I just wanted you to be aware of the timing.
Mr. Mass. You done?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Mr. Ross Connect.
I think what we're doing is, when we had the meeting, it's house cleaning. We're cleaning up something that needed to be cleaned up a long time ago. We're simply following the rules that were set in the bylaws, whoever founded the Black Hills Council of Local Governments. I mean, if I'm correct. And I don't know that we can just sit there and treat Pennington County any different than any other one because there's 8 other counties involved. I mean, that's the way I see it. And the bottom line is, even if it's 50,600, or is it a benefit to the county? And I think it is.
So we have a motion on the floor, and what it is basically to keep in the budget as it is right now. That's not, and we haven't even approved the budget or the provisional, so it could still be brought up at a work session or whatnot from further discussion, more information. I would suggest getting with some commissioners.
Point of clarification, that wasn't my motion. Did you make that motion? You said there was a motion for that. My motion was to continue so we get more information and do like we did the others.
No, your motion included to take it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to continue and do like we have the other entities until we figure it out. And I don't think it's fair to say that they put it in their budget at 56 with 1 or 2 commissioners' approval on that, and then coming back and telling us they already put it in their budget, so we need to approve it at 56. That's what I'm hearing, because she already put it in her budget, so they have to have another discussion. It takes 5, Jennifer, of us to make that decision, so without sounding rude. And if you have 3 votes, that's good.
My apologies. So the motion was to continue?
And remove the 56,000
Okay.
from the budget.
Okay, so
More
my discussion on that,
I don't think there was a second yet.
There's
No, Travis seconded for continue, correct?
We're continuing.
yeah, okay. So it's still in the discussion. So my discussion before I was interrupted was saying,
Just tell
the
me
motion
facts.
is to continue pull it from the budget and continue.
Correct.
What I think is appropriate is keep it as is, because we're going to be doing the provisional. And when we have a work session, we can still pull that at that point in time, is what I was trying to say. This isn't set in stone. I would like to have, some of the commissioners would like more information, so forth. So that's my thoughts on it. But with that, I would go to a vote to continue. So all in favor in continuing this with pulling it from the budget, from the commission budget and continuing it is the motion on the floor.
More discussion. That was the
What's
motion.
that?
It was to continue for more discussion, not to basically say, we're not giving it to her, but to continue for
I
more
didn't say
discussion.
that. I said to continue it for further discussion is what I,
Commissioner Hackett, can I clarify? Is your intent to pull the entire 56 or just pull the increase? Because if you pull the entire 56, that kind of gives the impression that to not be a part of the organization, and that is not at all what I brought this to the attention for.
Well, and
Or
Holly,
is it just to pull the amount of the increase and keep the 22,000 that we paid in the budget going forward?
my bottom line is, guys, is that Holly brought up some substantial information that needs to be investigated. So I agree with Holly. Still pay what we're supposed to pay based on what we were paying before. If that needs to be increased, that's fine, but the bottom line is, you're right, Holly, leave what's in there already. And if we decide to increase, how much should that increase be based on their formula? So, that's why I'm continuing it till we figure that out, because maybe it is 56, but it isn't gonna hurt to say we're not paying the full amount at this point. We want more discussion like we do on other things that have increased. So thank you, Holly, for clarifying what that should be.
Okay, motion on the floor is to continue this.
And remove the increase of $33,835 from the budget
Yes, that's,
and continue for further discussion.
yes. So that would change your presented budget by doing that
Correct.
until a decision is made. So we
Correct.
remove that whole amount.
The increase.
Yeah. So that is the motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
So the motion fails. I'd look for, so right now, we don't even need a motion. It could stay in your budget and we could still have the discussions at a later date.
Mr. Chair,
Absolutely. Mr.
that would be my motion.
I don't think we need a motion. It's already in the budget. We just,
Okay.
it can be brought back up during the work session for further discussion. So, yeah, don't need a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
Well, I think this is consistent because we haven't taken anything out that we have other questions on relative to other preliminary budgets that have been presented to us. So I think this is consistent with what we've been doing.
Okay. Thank you guys for the discussion. Thanks, Jennifer.
The only other thing I wanted to add briefly for the commission's information is with the commission office has moved to concourse to that building. We're in discussions on how we're going to handle the mail processing. We don't know what that's going to look like, if we're going to have maybe an additional FTE, a part-time FTE, if we can absorb it. But trying to figure out how to process mail for two different campuses is proving to be challenging on the initial forefront. So I just wanted to throw that out there for the board that we're looking at it, we're thinking about it, we're trying to figure it out. And what that looks like.
And I think with the mailroom, there's some other stuff that you guys are working on too with addresses and so forth, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna look like having two mail machines, one for this campus and one for the one out there. I don't know if it looks like us increasing our delivery contracts and having mail shuttled between the two different buildings. I'm not crazy about the idea of an employee going back and forth every day, especially when you get into the weather, and how much travel time that would add and liability. So we're looking at all different options, but I just wanted to throw that out there because we're talking about that transition to concourse and what that looks like in regards to our office, who is responsible for the mail processing. And it's a lot when you take into consideration all the different offices and the court system and what that looks like. So just wanted to throw that out there, but I'm happy to answer any other questions if you have any on the commission budget.
I appreciate you bringing that forward to the commission and the foresight that trying to work that out and giving us the heads up.
All right,
Is there
thank you.
any more questions for Holly? Seeing none, we will move on to Scott Guffey.
I was hoping you weren't going to break for lunch. I don't have a prepared speech or anything. We can just start going through budgets or however you want to do it. I can hit some highlights of the budget narrative that I submitted as we go through the budgets.
You know, Scott, what most of the department heads have been doing, is they've been giving a little kudos to their employees first and what they all do, and then they go into their budget.
Wow.
Or at least tell us a little bit about what's happened.
My staff's terrible. No, I'm kidding. No, I can do what I'm doing without great work staff, and they're out there busting their butts right now, trying to get caught up with the weeds. We're definitely spread thin. We've been advertising for a couple of seasonal staff to help round out our crew, and we're just not getting applicants. So we're making do with short staff, and we're trying to keep caught up with the weeds. So we're spread thin, but we're making do. Luckily, we had 4 returning seasonals, a couple of newbies that were last year, so we didn't have a lot of train up. So it's valuable to have those seasonals return year after year, so we can hit the ground running, and they kind of know the routine. So got a great staff. I guess some of the new exciting things coming down. We've met with Forest Service a couple times. I have with the Mystic office, the district ranger Jim Goebbels and his basically timber staff and fire fuel staff. We're finally starting to see the infrastructure funding that was passed a few years ago by Congress finally trickle down to get on the ground, and we're working to set up another stewardship agreement. Remember our last stewardship agreement was based on timber sale receipts, so any timber we cut and that we sold, that would offset our costs. Now we're looking at this infrastructure funding coming down and doing fuels prevention work, like Jerome was talking. We're going to see elevated fuel loads, especially with this moisture, and with after the pine beetle epidemic, we're seeing a lot of pine regen coming in. So we're looking at a 5-year stewardship program at $1 million funding. So it'd be $200,000 for 5 years to do this fuels treatment on the Forest Service. So be a good shot in the arm for us. It would keep us busy for the next 5 years. We know where we're going. Should have a good opportunity at that funding. Being a cooperative, joint cooperative agency with the Forest Service, and also that Rapid City, we're within the region. The Rapid Creek watershed is in the top 10 for elevated fuel loads. So it's in the top 3. So they definitely want to get some treatments in there. So we should have a good chance at that funding. I did not put that in my budget because we won't know until October if we've received that. So if that does come through, we would like to look at some additional equipment, possibly another skid steer with a forestry head on it, and then another trailer to pull that vehicle or pull that equipment. So, but I didn't put that in there because we don't know the funding's here yet.
Okay, thanks, Scott.
Guess, do we want to buzz through the budgets? I know.
Yeah, we got first one on is your general fund 101.
166.
Yep, 166.
So that's the animal damage, predator animal damage control. That's based on a census for the number of livestock in the county, and that money is sent to Game Fish and Parks, and that helps pay for the state trapper. It's mainly for coyote control for livestock management for our ranchers. I think we're running on year 4 of that census, or there should be a new census next year, and it's not a lot of money, but we do get a good service out of that from Game Fish and Parks.
Okay. No increase or?
Nope, no increase
Same.
this year. Like I said, it's a 5-year census that they do.
Scott, can I ask one question?
Yep.
So all requests for use of the state trapper, though, goes through the state? You don't
Yeah,
have-
so if a landowner has coyote issue on their property, they call Game Fish and Parks, and then they'll provide a state trapper.
Okay, so you don't have to worry about that?
No, I
Okay,
don't.
appreciate it.
Yep, it's just kind of a pass-through through my department. 612, your next one, soil conservation districts.
Yeah.
So they couldn't be here today. The district managers had a training down in Chamberlain, I believe. And unfortunately, we're losing Christy Smith, who was the out and wall for the East Pennington County Conservation District. She's moving on, so there'll be a void there that they'll have to try to fill to find a new district manager. But they are asking for a slight increase. A few years back, we got them both equal, so they were getting the same amounts. It was kind of different for the 2 districts, and now we got them on an equal cut. So they were at 32,500. We bumped them up to the request is get them up to 35,000 each for their allotment, just to keep up with inflation and everything else. And if you'd like, they'd be happy to come here sometime to do a presentation if you want to hear more about them, but then we can, if you're interested in that, I can work with Holly and the conservation districts to put something on for you.
Chairman.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
So Scott, you keep pretty good tabs on them
Mm-hmm.
and trust that at this point, you started them having communication, which is huge.
Mm-hmm.
And that communication came to you where you are with your formulas and the things that you're doing and they're doing for their districts. So at this point, I think you organized it where it's efficient and effective at this point. So that's why I'm in favor. And like I said, that they didn't have to come here because you've been keeping track of that and you're pretty tight budget and schedule on people. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I think it's working out well for both the conservation districts and the commissioners. We both seem happy with that, so yeah. If no further questions on 612, I can jump to 615, the weed and pest. I did have an increase with obviously the salary increases, but then I did raise my operational budget by 8,750 just to kind of keep up with increased costs. But that is offset by a $10,000 increase in my revenue line item. So there's an offset there.
Very good.
We're starting to face some challenges on that with our weed spraying on the forest. Typically, the Forest Service has done their timber sales through KV funding, and then that's where the weed spraying funding comes through. Now on their timber sales, they're starting to go to stewardship sales, and that puts the weed spraying responsibility on the timber purchaser. So it's a new challenge for us. Luckily, we have a good relationship with like Nyman Timber, who buys the majority of the timber sales. So we'll be entering into our first kind of stewardship weed spraying agreement with it'll be through Nyman, but the Forest Service oversees it. So it'll be challenging to see how that works. Hopefully, it doesn't affect our revenue source too bad.
So you might have to contract out through Neiman or something?
So basically, Nyman's contracting us to do the weed spraying on the forest. So we can, there's kind of a gray line there that we don't compete with private enterprise, but since it's agency work done on the Forest Service that's provided by us, we should be fine with doing that. But it's just going to be a different way to do that weed spraying. So don't know if it'll be good or bad, but we'll soon find out. Then 101, 616, it's called Grasshopper and Pest. That's what the state titles that budget line, but we use it as our forestry line item for, it was for pine beetle, and now it's for our basically our fields work and any of our forestry work we do. There was a little bit of increase on repairs and maintenance, just with our equipment getting older. There's tends to be a little more costs there. And then the salary line item increase due to the increase there. Like I said, I did not put that increase for the revenue yet because we do not have that in place yet. But
You know, one thing I've noticed, Scott, is you've always been pretty consistent on keeping your budgets the same, but if you look at some of these numbers of the increase, they're still a little bit lower than what national inflation is, so it's, and that goes for all the departments.
yeah,
So that shows that you guys are still doing hard work to keep it.
we try to keep it tight, at least as much as we can. And then the final one is 111-216. That's the Title III funds. That's split out between fire, search and rescue, and my department for forestry work. We did see a decrease in that. That's on a 7-year rolling average of timber receipts. So we'll probably continue to see that decline a little bit because our timber annual sale amount is decreasing on the Black Hills. So that might continue to decrease, but we use that money it's on the ground for our fields work that we use, so.
Any questions for Scott on that? Nope.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
so Scott, on revenues, what's the sale of county property? What was that?
That's when we do a timber sale, or when we sell timber off the Forest Service. That's the one Sydney identified as what we run that revenue through, that line item.
So I attended the South Rochford Road pre-construction meeting in Rochford a couple days ago, and they said that, so are we done cutting timber? Are they gonna have to cut the timber now?
There's some trees left behind because they're in areas to be protected that the Forest Service has that we can't cut in.
Right.
And, you know, we were cutting on that project for 2 winters, and I made mention, I was like, these trees are gonna have to go if you're gonna build a road there. I guess the engineers never really listened until we got on the ground and started looking and said, oh, we can't build a road because these trees are here. I was like, I'm trying to tell you that. And,
Well, they were very clear that no, you know, they said the county's not at fault there. It's
yeah.
just,
So then we had a pre-work meeting up there on that, well, maybe a month ago now. I don't know. They asked if I could cut them, and I was like, I don't have time in the summertime to cut them. So I think they were hiring someone
yeah, I
to
think
do
they
it.
said they're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Is there any further questions for Scott? Any comments?
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Next on our agenda is the 4-H Youth Program, the Extension Board.
Hello, Commissioners. Regina Bakley, 4-H Youth Program Advisor for Pennington County. The paperwork, you can see that we only have a slight increase in our budget request for the 2024 year. The majority of that is actually in our salaries and wages for our one county paid employee. And then the other slight increase is really just cost of items, travel, program supplies, MOUs, stuff like that. So is there any specific questions about the budget or comments, concerns? As it's not a really large increase.
Looking around, I'm not seeing nothing, so,
Good job.
yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you.
Thanks for sitting through. We'll take just a moment that brings up the other requests, to look them up. Outside organizations. On your first one, Commissioners, it should be GIS with the city. Is Angie Ardell? Angie Ardell here?
Did you find that under?
That's the very first one. If you go to the second page, it tells you it's GIS.
Outside, okay.
I'm like, right.
Yeah.
I know, it took me a
Since we
minute.
got nobody here at that point, let's go on to, I see that Tim Hermantraut's out in the waiting area. Tim, we'll take up youth, community health. These are ones that are currently we support and budget for.
Hi, Tim.
How are you guys?
Long time no see.
You know, I just want to say thanks as a constituent sitting out there and you guys going through all this stuff. Thank you. You guys must be worn out by now. My name's Tim Trithart. I am the CEO for the Community Health Center of the Black Hills, and thank you, as always, for considering our request and your support in the past. So as you can see, we're requesting a little bit more than we have in the past. Again, just as we provide primary medical, dental, mental health, and pharmaceutical services for everyone, and whether they're insured or uninsured, can come through our doors. Those that are low income, we'll provide it to them on a sliding scale. And so the good majority of our folks that come through our doors are the working poor. Most of our folks that come through our doors are from Pennington County. Last year, we served about 10,000 patients. We're on track probably this year that will probably be around 12,000 patients this year. So we're seeing an increase in what we do, which we've tried to respond to. I've hired 2 dentists this year, 2 additional medical providers, family practice, 1 psychiatric nurse practitioner that will be joining us here in about another month. And so we continue to see some growth and try to respond to that. We also, last year, we opened up our One Heart Clinic. So we have a clinic on One Heart campus, which was right next to Pennington County Care Campus. We're operating out of there about 3 days a week right now, primarily seeing a lot of folks that are being referred to us from all the agencies right across the street. Lots of homeless folks that we're seeing through there, folks that are struggling. Our provider there is Spanish speaking, and so we are also seeing probably about 10% of her patient population that we are seeing is non-English speaking. And so we continue to see kind of an increase, particularly with kids that we're seeing through the school district that are getting referred to her for medical care. And we see that as pretty crucial to what we do. The funding that we get from Pennington County, we've always used that to support what we call our copay medication assistance program. And kind of in a nutshell, what that is that we see a lot of folks. In fact, thank you for taking so much time today, because I got to do a lot of networking out there. And we were just talking about how some folks with Medicare, for instance, they may have access to medical care, but they've got high cost of pharmaceutical costs. And so some of those copays that people have to pay for their pharmaceuticals can be really, really limiting. And so what we use is our Pennington County Fund basically to support and pay for some of those copays. And so there's a small amount that we would request from folks that are insured, and then we subsidize that with the funding that we get through the United Way and through Pennington County, which allows us then to submit it to insurance companies that we've basically gotten that copay funding from them, and then we're able to reap the revenue basically from that. So which the way we funnel back into what we're doing and to expand what we do. Just to kind of, as a point of, here's the story that I'll tell you of a patient of ours that was referred to us that was on the Pennington County Care Campus, individual who was homeless, struggling, had some mental health issues, had been cycling through probably all the agencies that you, well, I'm not sure about the all of the agencies, but a number of agencies that you guys are funding. And so basically referred to us, got them tied into the One Heart Clinic, saw the medical provider there, referred on to our psychiatric nurse practitioner. Long story short, they basically got this patient to try I'm going to forget what the name of the medication is, doesn't really matter, but it's a antipsychotic medication which is used to treat schizophrenia. And you can expect that this patient is probably not one that's typically going to be a very compliant patient. And so the injectable medication is a 30-day slow release antipsychotic sort of thing to get some of that mental health sort of things under control. And so over time, we're able to develop a relationship. And I can tell you this particular patient, we've now got the patient into an apartment, some part-time work. I wouldn't say that, totally out of the woods yet and all that, but that's the kind of thing that we're going to do. That particular medication retails for about $5,000. $52.50, something like that, last we checked. It's out of the ballpark for most folks. We're able to provide it to them. They're homeless. We provide it to them for free. And so we want to make sure that's, there's a lot of, cost avoidance that you can do with that. The reason we're able to do that is because we get some special funding. We're considered what's a 340B pharmacy, and so we can get some cheaper meds. And so this copay assistance program allows us then to provide some of those same services to folks that are insured as well, that they may need that access to that $5,000 medication, and we can provide that to them much cheaper than that $5,000. I don't know what the copay would be for something like that, but you're talking hundreds of dollars probably for a copay for something like that. And so we try to bridge those gaps.
Chairman, question.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So what, do you serve Pennington County? Do you serve Western South Dakota? Do you serve, I mean, who do you serve?
We have probably about 85% of our patients come from Pennington County. 87% of all of our patients come from Pennington County. But we will have patients who come through throughout the area. We were just taking a look, and that's what we were talking about, some transportation sort of things. And we have 121 patients come from Hill City, Keystone. So just to give you an idea, so we will have folks that will come through from
Well,
outlying
bottom
areas
line
from
is, we
Redwood City.
talked about cost benefit, and I can tell you, I've had to send, from what I do, some of my patients, that sounds weird, some of my people that were your patients, or you have done some work on them, and what a wonderful service, because some of those have been emergency areas, and I was sent to them from campus and stuff too, so
Yeah.
you guys do some wonderful work, and like I said, for 124, that could be like one patient sometimes, depending on how much work that is. So cost benefit, community health system has been amazing since it started. It's just a great program for people that are in need, and also people that, like you said, people that already have services in Medicare and Medicaid, but you can reduce those costs even for them, because those are usually seniors. So Tim, I commend you, and the 14,000 is well used, sir.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
The 124 together.
You're right in the middle of saying something.
No, you know me, I can keep talking, so I got no problem, so.
You do a good job, Tim, and you have since you've been
Thank you,
here.
guys, I appreciate you guys.
I will say, that's a great story, Tim. I've heard you say that to the board, and that's amazing that we could be able to do it. That type is a prime example of good spent money. And from your presentation, you're asking for $14,000 more, and I think we gave you another 6 last year, and I know some of the other entities out there have reduced some of their support, and so your request is for 124, and
Correct.
I'm not sure, I think right now we're just hearing the requests, and I don't hear anybody wanting to remove or continue it, so,
To the research. Thank you.
yeah, it'll be in the budget.
Okay, feel free to follow up with any questions you may have. Thank you, guys, I appreciate your support.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Next, we have, you find that. BMS and Amy Iverson.
Hey, good morning. Amy Iverson. I'm the CEO with Behavior Management Systems. Thank you for having me here today to talk about our request, and thanks for your past support. Our request this year is in line with what we've received last year, so no change there. You're probably aware BMS is a communal health center accredited by the state, serving Pennington County and Western South Dakota. We provide an array of outpatient mental health services to individuals in Pennington County, and particularly focusing on individuals with serious mental illnesses and providing case management and treatment services to keep them stable in the community and prevent utilization of higher level, more intensive services. So we do a lot of work directly with individuals who have very serious mental illnesses like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, working not only to give them mental health treatment services, but also case management to keep them stable in their housing, keep them making sure they're taking their psychotropic meds, and without those services, what we often see is then they utilize higher end services. So they're calling 911 regularly, they're interacting with law enforcement. So we really work hard to try to keep them stable so those things aren't happening. In addition to that, as you're aware, BMS recently opened Pivot Point, which is our crisis stabilization service. We're currently operating that during the daytime hours. We're taking, I would say, up to probably 250 calls a month with individuals who are experiencing crises, doing some work with them on the phone, getting them to other resources if they don't need our service. And then we also have individuals coming in for mental health assessments and short-term stabilization, and then getting them connected to resources, including our own case management services and other resources in the community, sometimes detox, substance abuse treatment, those kinds of things. We'll be opening our beds later this summer, so we'll have the residential side open. We're working hard to get that open as soon as possible. Even with the limited services we're currently providing at Pivot Point, we're already seeing individuals stabilizing and getting connected to resources where they otherwise wouldn't have, and they would have utilized emergency room and other services in the community, higher end, more expensive services. And we're also seeing individuals who are known entities to lots of the providers in the community, known to law enforcement, to the ER, that are cycling around to those various services, getting them connected and back on medications. We have some examples where some individuals who have been very resistant to treatment are now coming to Pivot Point, getting their injectable medication, some of them more stable than we've seen them in years and more willing to engage with us. So we feel like we're offering a valuable service to the county and would request the same allocation of funding that we had last year, which is the 109,222. And we greatly appreciate that support. It's very needed to help us continue operating and covering the expenses that we have, which is primarily our staffing.
Well, thank you, Amy, and thank you for sharing a little bit of that story, about the same as Tim did. Is the mental health in our community is a problem, and you've been able to get a rapport from people, and so that they're actually just walking in the door and you're having the conversations and they're coming back.
Yes.
And I think that's fantastic. So, Ms. Hadcock.
So do we pay, so we give you 109 to work at Pivot Point?
This funding doesn't go directly to Pivot Point. No, it's used for our other operations in just serving the individuals from Pennington County, providing them mental health treatment services when they have no other funding, and filling gaps where we don't have funding. So we don't have state funding for everything we do for those individuals, so this helps fill those gaps. So connecting individuals to, like Tim said, we do some of that as well, connecting them, getting on medications, getting them on programs that can pay for those expensive medications, and then this funding will help fill some of those gaps, whether it's co-pays or our staff. We have a staff person that does this work for us that isn't a billable position anywhere else, so we use funding for things like that.
So what happens in Pivot Point, isn't that the same thing in that so we pay for, at your organization, where you guys are, and then we pay for Pivot Point too?
Pivot Point, we're also operating Pivot Point, and so what the county is funding there are laundry services, food services, so we have some agreements for some assistance in that way and some indirect funding.
Okay.
And then the rest of the funding from Pivot Point right now is coming from the state.
Okay.
And a Helmsley grant.
That's what I needed to know. I appreciate that, Jen, because I'm like, okay, you have funding.
Yep, it gets complicated.
Yeah.
We're braiding together a lot of funding to make all this.
But that made sense, because that's how you guys made that agreement for a solution for helping out. Pivot
Exactly.
Point was, you're going to need some of the sheriffs,
Yes.
basically, and some of their services. So that's what the other 260 or whatever was.
And it's been a great partnership. You know, you guys have seen me once before last year, and I'm fairly new. I'm a year in my current position, and I probably said this when I was here last year, but the collaboration between the county folks, the providers in this community that makes something like Pivot Point happen is, from my perspective, really impressive. I hadn't seen that as much elsewhere in my work.
Well, think about it. That's about, what, 400,000? Can you imagine if you, like we said, we do nothing. So you're not only providing in one spot, you're actually helping in the other, because you need help with your staff and some of the other, plus some of the services that you need would make sense instead of us paying for everything on there. 400,000 or 371 is not a bad deal.
I agree.
Sure.
You done?
Yes, sir.
So you were able to divert 1,082 adults from having emergency room development. So does Monument help or participate in this as well?
So right now, Monument provided some funding as this project was getting up and running, yes. And now we're working with Monument just to figure out kind of how do we all work together, what role does everyone play, so I think this is brand new. We're in the development phase, so we'll kind of see how that goes forward and what, again, we'll have to look over the coming years on what funding will we braid together to make this work, because the state alone won't fund that service, the county alone certainly isn't responsible, so we're going to have to work on those things as we move forward.
People working together then.
Yep.
Okay.
I remember that, your campus, they said that.
Any further questions for Amy? Amy, do you have anything final you'd like to comment on?
Just thanks so much for having me here today, and thank you for your support.
Good job, Jen.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Thank
Jen.
you.
Thanks.
It's a lot of work.
Next, we have Dakota Plains Legal and Paul.
Morning. How we doing?
Morning, Paul.
Morning.
You all remember I'm the Pennington County Public Advocate. We're seeking a continuation for our contract. We've actually not asked for any more this year, which is a good thing. What you gave us last year helped us add another full-time staff attorney. So we have 3 attorneys and 2 full-time paralegals. And the addition of the 3rd attorney was important because we do the abuse and neglect cases and the juvenile cases, and those tend to be thrown on top of I do mainly felony cases. So all the juveniles and ANNs were thrown on top of the felony docket, and it was hard to get to. So now we have somebody that's dedicated to that. Just, I think Ms. Retzel probably told you how much crime is going on in the county, but in 2021 and 22, we were appointed 1,513 individuals. And that doesn't mean cases, that means individuals, because some people have multiple cases. My record last year was a lady had 15 felony files and 1 misdemeanor file. But we pled in 3 of them, and the rest got dismissed. So what we do is, we kind of move a lot of files through for you. And this will be my 22nd year, so you kind of know me. So,
Chairman.
Ms. Adcock.
You have 3 attorneys. What is your caseload overall, usually, like in a year for how many, like one attorney does how many caseloads in a year?
The average would be 300 felony files per attorney.
And how about all the other, or is it, you don't just do felonies, so you have aggravated assault, everything else?
I have misdemeanors, but what it really boils down to, most of the appointments we get from the public defender's office are felony files with misdemeanors attached.
Right.
And so a lot of the misdemeanor files will get negotiated away when we work out a plea agreement on the felony.
Right.
So, we go through probably 600 individuals a year. Now, ANNs, an ANN could be it's one person, one case, but there could be 15 hearings by the time an ANN resolves, abuse and neglect case. By the time either the court determines the parent is rehabilitated to get their child back or not.
And you do that with 3 people?
We do. We have one person that mainly does those, and another person assists those.
Wow.
Yeah. So, everybody had an interesting story, but I got to tell you one. I had a case this year where a guy was charged with rape, and he was in the jail, and he had been there 2 months, and we just got appointed, and I went over and met with him, and I says, the allegation was he was sexually abusing his niece, and he says to me, "I don't know these people. I don't live there." And so for 2 months, the guy sat in the jail, and I meet with him. The next day, we had a hearing with Judge Fifley, and I says, "I don't think the state's got the right defendant." So I made a motion in court that the state actually identify this person as the perpetrator, and they brought his picture out to the victim, and she says, "I have no idea who this is." And the guy sat in jail for 2 months. Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah. but he's got them out, you know. Yeah, yeah.
How does that happen?
You know what? Because the state brings most of their cases through grand jury instead of a preliminary hearing.
Right.
And at a grand jury, as you may know, it's a secret affair. So the alleged perpetrator's not there. So there's no in-court identification of the individual. He just had a similar name, you know. And then as soon as I had the case like resolved in 3 days, you know.
So what's the solution, Paul, for that? More of a preliminary hearings or what? What's the
Preliminary
solution?
hearings were the way to go. When I first started, I've been an attorney now 29 years. Everything was done by preliminary hearing because that way you have identification, the state knows if they've got good witnesses, the defendant knows if they got witnesses against him. Well, when you do everything by grand jury, it's all secret, and you know, and lawyers don't know how to learn to put evidence in and how to object.
So how have you helped the system to try to change that, or have you?
Well, you know, the problem is they've taken it away from us. You know, the state legislature took away preliminary hearings on all the misdemeanors,
That's what I
which,
need to do.
which used to be wonderful for any kind of domestic abuse case because right away the state knows if they've got a good witness as the victim, and right away I know and my client knows they've got a good witness against him. And when you don't have that, then you know you go through the grand jury. Then I got to set everything for trial and move along until it finally comes to fruition or falls apart. Just had a trial set last week, you know, week before, you know, and I worked on for a month and they dismissed the day before because they couldn't find their victim. You know.
Thank you, Paul, for that information. A lot of times I see Paul Solo, he talks about different stuff. And Paul doesn't only run the office, he works cases. So he has many cases, and he's been doing this for 29 years. So very commendable, Paul, and what you do for Pennington County.
Oh, I'm happy to do it. You know, I'm going to be 71 in 2 weeks. And I feel good.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Paul.
So Paul, you're basically asking for the same amount from last year.
Yes.
And if I remember right, you know, in the past, we've given some increases to get you up there because we knew the caseloads were climbing. And so we appreciate it.
Yeah, and as the manager, I keep I keep a lid on my expenses. I really watch all that stuff. So that because I'm a taxpayer here also. So
Is there anything else you'd like to add, Paul?
No, I'm just hoping you'll let us do it another year.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Are we going to take a break?
Let's try and get through this final one real quick.
You have a couple, actually.
We got, well, there's like three more, but who do we have out in the audience right now?
So, Mr. Chair, that would be the
Aging-
Pennington County of Council, of Agents.
Aging,
Well, I think there's some
those
out
are
in the
ones,
hallway.
those are the ones we funded in the past. So Pennington County on Aging, we'll do that and then we'll have a break because the other two we haven't budgeted for in before, so those are new requests.
Mr. Chair.
So we got
Doris.
Doris. Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
So what I was going to add is that, the request is for 35,000, which is explained in the letter dated May the 22nd, 2023. Subsequent to that, we've been visiting with Prairie Hills Transit, which would provide transportation from Hill City to Rapid City, and Barb Klein is here today, and she can explain that service. But we had a meeting last week in Keystone at the Senior Citizen Center, and so what I'm trying to do is see if we could ask the board to consider $7,500 to help fund that for 2024, and that'll be explained more in detail. So the 35,000 is a request plus 7,500 for transportation from Hill City to Rapid City, on a scheduled basis, and then the city, if Hill City would participate, another 10,000. And I've talked to the city administrator, and, you know, hopefully we can make this all work, but I'll let Doris Ann do
Chairman,
the presentation.
just a point of personal privilege. If we could, sir, maybe tell the other entities we're doing them after lunch so they don't.
Well, I was just going to ask the board if they would want them to come back after lunch or would want to try and take them up before, right after this one.
Is this everyone that we have waiting that's here in the room?
Yes.
Little Mines and Elevate.
They've been here all morning, so.
Fortunately, I have a meeting at 12, so I'll be leaving here in a minute. Because I thought we were taking the hour for lunch, so.
Okay, sorry, folks, it looks like the consensus is to continue after lunch at 1 o'clock. So if you guys could take a lunch break and come back, we'd appreciate it.
Took a little bit longer than we
Thanks.
thought.
Okay.
I have a request. My treasurer can't be here, so if you could just think about it.
So to recap, what happened before we stopped you in the middle of stuff is, Ron, you requested an additional 7,500 on top of the 35,000, and it's for the Hill City ambulance.
Correct.
And then they were going to talk. I haven't given them the opportunity to speak yet, but would.
What'd you say? The 5,000 plus 7,500?
No, 35. Their original budget's 35, and then they're requesting 7,500 more. He was explaining why, and then we stopped, dealt with everything.
So I agree with that also, because I've also seen the aging group. I've seen what they do, everything they do for helping senior citizens. And if we had to do that for transit in Pennington County, which I looked into a couple of years ago, it would cost us a heck of a lot more. So I'm in agreement with that.
So the request and discussion was pretty much to go up to 42,500.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so that's the request, but I want to give the people the opportunity to talk.
Sure. And then we'd have Barb Klein explain the Prairie Hills Transit, how that would work, and
Right.
possibly Hill City and possibly Keystone get the seniors to Rapid City for medical appointments and other needed services.
Thank you for seeing us this morning and at lunchtime. We appreciate you. I'm Doris Ann Werlinger. I'm the president of the PCCA. I'm going to turn it over to the treasurer so he can just do his thing. Dale Householder. Thank you.
Thank each one of you for your time. You know, it takes a lot of time for your dedication. We thank you for that. Hill City has not, or Keystone has not had public transportation in probably 3 or 4 years. And we have an aging population. The biggest demographics in that area is seniors. And so we don't have any way to get the seniors around Hill City or Keystone, get them into Rapid City. And that's what we're thinking, that now we have an opportunity with a bus service, with Prairie Transit, that they have come into Hill City. They've done a survey. The survey has shown a positive need for bus service in Hill City. And this is an important part of Western Pennington County, that if we can get some public transportation for those people out there, it would be great. And then we have a lot of, we're increasing about 5,000 from last year, and a lot of that, 70% of our requests are for transportation issues. And of course, the cost of transportation, as you know, has gone up. So that's basically what we're asking for. We're also going to look at expanding more into needs in Eastern Pennington County, in Wall and New Underwood. We haven't served those communities very faithfully because we haven't had any requests, but we need to go there and we need to seek and see what the needs are and see if we can help in that area as well. So we just appreciate your time and the idea that you really care about the citizens of Hill, or the senior citizens of this county.
Thanks, Dale. So since there's an addition to what was presented, I would look for, I'm assuming a motion from Mr. Roskinick to include 7,500 to the additional 35,000. And I would assume a second from Ms. Hadcock.
Do you have to make a motion to have it considered in there?
I think you're
have to put it in
changing the
additional.
numbers.
We have to do it like we're doing, like I said, we're changing the numbers. That's why I said on the 56, would you change the numbers on the budget when they're increasing their budgets to a point where, okay,
So
anyway, shut up, Deb.
So do you want me to make
So you're okay with it? You're okay with the second?
You want me to make the motion?
Yes, I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
Okay, so motion made by Ross Connect to include $7,500 to the Council of Aging budget of 35,000, making a total of 42,500, with a second for Ms. Hadcock for discussion.
So-
Okay, now for discussion.
So my discussion is, I would put that as the extra on the same discussion as what we're doing other, meaning, we're adding above and beyond where we're putting our budget at this time. So I'm in agreement with the 35.
Got it shut off, I don't know how, but,
It's a ghost. I gotta go to a meeting, a person's gonna,
okay.
yeah.
But it's gonna be added on, but the whole budget hasn't been approved yet, so we can still have the discussion.
Well, my thing was the 35 is an agreement and the extra should be put on just like extra, because it's a discussion of above what we'd be funding in the first place.
Okay, we're kind of changing the motion.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't, that's why I wanted to tell you for discussion that I agree with the 35, but the extra should be put on, just to make sure.
Oh, for discussion.
Funding,
Okay,
yes.
okay, so now I get it. We're approving it to add it, but still want to have discussion on it
I gotta go.
at the point, correct? Am I correct?
Mr. Chair.
Am I correct? With your, okay,
For discussion.
okay.
Told me to person about my bill.
Okay, so we got that motion, Mr. Roskinek.
What I was going to say is because this 7,500 would include the services of Prairie, it doesn't matter. I'm not advocating for any particular service, but they're the only ones that are stepping up to the plate, and a representative of Prairie Hills Transit is here, so maybe we'd like to hear from her before we go in the discussion.
Well, I think we're going to add it to the discussion of Black Hills local government. Any additional funding that we're going to do, we're going to add that.
Sure.
But for right now, you have a motion to add it to the budget, so it's there but we're going to have further discussion. It's quite a feat to get it added, so that's a plus. Don't get discouraged because there's going to be more discussion, but I have the feeling it's going to go well.
Well, and one of the reasons we didn't have the surveys, we didn't have the need identified when we sent the original letter in, and that's why it's kind of an addendum to that.
Addendum, okay. So that's good information to bring forward, and we'll remember that when it gets brought back up with some of the other discussions.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to share?
I think Barb would like to explain what that service would be and how that would work a little bit more in detail.
And you are Barb?
I'm Barb Klein.
Okay, Barb.
I'm the Executive Director of Prairie Hills Transit since 1989. And I hate to be the person standing between you guys and lunch, but we had started discussion with the Hill City Keystone community a couple years ago, just right before the pandemic hit. And so things have kind of been on hold for a couple years. We revitalized that discussion, added some new individuals to the conversation. We've been meeting monthly for the last 3 or 4 months, and I think they've really fine-tuned and honed in on what the services they would like to do would be. That would be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday service, 10 to 4:30. It's a great starting point for the community. I don't want you to think that the bus is going to come to Rapid City every single day, because we certainly want to make sure we're providing transportation in town as well. But even visiting with Tim in the waiting area, waiting to talk to you guys, we found that there are a significant number of individuals coming from Hill City that need treatment in Rapids. So the networking and finding out what communities need is an important part of what we do. But we do have a history of almost 35 years of providing senior, low-income, elderly, and disabled transportation as well as public transportation. So we feel we're well-equipped, well-qualified to step into that arena. We've identified a used ADA van that we'll be using. We do receive some state and federal dollars through different both federal funds and state dollars. So our projected budgets, which I think you guys have, are merely projections. We're starting with pie in the sky. We have no idea how much the service will be used. We hope that it will be used frequently and enjoyed by many to begin providing a new sense of independence. Lots of people still have to depend on friends and family, and we know lots of family people are working now, and we know lots of friends shouldn't be driving but are. So it's also a safety issue. I'm not gonna, I could go on for a long time. I have a long elevator speech, but I'd be happy to come back anytime and give you additional information. I'd be happy to give you any responses to questions that you might have right now for the sake of time.
Thank you, Barb. I think you have a commission that's very understanding. As you said, we're going through non-mandated items in our budget right now, and so these are important things that save the community a lot of money. So appreciate you taking your time to come here, and right now we do have it added into the budget for the 7,500. If we have any additional questions or concerns, we will contact you.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you so much for your
Mr.
time.
Drews.
I have a question, Barb. So I'm more familiar with River City's transit out of Pier. So do you operate similar to how they operate? I mean, through your funding sources and so forth?
We do, but we've been in business longer than they have. And we provide a different geographic area, Gary. We are primarily all of the western side of South Dakota in a 12,600 square mile area. But we provide all the same services that they do, and maybe some in different communities that are a little bit different than they provide. We work with them closely in a highly rural transportation grant that for some counties, if they have a low population, we're able to provide free veteran transportation. Pennington County, unfortunately, is not one of those, but some of the surrounding counties are. But yeah, same premise.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
Any further questions for Barb?
Well, I appreciate you guys waiting 2 hours.
We got a lot of work done.
Yes, we did.
Any final comments, Doris?
Yes, I'd just like to thank all of you for your consideration. Pennington County Commissioners mean a lot to us. Pennington County Council of Aging thanks you from the bottom of their heart. So have a nice lunch. Have a great day.
Thanks, Doris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we were not able to,
Mr. Chair, you need a motion on, or a vote on that motion.
oh, sorry. We do have a motion on the floor, and the motion on the floor is to approve the 7,500 addition to the 35, which would make for Pennington County housing for a total of 42,500, with caveat that it would also be added to the discussions of on when we discuss Pennington County aging and other items. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
The only one we didn't get to that was on our list was GIS.
And they might not be in attendance.
Okay, so, sure. That way we could take care of that.
I know absolutely nothing about GIS, but I know they help us with our total vote, getting pinpoints on addresses, and so I really support keeping GIS and the increase.
Okay, I think that's appropriate. But that is one of it's been in our budget for many, many years, so just a heads up. Okay, with that, I'd look for a motion to recess for break, or for lunch.
So move.
Moved by Roskinek,
Second.
seconded by Drews. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Okay. We are going to go back into session to the 2024 budget hearing schedule. Right now, I do see that what did I do with my piece of paper? We have a people here from School of Mines. Or I'll turn this over to Mr. Lassiter. This comes to us from Mr. Travis Lassiter.
Yep, and I'll just kind of preface this with, as y'all know, the last couple of years, we've hosted town halls here based on that PFOS water contamination, basically from the base all the way out to the Cheyenne River through Pennington County. Couple of big things that have happened in those meetings, and one of them is we've heard from the EPA, the FDA, even SDA&R, basically don't eat the food, but we're not doing any testing on any of the food or the gardens and things of that nature. We've lost revenue in that area as we've had property values be reduced in value due to the contamination, and some of it's come completely off the tax rolls due to Sedita buying those lands, some of them because they're contaminated, some of them because of to protect the air base and the air traffic area. But with that, since none of the other agencies are doing anything to help the citizens' concerns, I thought it was important for us to look at it because this might give us direction for them who, their farms or ranches, when they're dealing with cattle, they're concerned about, are they selling contaminated food to those of us in the county? It's a health and safety issue. And so I think to the technical side of it, the School of Mines would be better to explain some of that, of what they would like the funds for. I know this is not a normal request for the county. I struggled with it as well, asking for it, but I think it's important for our community because the community doesn't see any help coming anytime soon.
Okay, I'll just make note that today we've been doing unmandated requests, and the first half of the morning, we did ones that we've normally funded. And the end of, so far today, the last two honors are ones we haven't seen before, and they are new, so they were not included in the provisional budget. So I wanted to make that clear. So this is a new request. So,
Yep.
and Mr. Laster, this request is for how much?
$480,950.
Okay. So with that, you'd like to turn it over to,
Absolutely.
I don't have your name,
That'd be
so.
Lisa and Heidi. Lisa Kunze and Heidi, I can't remember your last name. See, there you go. So I couldn't remember how to say it.
So it's Heidi.
Severding.
Okay.
Lisa Kunza.
Lisa, okay. The floor is yours.
We should probably introduce ourselves and what we do first.
Sure. So my name's Heidi Severding. I'm a research scientist in the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department. I've been doing research there for 10 years now, under the direction of Dr. Jim Stone, who is now our department chair. I've done research on a number of different research projects. A lot of it has to do with sustainability and a thing called life cycle accounting, which is really environmental accounting. So looking at what are we doing? Is it a net gain to humanity or is it net loss? And how can we change those systems and those system dynamics to make it beneficial? So you could almost call me a systems analyst. So for the last few years, we've been working on several different projects involving PFAS, and with that, I'll let Lisa introduce herself.
Yep. I'm Lisa Kunze. I'm a faculty member at School of Mines. I'm in chemistry, biology, and health sciences, as well as atmospheric and environmental sciences. I've been leading the group at School of Mines on PFAS for the last 6 years. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but we've had large meetings as part of the defense economy pillar for the defense symposium, and we've had tracks on PFAS where we've brought people all over the country to come give their expertise as we're trying to help the people in our community. I also feel like we should not take the entire credit for this presentation, as Brett Lingwall is the faculty member that put together this request for y'all. Unfortunately, he was stuck on an airplane yesterday and couldn't make it back till tomorrow. So you get to hear from us instead of him in that space. if we're going to start here with the slides, I'm the leader of the Sustainable Solutions faculty, and just so that it doesn't catch you by surprise when it comes out in the press release in a couple weeks, we are going to have a Center for Sustainable Solutions on campus that starts next week. And I'm the leader of that effort. And it's all kind of tied together with the idea of we need to use the aspects of the science and the engineering that we're all doing and work together to provide the partnerships and the interdisciplinary collaborations, whether it's at the school or with community groups or industry partners, to be able to come up with the solutions that best help the people. And so we're working on various different aspects, but PFAS is one of the larger avenues.
So PFAS is a word you've probably heard before, but it may not be something that you're entirely understanding what it is and what it does. Now, there's a lot of PFAS in the news. There was an announcement a few months ago that my daughter showed me that it's in orange juice. Orange juice is contaminated with PFAS. Well, why are people concerned with this? These compounds have been around for decades. They're commonly used and widely used. They are in AFFF, which is the firefighting foam that I believe the fire marshal who was here, I forget his title, but yep, he definitely emphasized that the county does not use it. Well, the reason why he was emphasizing that is because it's very persistent molecules. They used to spray this into crowds for kids to play in the foam. It was believed to be very safe, and the public in general believed this foam to be safe. Well, it isn't. It's toxic, but it's not the toxicity where you drink something poisoned and you walk 2 steps and drop over dead. This is more of something that as you're exposed to it over time, the longer you're exposed to it, the more you're exposed to it, it opens up a whole suite of risks that affect your health and your well-being. And in my mind, perhaps more importantly, it affects children. So the birth weight of children on average in the United States has been decreasing, and they attribute that to PFAS. It's in so many different products that we're exposed to, and it has a systemic effect. It affects your body in such a ways that it's not instantaneous. It takes those risks that may be there and in some ways magnifies and amplifies them. It affects fertility. So there's all sorts of different challenges associated with PFAS, but the biggest one is that it is so incredibly harmful at low quantities. And what those quantities and how we ingest them into our bodies is something that's very problematic. Now, the EPA is in the process of regulating PFAS. They have been in the process of regulating PFAS for what, 20 years? The bottom line is, though, that as they're in the middle of making these administrative decisions, people are continuing to be exposed. The Air Force is working on resolving some of the issues that they have, but there are confines of what they can do within the law. So Lisa can explain a little bit more. And at any point in time, if you have a question, just ask. I mean, we have stuff up on the screen that says hydrophobic tail and hydrophilic functional group.
I don't think that they need to know the functional groups.
All right, so what happens with PFAS? We know it's in the water. We've talked about that extensively with the city of Box Elder and the folks and residents around the Air Force Base. They've been providing bottled water. They're looking at alternative water resources, but it doesn't just stay in the water and it doesn't just stay in the soil. What ends up happening is that
as it's in the soil, it's taken up by different plants. Now, when it's uptaken into plants, you have a range of different effects that ends up happening. Now, it builds up. We know it bioaccumulates. It bioaccumulates in people, it bioaccumulates in animals potentially, and it bioaccumulates in plants. But every plant's a little bit different. So they've been telling folks in Box Elder who have water that's impacted, don't drink the water. But what else do you do with that water? You can't treat every ounce of water that goes into your farm and ranch. It's just really not feasible. Well, if you irrigate your garden at home, well, there's no rule that says that the produce is harmful. There's minimal scientific evidence of what goes where into different plants. That's something that's a really big unknown. So then the plants are eaten by animals. How much of that is transferred is not something that we really understand. We know to some degrees that long chains, PFAS compounds, of which there are thousands, don't move as easily as short chain. Well, are the short chain toxic? Well, there's emerging evidence showing that they're potentially more toxic. But we just really, truly do not know.
Mr. Chair, can I interject there? And Lisa, you were at some of these meetings, so you've heard this. The EPA is not going to do anything. We asked Secretary Hunter for SDA&R. They don't have any plans to do any testing, and neither does the FDA. Just to put that out there. They just said, don't eat the food, just don't eat it. That's what their recommendation is, even though they don't have a level for it. Sorry, I just wanted to, since you were talking about the gardens.
Yeah, and it's really problematic in the fact that they are limited by what they can spend their money on. The color of money, as you all are very well aware, matters. And because there isn't a rule that says it's mandated or harmful, they can't just say, oh, we think it's important, and undertake those tests. And really what we're proposing to you all today is to start looking at undertaking some of those tests and filling in that information gap that they just can't do yet. They may be able to do in years to come. But in the meantime, you have thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of residents who are continually being exposed to these health risks. And it's really a safety issue. So Lisa can explain a little bit about some of the surveys that have been undertaken.
So we went out because we knew that PFAS was an issue, and we do have some projects with Air Force and various other agencies. One of the things that we were wanting to have an idea of was what does the background level of PFAS in some of the main waterways in the state of South Dakota look like? And we were targeting places above and below wastewater treatment plants, just because around populations you tend to have some more of those contaminants. And so we looked across the state in all of the different areas that are outlined up here. And then we also started looking at more of the soils as well. So right now, the current standards are requiring levels in the drinking water, but eventually they'll get around to creating standards for soils and surface waters and groundwaters as well.
And plants and animals and meat. But that could be quite some time from now. So in looking at relevant to the samples that were taken here in our area, there is PFAS in Rapid Creek. Now, you can see the different colors. There's PFBA versus the PFBS. These are the different types of compound, of which there are thousands of them. Now, some of them, there's documentation to show they're harmful. Some of them scientists believe might be harmful. Some of them, there's not really much information on whatsoever. But in net, we know that the more PFAS compounds that you are exposed to, the likelihood of the greater risk of encountering health impacts. So as you can see, going upstream of Rapid Creek, before we have the city, and that's upstream of the city, there's PFAS present there. There's PFAS in the middle of town in the creek, and there's even more PFAS down gradient.
Sorry, so the contamination at the base, so how are you saying upstream? Tell me how that correlates with all what you're talking about today.
So we're just trying to provide some context as to how much more contamination there really is in Box Elder Creek. So our concentrations here are in nanograms per liter, parts per trillion. And there are some other surface water locations that may exceed 100 parts per billion, so more than an order of magnitude larger. But one of the things that we wanted to highlight is that we're not discounting that there might be just PFAS in the environment, and so we're showing that here with what we found in Rapid Creek.
So the pink is, okay, I don't know your measurements very well. I know, I'm listening to you. So when does it become harmful? Or is it just harmful because the more it runs through, you're just adding more molecules, more buildup of it, more buildup, until then it runs through Ellsworth Air Force Base, it's adding to it. Is that your point, or?
So we did not sample Box Elder Creek because the Air Force is sampling Box Elder Creek.
Okay.
So really this study was undertaken to really look at what are the other background levels. Now, there's not something that people need to panic about, because remember, this isn't acutely toxic, but it's more of a lifetime exposure.
Right.
So the point is that there is PFAS outside of just the Box Elder Creek watershed. So this isn't a problem that is isolated to the residents of Box Elder or isolated to the residents of New Underwood. It is really a system-wide challenge that we really need to begin to understand more about. Now, when we're looking at why we want to ask these questions, now specifically, we know that there is a lot of contamination in Box Elder Creek. The Air Force has stated that there is. They readily admit that, and they are in the process of evaluating it and going through the federal process to begin to clean up what they've messed up. They're not discounting their responsibility in any way, shape, or form. But the reality is between the time of what we know now versus when they can start doing things, we have an exposure risk to our residents and to our people. And what is our PFAS exposure? For residents and for cattle producers, for farmers in our soil and water. And how much of that is actually being translocated and uptaken by plants? What parts of the plants would be safe to eat versus not safe to eat?
Chairman, I have another question, sorry. That's why it's easy not to say chairman all the time. But anyway, why I'm saying that is, so if it was already in the water, it was already in the areas, you said upstream, downstream, in between, then how do you know at this point, except for you studying it, that if it was already in there and then it became more when they found out another product from the Air Force supposedly was doing that, how do you know the difference between, just because you know the upstream and the in-between before, of how much more added to it? Does that make sense?
I'll take that one. So You asked what the difference was with the pink upstream. So if you look at this, each of the colors represent different types. There are 4,000 types and two, or more than 4,000. And only two types are technically regulated by EPA currently.
So what would
On this
contaminate,
map, the purple is one of those.
so what would contaminate, if you had a thought process of looking at it, what would be the contaminate from in Rapid Creek at this point that would be added to it that you would probably have studied before saying, okay, it's in water? What are
So-
the main contaminants from upstream all the way to down
It
before
could
you hit
be
Elder?
from runoff from the biosolids that somebody applied to their land.
Basically for septics.
It could be,
Septics, but also people utilize biosolids as fertilizer.
Yeah.
and the thing that we need to realize is that it's in a lot of very useful things. So if you have stain-resistant carpet, there's a good chance that the agent that makes it stain-resistant is probably PFAS. If you have
Or water resistant.
Yep. If you have, there are so many different products in our daily lives that contain different chemical compounds that we don't necessarily know or understand. And we're not going to necessarily even know that they're present. And just because we don't know they're there doesn't mean that they potentially couldn't harm us, especially with something that's bioaccumulative. Now, there's rules that are being pushed through the EPA where the EPA is going to, for federally purchased products. Now, they can't say the general public, all things must be labeled, but they can say that if the government is going to buy it with federal dollars, it needs to be labeled as to what's in it. And one of the compounds that they specifically have in there is PFAS and PFOA and other harmful toxins so that when you pick up a product, you would be able to tell that does this contain PFAS or does this not contain PFAS? But those regulations and those rules to get manufacturers to begin to do that takes time. We aren't going to know everything until it really is labeled. Then people would be able to have a choice. Until that time happens, we have harm that potentially is being done. We know it's in box elder. We know it's in the water. We know it's in the soil.
And the groundwater.
And the groundwater. Is it in the plants? If so, which plants? How much? Is it being passed on to meat? Is it being passed on to wildlife? If so, how much?
And these are some of the questions that I feel like we heard at the public meetings that have been held by by the commission from the people. If they're growing cattle for organic cattle purposes, can they use the water that's on their property or not? And does that then transfer up into the cattle? There isn't, if we don't look or ask or help, they're going to remain questions unanswered for those people.
And we don't know for certain it is in any particular thing. We know it is uptaken by some plants more than others, but is it necessarily what is happening here? We won't know until we look. Now, the EPA, there's a letter here that Commissioner Lassiter got from the EPA that I think Lisa could probably even read the section to it.
And I gave you all a copy. That was that letter I gave you all.
And I mean, I feel like the bits and pieces of this letter that kind of stuck out to me was that they mentioned that the Air Force might get to it eventually. it might become part of a plan. They don't know how big of a part of that plan that might be, but the EPA is supporting here, it appears, with this letter, the reaching out to academia to help fill in some of those gaps. And so I feel like that's really nice because it helps us as we're trying to help answer those questions that we heard from the people from Pennington County. Also, just want to point out that we are working with the contractors that are working on some of this stuff with Ellsworth Air Force Base, just to make sure that we are not double doing anything that they would be working on in the next couple of years. And we'll continue to have those conversations to make sure that the things that we're doing and the things that we're proposing are beneficial to the people, but also that they won't overlap the efforts that are already being undertaken, because that would be kind of crazy.
I was just looking through this while everybody's talking. Travis has done a very good job of keeping this commission informed on PFAS and a lot of that stuff. So I was just, what is your proposed work? Did you guys, and proposal?
Go ahead.
So the proposal is to take samples seasonally. So we all know that we have wet seasons, we have dry seasons, and trying to understand how the PFAS is present in the vegetation and how it fluctuates over that growing season. So we propose taking a suite of double-blind samples from an area near Ellsworth Air Force Base, down gradient of Ellsworth Air Force Base, and even further downstream. And then also taking a suite of complementary samples. We would take the same number of samples of the same types of materials from those three areas, but also from Pennington County in general. So those samples will be for tissue for plants, soil, livestock, and then some surface or well water, which was watering that livestock or plants. So we can see if we're going to find a correlation between the irrigation water. Is it going to be a correlation between the soil? How much of it is being transferred from one living being to another? And so we'll have the control will be the rest of Pennington County. So a third of the samples will be from immediately that Box Elder, Ellsworth Air Force area. Another will be down gradient on Box Elder Creek, and then close to the confluence of the Cheyenne River. So we'll.
Mr. Drews.
So I hear what you're saying. I hear the concerns that are expressed for it. But I don't personally see the county get involved in a grant program of nearly $500,000 for doing some study on this. I just don't see that happening. I don't think the responsibility falls upon the county. I think that, where the water has already been identified as having an issue, that through the Air Force and EPA, that those individuals have been worked with. And many of those, I don't know how many of them, but some have been bought out. So maybe that property should be taken out of production completely, so we're not worried about plants and so forth further being infiltrating into the system. So I just don't see us moving forward with this type of a project.
Mr. Chair, would this be a project that would be eligible for grants? We just got done earlier today working with Black Hills Council, Black Hills Council of Local Governments, and right now we are a member of that, and there might be, working with them, there might be some grants that would offset some of the cost on this. So just looking at other sources of funding. Like Gary said, private sector, box elder, or, possible grants.
So when you're applying for grants, and I mean, that's how Lisa and I operate, we apply for grants very, very frequently. And honestly, I'm 100% grant funded. So if I don't get grants, I don't have a job. So when we're looking at applying for grants, you need evidence that the problem exists. Right now, everyone is pointing to the other person saying, have them do it. Have them do it. And there's all this finger pointing going around, everybody else wanting the other person to fund it. Well, the bottom line is unless you gather evidence that the problem exists and the extent of the problem, we can't get those agencies to care. And in the meantime, we know there is something there, but the level of exposure to those people and the level of exposure to people elsewhere, we don't understand or we don't know. And it is bioaccumulative. So the longer you're exposed to it, the more you're exposed to it, the greater your risk, and greater the risk specifically of children.
Chairman.
Chair.
We got Ms. Hadcock now, go to Travis.
So I think this is very important. We talked about watershed. We talked about mining. We have one mine in South Dakota and the watershed on the mine and how that important that is. And now we're talking about something that actually is in the watershed already, how much is in that watershed at this time, and it has been contaminated. We don't know at this point how much, but everything is porous. When you put water to it, it's very porous. Human beings, animals, plants, learned that a long time ago. So if we're putting all our efforts, and we're actually making an ordinance, a mining ordinance over this issue on watershed and different areas and protecting our watershed because of mining. But then we're saying, well, on this watershed, it's not mining, it's something else. Something else contaminated it, but we don't know how far that contamination is, but we're ready to make an ordinance over a mine issue. So it doesn't make sense to me. Are we protecting, and that's what I meant by watershed. Are we protecting our watershed in many areas in Pennington County, or just picking specifics that we think are important? To me, this is important. I don't know how we fund it. Travis, I'm going to be up straight. But I think it's specific to everything we talk about. We did riparian with respect because of areas in Hill City and that surrounding areas of Sheridan Lake and otherwise. We do it all the time in Pennington County, but a lot of times we do get grants and different things. But like you said, and that made sense, both you ladies, Lisa and Heidi, I said use your names. And I'll keep saying, I like protecting. I said it the day we were doing another issue and talking about another issue on watershed. So we could kick it down the road, but I think it's serious enough, Travis, that I think we should look into if we can write resolutions or different things to different entities to help. Where we go from here, you have done tons and tons and tons of work on this, Travis, you have, and I respect that. So, but I also understand that $480,000, how much to humans beings and their health should cost Pennington County. But you already know the reality of it. I'm for what you're doing, Travis. I'm just trying to figure out the funding source and how we get there. So that would be my thoughts.
Thanks, Deb. Mr. Glasser.
Thank you much, Commissioner Hadcock, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand Commissioner Drew's concern. It was one of my concerns at the beginning. I kind of tossed back and forth. Why do we need to get involved in this? A couple of reasons. One, the community is desiring help, and the agencies that are part of the problem or part of letting us know that this issue is there, feds, entities created by the feds, even the state, entities that are supposed to do something to help whenever we know a problem exists, aren't doing it. And that's part of the reason why, if we're going to go with an understanding of what local government's supposed to do, I do believe we shouldn't have to do the onus of cleanup. We shouldn't have to do the onus of all the other stuff that will eventually come. But if the bigger entities, the bigger governments aren't doing what they're supposed to, who's left to protect the people? And it is the local government, the county government. And you're right. Seeing our budget and our requests, the question is, where are we going to get the money? I understand it. It's a pretty big lift and trying to figure out how to get the money. So a couple of questions that I have, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. What sources have y'all reached out to already? Have you reached out to other entities for sourcing? Because I know we've talked a little bit about it. I just don't know what your end result is of who you've reached out to, what you've maybe secured or not. So is there anything out there that y'all have done and where we stand?
So for funding or for testing?
Any part
Okay.
of, yeah.
Well, I'll start off by saying that when you have a grant proposal, the university gets their facilities and overhead rate. And at the School of Mines, a portion of that grant then eventually makes its way back to the professor. So Dr. Kunze and Dr. Lingwall care enough about this issue and feel enough of it's an issue is that pretty much every penny of their discretionary dollars has been spent on testing to try to find out more information. I'm pretty sure your overhead account has been by far and away almost everything that they could spend on testing we have spent. The samples are really expensive. We've made some inquiries as to where we could get the samples tested at reasonable rates. There's some labs at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln who have said that they would take some of our samples and have offered a very reasonable price. You look at that and you go, $400 a sample. Well, there's a lot involved with the testing because it can be very, very easily cross-contaminated. As far as grants, 6 years ago, Dr. Stone and I were part of a team with Colorado State where we applied to the EPA to do testing. The project was not funded. And if that had happened and we had been able to have the EPA funding from that, it was recommended for funding, but it wasn't funded. We would have started that testing 6 years ago. So we have been applying for grants, but I feel like we need to point out that we didn't say, oh, we're going to ask the county for money. Well, we were asked, can we help? Can we do this testing?
So what other questions do you have, Travis?
That'd be it for now.
We didn't, excuse me, didn't mean to shut your presentation off in the middle of all this, but I do want to make a comment that since this come up, I mean, this commission has supported the looking at the PFAS and provided the facility. We helped Travis hold some of these meetings. But when we talk about the funding, I think one of the things that popped up in front of me over the week, just this last week, was I got this link sent to me that the water at Ellsworth Air Force Base was contaminated by PFAS from toxic firefighting foam linked to cancer. The property, I can't read it all. I just took a snapshot of it. But there's a class action lawsuit started on. This is what they're requesting people to go to. You know, I'm just saying, all of a sudden now they're with a class action lawsuit, that kind of changes the story of where we're at. I think as far as the county wise, is there a class action?
So, Mr. Chair, I've actually done a lot of research into that. I actually reached out to the law firm in Sioux Falls that was supposed to be a point of contact, and I have not received anything from them that says that there's a class action going forward. What I do see is people trying to collect a lot of information, so maybe they can do something. But if there was one, I would say that from the county's perspective, kind of like with the opioid crisis, the opioid issue, we would want to get someone on it and ask the question, does the county have an opportunity to be a part of that, since we can show that we've actually had lost revenue and it's impacting our residents. But everything I've seen on that, it all seems like a data collection thing, kind of like with what is that, marine base, that there is a class action lawsuit with that one, but a lot of it's just data mining rather than actually helping the individuals out. So I haven't seen anything that's a solid class action lawsuit at this point in time that is open to the public.
It does say it's, excuse me, from consumersafe.com. I didn't open it or look at it. I just snapshotted it and had a picture of it. So didn't know if there actually is a class action lawsuit, but it's out on social media that they're asking for input. So
I think that'd be a 10 to 20 year project, kind of like the 30-year project estimated that the base is going to have to clean up.
Chairman.
Ms. Haggard.
So if you, we've done this before, Travis, too. We can't say we don't like mining and we don't like PFAS and we don't like Ellsworth, they've contaminated. We can't say that because we don't know that. Number one, you can make a resolution, again, we already have one, that we believe in watershed, clean watershed. And maybe that's going to help also with some of the areas that if you're looking for grants and other things that Pennington County could be involved in. Meaning about, we keep talking about watershed, and this is part of the watershed, and it's something in Pennington County that's affected by that. I mean, like you said, you don't have solid proof in one sense, and the other, it's common sense. You had a contamination, and it goes downstream from there, so I'm smart enough to figure out, and again, everything's porous, it didn't just go away tomorrow. How it dissipates, I don't know, and how long it takes, like you said, that's your bottom line, why you have to look at it. Did it, I don't know if the word dissipate, but how it evaporates. Is it evaporating out in a level that's non-toxic, or is it not? That's the main key on the watershed. So
They're considered forever chemicals because they don't leave.
The other thing to be aware of is that they're studying the soil and the water, and they are studying human health impacts. But how did it get transferred to the human is still a big knowledge gap. The other factor is how insidious these chemicals are with harm. It, again, is not acutely toxic. So if you have a person who is impacted by PFAS, how do they provide evidence that it was the PFAS that caused their cancer? Or it was the PFAS that caused that medical issue when it's bioaccumulative, it's a period of exposure risk. So some people are going to be at greater risk than others just because of their genetics. Some people, maybe because they're exposed to some other harm or stressor, could have health impacts. Now, unless it is an acute toxicity, all of these little grains of sand that push people over the edge are very, very hard to prove.
So what I'm gathering from this commission, I'm just going to give a summary, is I think they feel it's important. I hear that they'd support a resolution or something along those lines. But the $480,000 ask, I think, is a pretty hard ask with the budget that we have right now. It's just, I could almost say it's really not possible. And I don't mean to, I credit you for coming here and asking for $500,000 of our budget when we're having a hard time with employees, keeping them retained and trying to do that. We know how important it is. Travis has really explained that to us, and we used that. So I think I'll speak, and you guys can change me. I don't think it's possible at this point in time or this year to do a 480. This is an extra addition to what our budget is, and we just don't have it. We're looking at ways to cut it, not add to it.
So Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock.
Travis, maybe it's just more a question for you too. Is there something that we can contribute to a certain amount to start the process or something? Or is that not the right thing to do? Maybe you ladies too, Miss Heidi and Lisa. to start the process, because you already know to dump out 480, that's not a good word, give 480,000 out of a budget at this time is a big chunk. Is there something to start the process? Is there something we're missing, Travis, that if we showed that you could find one sample, you could find two samples at 800, or you spend $5,000, you find the sample, then it gives you more opportunity to move to the next step, is what I'm trying to say about grants and other things that we can support as well to keep moving forward. Instead of saying we have to give 480, you see where I'm going. Is there anywhere, and maybe Heidi and Lisa, you can help, that we can start where it's not, to try to find, like you said, you have to find that there's evidence, and it's $400 a sample, but I know there's other processes to get there. I know that. I'm just saying, I think we want to help, but in this process, at that kind of 480, we got to find some other solutions in between to get there. How about that?
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, do you mean more or less like, can we do a smaller sampling to see if it's even going to give us any kind of data, or that we're going to see a significant increase in anything, like a smaller sampling of it, or
Well,
is that what you're talking about?
Well, it's still got to be so the tests are run right and it's done right, but you also, what's the process in the spending authority that we have to help that, and how much is that just for, and maybe it's not cost effective, because if you do this for 10,000, it still costs you another 10,000 or 20,000 to do the processing, in which you have to follow through. So you see what I'm saying? I don't know where you start, Travis, maybe Lisa and Heidi, but what I'm saying is, I think it's watershed and it's Pennington County and it's huge, but how do we make that difference and still be able to fit it in our budget and still say we support what you want to do, and with Lisa and Heidi and the school minds?
Can I throw out a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
I like the idea of a letter of support for what's going on. And quite frankly, we do have 100,000 in a commission contingency. So at some point, if something comes up, they could come give us a presentation and we can make the decision out of how much for that is. That's just a process. But I think the letter of support would be great. But I think 480 is just too much right now.
Did you have an answer to Commissioner Hadcock's question about even a smaller sampling, or is there a start?
So I feel like we were putting together, just to pull some of these things together, I feel like I also didn't answer his question about grants. So just to be clear, we do have a lot of grant resources. Heidi, as she mentioned, is fully soft money. We wouldn't be able to do these things without those grant resources. I personally have a few $1 million in PFAS grants right now. The difference between what we're doing and what has been asked of us here is to develop something that's very specifically designed to help answer the questions of the people of Pennington County. So that's what we did. We listened to the people. We came to the public meeting. We've had multiple meetings, and are trying our best to help the people. Brett and I also went and talked to the city of Rapid City, and I feel like through some of these activities, we're helping educate people in our community, and becoming a little bit more aware. We do know that PFAS accumulates in various different parts of plants. The livestock is a little bit less known, except for in the dairy industry. So if the dairy cows are drinking PFAS-laden water, it accumulates in the milk. That's something that has come out and has been a really big issue. Can we do something less? Certainly, we could we could figure out, but we would want to have some bounds around that, like tying it further to a specific need, to cut the scope of the project to highlighting one particular avenue. The other thing that I want to point out is we were proposing to do this within 1 year so that the people in Pennington County would have the answers that they were asking for in a year's time. This letter from EPA is highlighting to you that they aren't going to be doing anything. The Air Force isn't going to be regulated to do anything in this particular area. And it's an area that was asked for from the people. From my perspective, if we don't do this, it's not going to make or break school mines. I guess is one of the things I wanted to point out. But rather, we're just trying our best to help. And so when we were asked to come, we proposed.
I would recommend you continue working with Travis, and if you could scale back something or something could come up that's a little bit different to be able to bring it back. But I think for the overall, this is, the 2024 budget, the 480, I really don't think it's going to be possible. I don't want to give false hope, but at a later point, if you could scale back and get more specific to where it's something that's achievable, the commission could look at it. But that would be my recommendation. I mean, we could do a letter of support. I understand you're saying this is what came from the people and this is why you're here. I wish we had that bucket of money that we could do that, but right now we really don't.
Do you have an idea of the magnitude that you would support so that we can be thinking about the appropriate ballpark?
That's a pretty tough question to ask. That's why I put it on you.
Mr. Chair.
You got to come up with the scope and be able to present it to the commission. We do have $100,000 contingency in our budget from later on, but
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, we can talk about that and maybe come up with another thought process or things of that nature. This is something I'm going to continue to work on because, as you noted, and I've let the commission know, the people are asking for it. Whenever they come, whenever this room is full and the community that's impacted is asking, help us at least know, are we selling contaminated stuff to our neighbors? Are we eating our own contaminated stuff when everybody just says don't eat it, don't drink it? We can sit down, we can figure out if there's a scaled down version, maybe, and then go from there. There's some other thoughts that I want to ask y'all too, but we'll have to sit down and find out if the Western Dakota Water Board has come on board with some stuff. They didn't give any insight to this because they hadn't had their meeting. They hadn't talked about it whenever I talked to them. So there may be some other avenues, and they may know how to help us out in a different manner. And you may or may not know whether they can or not, and maybe they can't. I don't know.
They offered to vote on a letter of support. So we'll find out.
So everybody's
we'll be at the meeting.
Everybody's doing a letter.
Everybody's doing a letter of support, but we have nobody in that.
I'm sorry, but I have to be at a PFAS steering committee meeting at 2.
Absolutely. Lisa, let them know what we're doing.
I think we're
what
good.
We're trying to do. Sorry.
But I think we're good, but I think absolutely you know who the contact person is, and I think the letter of support, and we've given you some insight of where the commission's at.
Thank you, Lisa.
So just so you know, I did visit with 2 different folks who are in the Box Elder area about this, and just mentioned we were coming to make this presentation. Their question to me was, can you make it my yard?
Yeah, everybody wants their yard, yep.
The other thing is there's a watershed group that's really concerned about watershed in the Black Hills.
Yeah.
They have a website. I would encourage you to contact them because they're worried about the watershed. So see if you get anywhere with them as well. I think
Know the name of that group?
What?
Do you know the name of that group?
Bruce Ellis's group. What are they called, Ron?
I think it's Rapid Creek watershed, though, specific to Rapid Creek.
Well, that's where it's Rapid Creek.
I can get you some telephone numbers. I can get them to Travis, and then that would at least be a start. because, you got two common elements of interest, and that would be, water quality and,
Watershed. Yep.
right.
Okay, well, thank you for your time and your consideration. Hopefully at some point in time, we'll be able to find the funding to do this
Thank you
testing.
all you do.
That's-
It's very interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heidi.
Okay, I think, Brian, did you say you had to be somewhere? We got one more elevate.
You took an hour lunch break.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm glad I didn't miss the opportunity to talk to you. Tom apologizes. He was here for a couple hours and got tied up in a few other meetings.
You need to identify yourself for the record.
Sorry, Garth Wadsworth. I'm the Policy Director with Elevate Rapid City. So as you know, we have a request in for funding for $50,000 from the county. This is the first time that we have or would be receiving funding. I think we had a discussion maybe 6 months ago about whether or not there would be the option for funding. At the time the contingency funding was discussed, I think everyone felt a little more comfortable about coming back during the budget discussions to revisit that. So we're here today. I'm incredibly glad that I was able to sit in on some of the early hearings this morning. I think, and I don't want to speak for the fire folks, but they had mentioned, that they have a hard time finding volunteers because it's difficult to find people who have time and money and have access to appropriate housing and have that time to commit to be part of the fire department. And so I think that lends itself well to painting the bigger picture and kind of understanding some of the value of the work that we do. I'd be the first to admit that it is a little bit amorphous and difficult to define that ROI. But as you know, our goals for the next 5-year campaign is to create 5,000 jobs throughout the region, increase wages by 15%, increase the labor force participation rate to above the national average, and then have a CapEx expenditure of over $400 million throughout the county. And so I have spent enough time with each of you to trust that you know what we do as far as programming and initiatives and how we do that. But if there are any questions on how we plan to achieve those goals, I'd be happy to answer them.
Mr. Chair.
You're asking that.
Garth, the 50,000 for 5 years, is it 50,000 over 5 years, or is it 50,000 per year?
Well, that would be up to you and the commission. The request is for $50,000 per year, so 50,000 for 24, and then again for 25.
Earlier today, we were trying to figure out if it was worth spending $50,600 to Black Hills Council of Local Governments, who represents the whole county.
Yes.
And a number of projects that are currently, multi-million-dollar projects. So, yeah, that 50,000 a year would be pretty hard for me to swallow. Just, it's not that I don't think Elevate's worth it. It's just that I don't think we got it in the budget.
Completely understand. It's not the be-all and end-all for us. If there's something in between, I think we're happy to discuss that. I will say we are Rapid City's economic development arm, but we do our best to serve the region. We do our best to work with everyone. We do not limit the projects that we receive to Rapid City properties. In fact, we do our best to connect with not only Pennington County, but everyone throughout the region. The recent housing study was all the way from New Underwood up to Spearfish, and so we do take that regional approach. We do believe that anytime Box Elder is successful, or Black Hawk or Somerset is successful, that Rapid City is successful and the rest of the county is successful.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So, Garth, thanks for being here. Appreciate your sitting
Absolutely.
through it today. As I look at this, and I know that from your information, I see your goal was 9 million. You raised over 10 million, which is great. Our goal is we're I think about $3 million short. Not even meeting what the budget requests are at this point in time. So dollars are valuable as far as that is concerned to us too. I know that you are a gatherer of lots of information. Not all of it, but there's a lot of that information that we utilize, the county itself utilizes. And I would be much more in favor of looking at contracting. So far, you've been very generous and provided us with that information at our request. I would feel much more comfortable if we could come to some sort of an arrangement, a contractual arrangement or something, that we purchase the information that we receive from Elevate, and that we work out some arrangement that way rather than just a straight contribution. Because I just don't see us as a county being a contributor like that. But I see that we as a county, we need a lot of that information that you have. And I think that has a value to it, and we could be purchasing that from you. I mentioned it to HR the other day, and they said that they've utilized considerable information from you, so.
Appreciate that. I will be honest, that is not something we do regularly, and so it may take us just a bit of time to assign values to those. Right, we do function a lot as a traditional chamber of commerce, and so we have the membership dues, and then everything else is made readily available. But it's something we're open to, and we're happy to discuss that further.
Chairman,
You done?
I am.
Ms. Hadcock?
I think there's value at the 10,000 for a year for a 5-year benefit. And at any time, too, if that 10,000 isn't being worked, because you're spending 56,000, you're getting money from every NAT there is as well to gather supposedly the 56,000. So I think they have a lot of beneficial information and things we could use for 10,000. That's less than $1,000 a month for information and things that we need from Elevate. There's a reason why they're collecting that kind of money is because they know their stuff as well. So I think that's beneficial to the county in that way. I used to not think that way when I first started. And then I started going to some of their forums and some of their things. They're very orientated with their community. Number two, maybe at that point too, they might be able to go in the county areas and have some of the forums and some of the things to benefit us as well. So being part of it is something more than saying you're going to, and Mike needs you for something. But I think we do need them for something. I think they've been looking at the areas. We used that when we did a TIF because the Elevate and everybody gave us that information to do that TIF and that we needed that housing, and that was based on Elevate. And if they're important enough to say something like that, then we're also taking that information. Our HR person is using that information to do her data center information. So as Brian just said, he is too. So our county is using Elevate for more things than we think. So to me, I don't know if the 50,000, but the 10,000, and like we said, if it's not beneficial enough, if it's not working, there's a 25 budget, there's a 26 budget, and just say, Garth, we put 10,000 or Elevate, we put 10,000 and we're not seeing the benefit. So we do a lot of different entities at this point where we're trying to gather information. We are moving forward on buildings. We are moving forward on employees, what that data is and what all that means to us to move forward. We couldn't get that and good information until we asked Tom. And that's the truth. Holly can verify that. Tom came in and told us a bunch of different information. So what else can we utilize them? Besides Black Hills Council of Local Governments, maybe there's some money that is not 56, maybe it's 46 this year. I don't know, but I think they're beneficial. They have been beneficial for Rapid City and the surrounding area. Like I said, people don't give money like that because they're just guessing what they're thinking all the time. Now, do I agree with all your information, Garth? You already know. You've heard me talk. But a lot of it is really good information. And when you've, and I've disagreed, you've came back and said, okay, Deb, here's the information. This is where we gathered it. Go look it up and then come back, which they have. So also appreciate that I don't have to agree with you guys, but you can come back and find the information and say, Deb, this is where we gathered it. What do you think now? And most people do. So for me, I do think they're beneficial.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Only thing I was going to say is one of the major stakeholders is Rapid City, and they're at 50,000 a year.
No.
250.
250? But I'm assuming some of the major stakeholders, they get sales tax, and that's where the county has a shortfall. We're just solely relying on property taxes, and it's just killing us budget-wise, and so that's kind of where I'm at. I just wish we had property tax.
Well, my thought process on this, Garth, or did you have a comment?
I was just going to let the commission know that it is in the provisional budget that I provided with, at 10,000 a year, because that's what Holly and I understood it to be, not 50,000 for.
Oh, okay.
It's in the budget at
So-
10,000 now.
Okay, so it is. I didn't realize that. But my thought process on this is when I knew you guys had approached the commission, different commissioners throughout the year. This is about not only, 50,000, I struggle with what we're doing. But $10,000, you guys really came through to us this year because we reached out and you guys dropped everything and gave us the numbers we needed. And I think we're taking a different approach with our compensation committee than in the past. And so we're needing that information. And I believe our HR department's going to be well connected to you. So that, the 10,000, I think is, instead, I like the idea of a contract, but that's not how you guys operate. And I get that. And so I like the 10,000. I think we'll use it. At some point, if we can't, we'll have to make that decision at different budget hearings, I think. But I think for the most part, that 10,000 would add us to the list of supporting our community and elevating everything that you guys do. And that would give us the access, or at least we'd feel comfortable with our HR or any of our departments reaching out to you guys for assistance.
Thank you, appreciate that. I do want to stress, regardless of the commission's decision, we intend to be as helpful as we possibly can. We want to be good partners, so I think we're happy to cooperate in whatever way makes sense.
Thank you, Garth.
So from my understanding, we don't really need to make a motion on this. It's in our budget for $10,000, and we appreciate your support.
Absolutely, appreciate the time.
Thank you, Garth,
Thank
for
you.
waiting all day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Garth.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
Cindy, just I have just a quick question. So then, if I'm looking at the provisional, even the School of Mines was listed in that provisional. The School of Mines was listed in that provisional. I thought there was a statement that it said it wasn't.
Oh, the 480 is.
Yeah.
So we'll have to take up a motion to remove that then, won't we?
Later.
Well, provisional hasn't been approved, so I don't know that it has to be as formal as a motion,
So
but
then we got to,
some
I think we
good
got to add.
direction, I think.
Yeah, we got to add that to our list of discussions would be.
From the discussion, I gathered that you weren't gonna, can you hear me, Holly? Is that good enough?
What's that?
Am I okay, mic-wise?
You're fine.
Okay. I did. That's okay. I did go in and remove that, and then per the discussion this morning, I went in and did Brian's FTEs, that revenue, then we were talking about the other FTEs, so I went in and put that in. I made contact with Brian on another issue regarding the wages, because when we did the 4% for 2023, we had contacted the departments to kind of get an idea of who might need a supplement to support that, since it was done after budget was approved. And in my calculations, I reduced the unassigned reserve by $650,000 because that was the estimate of what may be needed. Brian said his has probably be about 100,000, not 600, or not. I think yours was at about, yeah, his was almost 5. So, and I know Holly said that she's probably not going to. I don't think I'm going to. The two that I haven't heard from are PDO and then from Scott from out at Weed and Pest. Mike Cole had initially said 100,000 to support that. He hasn't been able to hire, so he is not thinking he's going to need that. So I've reduced that estimate. And then when we first started the project for crisis stabilization, now Pivot Point, they'd come and ask, and I don't remember exactly how this all went down, but the commissioners put aside in an assigned reserve within the general fund $300,000 for contingency. I think there's been enough money in the capital projects fund. We haven't needed to move that over to capital projects to support anything. And I know they are like this close to being completely done. So I removed that from assigned reserve and added in all of the FTEs, adjusted a couple of my projections, and we're sitting at about 17.2%.
Good. And just if I
That's
could,
with all the
Chair,
FTEs and the
the
adjustments.
the 300, Cindy, sorry, Chair, that the 300 Sheriff asked, not, Kevin Tome asked us when we were doing the pivot point. He raised most of the money, but he asked if we could come up with like 300 in this, in our budget, and that's where that came from, Cindy, because that would have been their shortfall back then. So that's why.
And they wanted to make sure they had enough to cover the contingencies.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
So let me clarify. So you backed out the 480 with this number, right? Okay. The rest of the stuff was left in, and you added all the new hires, all of those, and you come up with the 17.2%
Yes.
reserve.
For
Okay.
this year or last year's? This year's?
For this year. That's what
That's
she's
my projection
projecting.
for where we would end 2024.
23 or 24?
24.
Okay.
24 with that type of reserve. Because what I have on my list is Black Hills local government, but that's still in the budget for the 56 for the discussion. I also have on my list the 7,500 for the Black Hills Council of Aging. That we wanted to put that on that list for discussion. And I do have the list for the employees. We could either go through each one's and say yay or nay so that she can add it to the budget and the department heads know that. But that's what I have so we can give direction to them today.
So did you put your kids in there from the city thing, or what are you doing with that?
That's part of Brian's budget. It always we've directed him from the very beginning, it was coming out of his budget.
How much is that?
That's 15.
Okay. Lloyd, I'll just be up straight with that. I don't mind you with doing that because I think that you're doing an amazing thing, but we also, for the fundraising, they haven't really done any for that. And I have a hard time with that a little bit when we're giving and they're not fundraising and doing stuff. So just a point. I think it's a pretty awesome program, but I also think, again, I even offered to give money for that program, never even got a call. Never even got a call. So if you're trying that hard and someone just telling you that they give you some money and you didn't even call them, that's a hard sell for me for even to take it out of the sheriff's budget or anybody else's, because that's kind of crazy for me to want to fund something that, someone's offering you money and you don't have enough time to call them. So like I said, I love the program, Lloyd. I love the issues, but you already know if I said, Lloyd, I'm going to give you $500 or $1,000 for your program, I'm giving you some money. I wasn't talking $20, and you guys knew that. I don't just give you $20. And you didn't even call me to, even mention anything because I got free money from you anyway. That's what it makes me feel like. That's me personally. So, yeah, I love the kids. Yeah, I like the program, but I'm having a hard time saying that that's a great funding thing when, they're funding something that they think they're getting the money either way. So that's not teaching kids much. That's my forethought.
My list, that wasn't on my list. I didn't know that, but we can add that on the list, I guess. I mean, from the original beginning of this, that was suggested by this commission to put it underneath Mr. Mueller's budget, because for the last 2 years, that's what he has done, because he supports it as a preventative measure. So I guess that's decision.
But Lloyd, that's my feelings. That's not your board's feelings. That's my feelings from watching it.
No.
So you don't have to do that if they don't want to, but those are my feelings when
Okay.
you're doing stuff. So, you represent and you help them. For people to do that, if you're trying to teach kids, that's just my thought, is we're not teaching them anything if they're telling us one thing and doing another. So, that's just why I said that, Lloyd, not for you to, if Brian wants to do that and he feels it's good, it's in his budget.
It is.
Okay, so,
I wholeheartedly taken Deb, and I communicated with them, but they also change over, they're every other year. So the new leadership in the city council are concentrating, they're making it a priority, so.
but just
But
something for you
well
to.
taken that,
Thank you. I appreciate that, Lloyd. I guess that was my point. It wasn't
Yeah.
to try to beat them up,
No,
but just to say we're trying to teach kids something. That is a program for kids
Yeah.
to teach them. So, thank you, Lloyd.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Drews.
So we didn't hear from GIS. We haven't heard from the library. Are they scheduled to come in? And
I did not ask the libraries to come in. They're
Okay.
under contract of the vote of the people, so it's just a 3% increase every year, so I didn't ask them to come.
Okay. And GIS is,
GIS is with the city. I can tell you if there was any discussion of removing that, planning would be upset, equalization.
Don't have a
Our
choice.
departments heavily
Just say you
rely
don't have a
on
choice.
GIS. It's
okay,
what
so,
Rapid
but they're
Map's
asking
based
for an
off of.
$85,000 increase.
Yeah,
GIS
Gross.
is?
yeah,
We split with the city, right?
yeah.
Yeah, we split
Our
the cost.
contract is with the city.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
means the county doesn't have to have GIS, because otherwise we would
Because
have
we
to have
use
GIS.
theirs.
But,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I can try and get Angie or Dale to come if the board has questions in regards to that.
Mr. Chair.
I don't know if I necessarily have any further questions on it, but just since it was an increase.
It's a large increase, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Laster.
Cindy, roughly for each % pay raise for the staff, what does that equate to? Is there a number roughly?
General fund is,
I was gonna say, I know Holly's been running that number on the,
124, last I saw.
general fund, 1%. With roll-ups and everything the way it was before is about 560,000,
For every %
562,000.
increase of, so if you give the employees 1%, it'd be 500 overall to our budget. If you gave them 2%, it'd be 1 point something million. Am I walking through that correctly?
1% of what's proposed right now equals 562,000.
Okay, well, I wasn't trying to say 1%. I was just trying to get an idea of rough it is. Okay, so about 500 per 1%. But I'm talking about just for the employees, like the pay increase, like we said, 4%.
Okay, it'd be about a little over 2.2 million.
Okay.
What she's saying is 1% is 500, so if you do 4%, what do you get? That's what she's saying, Travis.
Yeah.
Right?
I just was
Correct,
making
Holly?
sure I was talking about just the pay increase for the employees, not based off of the whole budget. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. That's what I was just trying to make sure it wasn't the whole budget. It was just, yeah, that piece of it.
So, you have any further questions, Travis?
No, not at this time.
So at the beginning of today's meeting, while we put Brian back to come back, and he was going to give us some information on the employees and the federal money and how you were going to create that. I think there was some discussion on that.
I kind of summarized it in what I did.
Brian. Thank you for visiting with me yesterday too, Brian.
Absolutely. Thanks for letting me come back and try to make this a little bit more clear, I hope.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff. Take two.
I just gave you 2 pages. The first one, I just tried to break down the big picture on what the wage increase would be for the 10 staff at the jail that I talked about, and the 2% reclass for law enforcement and corrections, and the detox techs. So the total wage comes to 1,213,745. And then the marshal revenue, if we're able to get that staff added and up and working, should be able to add about 25 U.S. Marshal inmates to generate $1,064,340. And then, like I said, with your blessing, I would like to move forward with contacting the city, get on their agenda to ask for $150,000 for the community work program next door at the care campus. So at the end of the day, it's going to be just about a wash, within about $600 of a wash if we're able to do that. In the second page, because I know,
Chairman, can I ask him something on the first page, Brian, so I don't get confused?
yes,
So the 2% reclass, that was for this year's budget, and you have it in this year's budget, right?
well, the 2% and the reclass, it would occur in, if you flip to the second page,
Okay,
that might make it more clear. I tried to just give a real basic snapshot. The first page is only 2024 budget. It's not this year.
right.
Second page breaks down that we would do that reclassification at the beginning of the pay period at the end of September. If you look down there, just a little ways down the page there, it has the breakdown as to what it would cost law enforcement, the jail, JSC, and the care campus for those increases for this year. And I visited with Cindy offline. We're able to absorb those based on vacated salaries this year in every budget other than law enforcement, and that's the $100,000 supplement that she referenced earlier that had a positive impact of the reserves from what our initial estimate was at close to 500,000 for that supplement. So we'd be able to absorb that cost this year. And the first page again is the overall impact to the budget for 2024. And because I know some of you like to get a little bit further into the weeds, I put some extra lines in there that should give you a breakdown of all of those costs if you want to look through that and do the math on your own. So,
Yeah, any further questions, Deb?
and then I provided Holly and Cindy, Courtney from our office, did the detailed budget sheets that shows each one of these additional costs and each one of these additional revenues, the specific impacts to each line item for the budget, and I've given that to Cindy to compare to what she did for you based on our conversation yesterday.
Chairman. Brian, basically, you're reclassing, and we've done that for a while.
Yes.
And we've had to reclass in order to bring people where they were. But then we found when we reclassed, we kind of messed a few things up trying to reclass, even though it was good in one way and the other, because we want to bring people to where they should be paid. So you're giving 2% this year and then 4% next year. In order to get them into the classification, they need to be plus, of course, everybody's getting the 4%, but in September, you're going to give the 2% to some of those reclasses.
Correct. So this would be giving the 2% in September and carrying that over on top of what the commission guidelines were in 2024. So it's not an additional 4% next year. It's just the additional 2% next year.
Right. So my question is, and you're taking me wrong, but I have to ask the question. So if we had to reclass other people 2% this year in order to sustain some people, not to be unfair to Brian, but you already know I'm going to ask the question, Brian. Do we have it in our budget to do some of those reclasses if that's what we find this year, not just for Brian's department, but others? Because I understand correction and jail is very important, but state's attorney and some other ones might come up, because this is, no offense, Brian, this is where we started before, is we kept reclassing. Now we're at a reclass, and I'm getting where Brian's going because he has to be sustainable, but we're having a problem in a lot of departments, not just Brian's. Is that going to cause us, and I'm asking this as a question to everybody, not just Cindy, is that going to cause us an issue later? Because we've done some things like that, and it's caused some, and can't make everybody happy. I understand that because we already know that. But I also have to, and you know, I said this in compensation, you have to be fair and just across the board for county employees. So just food for thought. Am I thinking in the wrong direction? Um, I always have to ask the question. I try not to be anything but devil's advocate, and I like answers that way. It makes sense, at least for me. Cindy, you know this. How many reclasses, and do we have more money for reclasses just in case this moves forward? Because Brian's trying to help his people. He's trying to do something positive, but there's some other areas maybe that we need, or are we good to go moving forward? You haven't heard any rumblings about reclassing or anything else moving forward?
I can't speak for the other departments because I don't know what they're running up against. I mean, you hear the conversations, they're having a hard time getting people hired. Are they gonna come in and say, I want 2% for my people too? I don't know. Would they be able to absorb it this year? Because they haven't been able to hire? I would guess some of them can, but then they would also have to increase their budget for next year by 2%.
That's what I'm saying. So, but Brian's also finding solution. He's saying, you know, most of this I can absorb. I'm coming back. I'm gonna do some Marshall stuff. That's harder for other people to do. So I also understand we have to do sometimes, because we also get revenues in those other sources for these people in other departments that other sources don't. Holly, maybe you have any questions or somebody, because a lot of times when I have discussions with you guys, that's usually what comes up. Why didn't, if he can do it in his department, why is it different? Well, Brian has the funding source. Does that make a difference? Do we have extra? Cindy said that this year we're gonna come out a little bit different. Compensation is trying to make this different, to make things equitable and also move forward for wages and retention. So, maybe nobody has an answer, but those are my questions in my head when this is coming forward. To figure it out later sometimes is not a good thing. It causes some other issues in other departments if it's not set out front. I'll just say about why we're doing it and what's happening. So,
So, are you done?
yeah, I'll be quiet for a second.
Uh-oh. I think this is creative, trying to find the way to find a solution. I think there is a difference between admit and sheriff's department. They run 24/7, 7 days a week, holidays, weekends, dealing with difficult people. So I wish there was a plan that was one size fits all to bear, but I really didn't realize that your detox stacks were that far down there. I didn't realize that. I mean, for the amount of work that they do and what they put up with, $17 an hour is pretty far down there for the beginning for an EMT and emergency management. And I think you've taken the approach to try and do what you can with what you have. And so,
I have a comment, if I may also.
yeah.
And I completely agree 100% with what Commissioner Hadcock said, that I'm only bringing forward an increase in a raise mid-year and an extra increase for less than half of the staff in my office also. So it's going to this will create some other issues that we need to work through with the greater process that we're working through the compensation committee. So, I mean, what you're saying is before I even come up with the proposal to bring this forward, we thought through that pretty tough internally. But what I'm up against right now trying to solve is we're so far behind in these specific job classifications, trying to come up with a way to solve that, understanding the limitations that the overall county budget has. I can't even fix all of my own people at the same time, but this will get us one step closer to being in better shape when we look at all the rest of the positions next year too. And I would think that if other elected officials or county departments have very specific areas like I'm bringing forward that are way behind, that they're having problems with hiring and retention in, that are causing major issues for the county, that this would be an avenue for them to bring that forward and have a discussion with our compensation committee meeting also to try to solve some of those. And like Cindy said, if they had some money left over this year to help with that. And so I don't think that this is the end of the discussion if we move this forward, but I appreciate your attention in considering it.
And Chairman, if I could, And you're right, Brian, but like, I remember Joe, being in compensation, you hear a lot more of that. Unfortunately, the board is not in that, where, Joe with his mechanics and some other, higher end, or you already know, you can't pay them. But we also said we have to stick to a 4%, and we put boundaries on people for a reason, and I understand where you're going. So they didn't come forward. But are we opening it up, and it's okay if we do, if we have it in the budget, are we opening it up this year that we're saying we can't retain mechanics and some other people, are we okay at that point, moving other people forward? And do we have the cash flow to do that? Because some of those retentions in some of those areas are huge right now. He was losing mechanics, as you remember he's talking about that because he couldn't pay him enough, because there's no way, based on it was almost double of what Pennington County was trying to do. So we're not going to solve that, but I'm just saying, are we doing something ahead of the game before we're done that's going to cause a major increase in budget? Because that's what happened last time. I'll just tell you, we started reclassing, and then the word got out, and we just reclassed, if you remember, Holly, and we also did a new wage study, understand. But then we started reclassing a bunch of people, and it became more to their position and not specific to that job description. Does that make sense? It became, because Brian's been doing this 25 years, it wasn't his job description, it was Brian in that job. Does that make sense? Do you remember that was our problem with compensation? It needed to be the job description and not the person and the issue.
I think the difference in this one is that Sheriff Mueller has identified an immediate need, and this isn't new. I mean, he's shared in the past that this has been a struggle for quite a while. And it is his responsibility to bring it forward and be that voice of those employees to move it. The difference I see is that last time when all of this started, the compensation committee was not in play. That comp committee is working hard to address all of the issues and the bigger picture. So I don't see opening a can of worms by what Sheriff Mueller is requesting now. He's bringing you the revenue to support the fixing critical positions that he's struggling with. So that's a win-win right there, but you have to, in conjunction with the comp committee, working to address everybody else.
Right. And thank you, Holly. I appreciate that explanation, because you've been in comp the whole time. And Brian, it's not specific to you in a sense, it's just a generalization of, if one person does it, is the change is going to be different. But you also have a revenue source and a solution, you figured that out. And we do that a lot of time and that we did before with because they could put it in their budget and they could fund it this year. So, due respect on that, I just needed to get it around in my brain on a certain extent, and make sure that it doesn't come back to bite us in a sense. And I think I got what Holly's saying, and I appreciate that, Holly. You've been in comp, so you kind of know, and same with Cindy, so thank you.
So I think we're under the impression we need to make a decision to add this proposal to the budget.
Yes, it's almost a wash.
Okay. So Sydney, do we need to take a motion on that? Because that would include the 10 employees.
I think if you want to add the 10 new FTEs, yes, a motion would be appropriate so that that's on record.
On record. So I would look for a motion to approve the 10 FTEs for the sheriff's department under his recommendations also to be able to use. How are we gonna, do we need to add that in there for his increased in?
What's the motion, Cindy?
I think
Brian, which ones are they? There's 12 of them listed.
It's 10 correctional officers and 10, they're listed as ISOs, inmate security officers.
Five of each.
I'm sorry, 5 of each, yes.
Okay, yeah, these 5. Okay. And then
The other 2 that I had were the licensed addiction counselor at the care campus that was funded by the opioid settlement money,
Oh, yeah.
and the part-time transportation officer for security at Concourse.
right.
So do you wish to just take up all 12?
I'd say it's pretty much a wash for most of it anyway, so.
So I would look for, are you making that motion to approve the 12 from the sheriff's department, and the rest of this is just gonna fall in place? With the hiring of these, then you're gonna be able to move forward and bring back what you plan on doing with the additional funds and increases.
I'd work through with Carol at HR and the compensation committee on the strategic plan, specifically on the 2% and the reclassifications, to make sure we're all good and bring that together as one package, so.
Okay.
So what motion do you need to do for the 10?
That's in the budget for 2024, but as far as the implementation for September, I would work with Carol and the
You bring
compensation
that
committee.
back later then.
Whatever you would prefer on that, but we've got a little bit of work to do on the logistics on what that's going to look like still to make that happen, but.
So Brian, the transportation officer, the opioid person that's already funded, plus the 10 is what you're asking for today. The 2% will come in September, so it doesn't need to be a motion.
The 2%, I guess I would ask for the motion of the 2% for the 2024 budget, because I think that's what's before you today.
Yeah.
Okay.
And logistically, if you're comfortable with the process, then I'll work that through with Carol on the logistics on placement of the scale and how we're going to actually work the 2% on the corrections and the deputy staff.
So I'm assuming the motion on the floor is to approve the 12 with the 2% for 2024. And for this year, you'll bring back something with Carol for this
Correct.
year.
Correct.
That information. Yep.
Brian, can I clarify though, the transport officer you just said was for concourse? Is that for 24 or 25?
It would be for 24 if we needed it. I don't know what the timeline is for when they're looking at moving out there and what that looks like.
You have a motion in a second?
I wouldn't add that until
I've got
they're
a
up and
motion.
operational, and we may not need
Not
it
yet.
I'll
still.
second.
You're second.
So you got a first.
Okay. So we all clear?
Transport officer.
Clear with budget that we're putting in the 10 or the
12.
12 new FTEs and the 2%.
Okay, and that's what you need,
With the reclassification for the detox, which isn't 2%. But
Yes.
yes.
but the 2% for 2024. So,
So,
yeah, I get it.
so 12 FTEs and 2%, that's what your motion is?
Yep.
For 12 FTEs and a 2% increase?
Well, no, we need to clarify
Yeah.
that with,
Backdating it
Okay.
for next year.
Can I take a?
I know what our intent is, but I think we want the clarification with that 2% is for,
Kendra's got it.
2% for sworn law enforcement officers and 2% for sworn correction staff. And a reclassification for detox tech and detox tech 2 positions.
okay.
I'll have to re-listen to it because
Yeah.
I can't type that fast. Got
But
it.
Deb, you're okay with that motion?
I already looked at all, so I'm good.
And Gary seconded, are you okay with?
Yep.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Can you explain that one more time? Just kidding.
Oh, if I can.
I don't think I could either.
No, but that was being creative to get them guys up. I didn't realize that they were that far down on the
I
scale.
appreciate it.
No, I can listen to it later.
Okay,
back
Cindy,
and
what
forth.
else do you,
Are you going to address the rest of the FTEs one at a time? That's what
Well-
we've done in the past.
we kind of started that route. We still got Black Hills local government and 7,500 for council of aging. Do you guys want to just start going through the
I think we,
FTEs, or do you want to have the discussion on these other ones first?
I think we should recess and then let us think about everything we've done already and then come back instead of agree today, because I'd like to visit Holly on the 56 because there might not be any issue with it, or there might be some issues that I need to bring forward on that. And the 7,500, I'm gonna be up straight. Transportation, there is none in Pennington County, and I looked at the cost of what that would cost. Pennington County, even remember when we were looking at Rapid Valley at the time with
Well, either
Rich
we're
Sagan?
gonna have the discussion on it.
No, but I meant, so what I'm saying is, some of it needs to be discussed and some of it doesn't, and some of it needs information or, background on it, how about
Well,
that?
just a little, the Black Hills local government right now is in the budget. The 7,500's in the budget. So just so you know, now, I think the direction we just dealt with the Brian's deal, for the provisional, for her to do some more figuring, do we want to say we can always minus out employees, these requests. We either go through them right now and give her that direction, or you want to think about it.
Holly, while you were shaking your head, tell me what you're
Well,
thinking.
in my opinion, you should address the FTEs today so that Cindy
Yeah.
has clear guidance and can bring you back the most accurate version of the provisional on July 18th.
Yeah.
So the
So that
FTEs
you
are
can get a
different than the
number.
other stuff we're
Yeah, the
talking
Black
about.
Hills Council Local Governments, I think we need more information from Jennifer and we can discuss that in July or moving forward.
Okay.
But in order to get closer, I think having direction on those FTEs is important now.
Okay.
The other ones are already considered.
Okay.
But what other FTEs, Lloyd, are we considering?
Well, did you want to take a short break?
Yeah. Got a
Mr.
headache.
Chair.
Mr. Drews?
Just a point of clarification. My understanding is that our next scheduled meeting on the provisional budget is not until our second meeting in July. And that's when the provisional budget then would need to be adopted, or we'd have to set a special meeting. Is that correct?
The state law says the provisional budget has to be adopted by July 30th.
Okay.
Oh, you are correct.
Yeah, so, I mean, when we come back from recess, that's one thing we got to think about is once we get through these new employee requests, and she comes up with the numbers and presents it, do we want a special meeting before July 20th, or are you okay with, well, that's something we have to discuss.
All the other requests in the budget already, we have to take them out?
The provisional budget that you were provided does not include any new FTEs.
Yes.
And how about the other requests? How about the other requests?
The Elevate was in there, Black Hills Council was in there. We've already removed School of Mines. And we added the 7,500.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at with those
Yeah.
other.
That's what I need to know.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
so we get through the employees, then she could do an accurate,
Balance.
yeah.
Okay.
I'd look for a motion to take a 5-minute break.
So move.
Moved by Lassiter, seconded by
Yep.
Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Cindy, I'm going to turn it over to you. What is,
Why me?
just some of the discussion I just had during break and just now is that the provisional, you presented us with a provisional, and we've got like 2 items that probably need to be discussed after we get through the employees. If we go through the employees today, I think you have a good idea to be able to present a provisional on the 18th of July, if you have the employee part of it. The other 2, we could either discuss on the 18th of July, and I think either way you can adjust, or that's no big deal. But I think we could get the provisional done on the 18th. Unless the commission wants another special meeting set up between now and then. I think between now and then, that would give the commission time to absorb more of the budget and reach out and get any further information that they may need to make informed decisions. Or if they have any questions, we could work through them and be ready for those on the 18th. Am I fair to say that with the commission? Okay.
And
So-
I am going to be out of the office the 10th through the 14th.
10th through the 14th. So any further questions? I think we know what the two a couple big ones are, and I think we can deal with them on the 18th.
Okay.
So with that being said, I think we need to go through the new employee requests. We minus off, we already took care of Sheriff's Department. That was the bottom half. Or no, we didn't. We still got the correctional officers and,
No, you did those.
No,
You did everything up for the
oh,
sheriff's
I
office.
marked the wrong ones. I'm sorry, I did. We still got dispatch and
I'll make a
highway
motion
work.
for dispatch because they already have the funding in there. They have a funding source, Lloyd, so I'll make that motion.
How many do I got here?
I'll second Deb's motion.
4.
Just,
It's 4 FTEs.
okay, there's been a motion to approve dispatches for employees by Hadcock, seconded by Ross Connect. Is there any discussion on that? See none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I'll make the motion on the apprentice highway worker. He also has that in the road and bridge fund for 73,733.
I'll second that.
I got a motion by Hadcock and a seconded by Laster for the apprentice highway worker. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 I'll make a
Po-
motion to
Opposed?
approve
Okay,
veteran service officer for
Second.
77,469.
motion by Ross Connect, seconded by Laster to approve the veteran service officer. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
I'd make a motion to approve. Do I need to list them all out? The sheriff's office?
You've already done all
already
of
did that.
those.
Oh, we did it.
Yep, we got those. So now we're
Not
done.
when Sheriff Mueller was standing.
Oh, okay, so
So
that was
now
already,
I'll go to the PDO office, the legal secretary 2,
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
he actually has 2 FTEs and he's had those open for a while. I would say at this point, if he's going to fund one, maybe use one of his FTEs. So I guess I'm not in approval of the legal secretary. Like I said, he's got 2 other FTEs open, so my motion is not to approve the legal secretary.
Is there a second? Mr.
Was that a motion?
I don't,
Yes.
she had a motion to deny the legal secretary 2 for PDO. There was no, I haven't gotten a second. Motion dies for lack of a second.
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock.
As we saw, even from Laura's department, 4 FTEs haven't been filled, that haven't been filled for a while. Same with Eric Witcher. We've been playing this for a long time. A lot of FTEs in those 2 departments have always averaged been 2 with non-filled and 4 since I've been here. So I'll keep saying at this point, it's in his budget at this point if he thinks that's a need, and then he comes back, he can always come back and say, okay, guys, I used that need of one of my FTEs. I filled that other position. Now, at this point, can I get another FTE for a lawyer? And I'll keep saying it. They are not filling those positions, and I've been in here 9 years. So I'll just say, I think we approved above and beyond in both those departments the last few years for increase.
Mr. Chair. Oh,
I heard Mr. Drews.
So, as Eric explained, he's asked for those, a position and a half, one FTE and a half, I believe it is, to be left open to give him the opportunity so that when he goes to recruit new attorneys, the recruiting takes place in September, but they can't come on board until like August. And he feels that without having those open spots, he doesn't have the opportunity to offer to 3 positions open. And so that's his justification. He's never been able to get filled up, and he's hoping that this will help resolve the issue of being able to make additional offers.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
and to tack on that just a little bit, sometimes he'll fill one and then he loses one. And that is part of it, because once they hit that 4-year mark, I do remember being in there with that conversation. I know that's part of why he has the open ones. He typically will fill one and then he loses one. And that's why it is averaged and out that he's got the 2 open. I am kind of torn on that one though, because I do, he can fill one and then he loses one, but once we add an FTE, they stay with that budget until we decide to remove an FTE. So then going forward, it's going to be an allocation that we have to keep in consideration for every budget moving forward as well.
My thoughts on this is a support staff. And so they do, with the caseloads that we heard from both departments, that's what it is. It's support for them, one way or the other. That's the way I look at it.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
I'll go ahead and move to, on the legal secretary for the public defender, approve the $60,053 for a new full-time employee.
It's been moved. Do I hear a second?
Yes.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Motion carries with 1 no. So that brings us to HR's marketing manager. Let's do, from the discussion, it looks, she's requesting a marketing manager and a marketing recruiter. So I would start with the marketing manager.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
I think whenever we were discussing that, correct me if I'm wrong, we have 2 PR individuals already. And I think there was some good conversation about that. Is this a need? Is this a want? Or should we look at merging and having one that does it for the entire county? Maybe I'm missing something, but it seems to be, if we want to, the way I understood it when I visited with Carol, she said, messaging for the whole county. Well, if we want to get our messaging in line for the whole county, then we probably just want one person in that role rather than 3.
My thought process on this is, if you look through the paperwork, our department heads had given their support, and were also offering, so they felt that there was a need, and then, from my understanding, everybody would pay so much from their budgets for the marketing manager. Am I wrong? Please.
That's not how it would be in the budget.
Wouldn't be in the budget.
If they want to offset that $100,000 for the marketing, then the departments need to reduce their budgets in their personnel line items to cover that person. That's how I feel about it.
Yep.
I thought that's how it was discussed to be done. Am I wrong?
I think that's what Carol's proposing.
What Carol was proposing.
That's 167 or 187
Yeah.
per employee, per department.
But it's going to be an HR function. It needs to be in HR's budget. And so if the departments that want this to happen will go back and reduce their budget to make that happen, I understand that.
Sure.
So this is what I propose. I think there's probably still questions on these 2.
I agree.
So we took care of the majority, but 2. So I think, we're talking how much, 160?
71.
So I think that's some number that we can work with, and that would get, between now and the 18th, this commission could do some outreach with Carol or some others, department heads, so that they feel comfortable with the decision that they make, either approving or not approving. And we find if that funding source would be that way. Is that fair to say?
I agree, just to do more investigation in what PDO and state's attorney is doing, and if there's room for, instead of a market manager and marketing recruiter, maybe those 2 are involved with, like I said, the police department and the sheriffs, because I know she's asking 95 for the marketing, so that's might be a different position. Number two, I think Helene makes like 69 or something like that. So what's the difference? Again, you're right, Lloyd, investigation, just kind of look into some of those things and come up with some crucial information that actually makes sense.
So I think we've done pretty good through this. So you have a good list to come up with, Cindy. It looks like all the new employee requests were approved except for the marketing manager and marketing recruiter. And those would be something that you could adjust. I think the commission would probably want some information on how that, we heard something about some of the funding could be split up between departments. If that's the process, we'd like to know that information. And the other two things we got left to discuss, which would probably be on the 18th July meeting too, would be the Black Hills local governments and the Pennington County on Aging, unless you guys want to take up the Pennington County on Aging right now.
I'm in agreement that just seeing the expenses of what it costs, that I would agree with I think we're getting away pretty cheap at adding another 7,500.
Okay, so.
That's my opinion.
And I'm in support of it as well.
And we already added that to the budget already, so we really don't need a motion. So I'm just going to scratch that for discussion.
Thank you.
So we're good on that. So basically what we're going to have left to discuss on the 18th to pass the provisional budget is going to be the 56,000 or whatever the amount is for Black Hills local governments and the marketing manager and marketing recruiter.
Mr. Chair, is it 56,000 or 50,600?
It's probably 56.
56,800, I believe.
Yeah, 56,800.
I'm getting all these numbers mixed up.
I'm just guessing, but that seems to be what's left for discussion on the budget. Unless any commissioners got something else they would like to add.
Holly or Cindy, you guys have anything?
Nope, I think that clears it up.
Any further direction to staff? Seeing none. Do you need any types of motion, Cindy, or you good with what's been said? Okay. With that, I'd look for a motion to adjourn the board, the budget. Meeting. Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Laster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.